Chapter 1053, Master's Insignia. Upon hearing Shifeng's question, Cook immediately took out a list. Boss, this is all of the battle arena's income and expenditures, as well as the expected future income. With our current income, I recommend constructing an underground floor. This way, we will be able to handle more customers, Cook suggested. Shifeng nodded after giving the proposal some thought. All right, go ahead with it. Buildings in towns could be constructed both upwards and downwards. Only the cost of extending a building downwards was much higher than the opposite. Just constructing a single underground floor required 2,000 gold, which was 1,000 gold more expensive than a normal floor. Hence, Shifeng had never considered extending the battle arena downwards. However, the popularity of the battle arena exceeded his expectations. If they constructed a basement floor, they could also make it more spacious than the first floor hall. With the battle arena's current popularity, it would take only a short time before they earned back their cost. Following which, Shifeng passed 2,000 gold to Cook and had him arrange for the construction of an underground floor. Meanwhile, Shifeng himself took a look at the list of accounts Cook had given him. What? It's been less than a day, yet we've already received so many magic crystals. Shifeng gaped in shock as he looked at the list. Currently, the battle arena already had 416 registered members. Shifeng found this situation truly inconceivable. With the prerequisite registration fee of 100 magic crystals, he had obtained a total of 41,600 magic crystals from the 416 members. He had earned many more magic crystals from the registration fees than he had from Raven. There was also the profit of 539 magic crystals from combat room rentals. If they constructed an underground floor now, there would be additional combat rooms available for players to rent. The battle arena's income at that time would become even more frightening. With this, Shifeng now had an extra 42,139 magic crystals on him. If he invested this amount into the teleportation house, just thinking about it exhilarated him greatly. However, he had no intention of investing that many magic crystals into the teleportation house. After all, he simply had too many things that he needed to spend magic crystals on right now. Following which, Shifeng took these magic crystals and directly teleported back to White River City. White River City, Teleportation Hall. The moment Shifeng returned to the city, he could see many teams of guild players, who were all very high-leveled. The players leading these teams were even level 40 experts. Among these guilds were first and second-rate guilds based in other kingdoms and empires. Why would so many large guilds from other kingdoms suddenly run all the way to White River City? Shifeng was stunned as he looked at all the guild players crowding the teleportation hall. Could they be here to take advantage of Zero Wing's predicament? However, Shifeng promptly rejected this thought of his. Currently, the Blackwater Guild was only planning to deal with Zero Wing. It had not actually started taking action yet. As for the matter of the monsters at Blackridge Town being under Blackwater's control, this was something he had learned from the secret pavilion only because the latter was trying to negotiate with him for cooperation. Hence, it was practically impossible for the large guilds of other countries to have found out about this matter. As for Blackwater's alliance with Pantheon obviously intended to keep this matter a secret. Otherwise, it would have long since caused a huge commotion in Starmoon Kingdom. Leader, I just received news stating that Zero Wing is willing to sell the lands around the teleportation house. Excellent. We'll hurry over there immediately. As long as we obtain a plot of land there, Freedom Wind will be able to dispatch many more members over. Our guild will then gain more opportunities at the ancient ruins over at the Twin Towers Kingdom. A tall level 40 ranger with an erect bearing said, his eyes glowing with excitement at hearing this news. The ranger wore dark gray armor and carried a blue longbow on his back. Without hesitation, the ranger led his 100-man team out of the teleportation hall. Why is Freedom Wind here as well? Shifeng was astonished when he overheard the conversation of these players. The guild known as Freedom Wind might be foreign to the players of Starmoon Kingdom, but for those residing in the Sacred Hymn Kingdom, near the central region of the continent of God's domain, it was definitely a household name. The reason for the guild's fame was the thrashing it gave the only first-rate guild to settle down in the Sacred Hymn Kingdom. Despite being only a second-rate guild, this feat instantly crowned it the overlord of the entire kingdom. This could be considered a legend in God's domain. Many large guilds had even suspected that Freedom Wind possessed a powerful corporation behind it. In fact, as far as Shifeng knew, Freedom Wind's backers included not only a major corporation, but also a well-known dojo in the real world. The guild could nurture experts rapidly, batch after batch. Even a relatively strong first-rate guild would readily fall to Freedom Wind. However, the Sacred Hymn Kingdom was very far from Starmoon Kingdom. The distance between the two kingdoms was even greater than that between Starmoon Kingdom and the Apocalypse Empire, which made the teleportation fee extraordinarily expensive. Despite that, Freedom Wind had still dispatched a team of 100 players over ancient ruins over at the Twin Towers Kingdom. Shifeng could not help but silently ponder on the words of Freedom Wind's members. If we're talking about ruins that can attract so many large guilds over, it seems the heaven-worshipping maze has been activated then. The Twin Towers Kingdom was very close to Starmoon Kingdom. Hence, he was quite knowledgeable about it. There were not many ancient ruins in the Twin Towers Kingdom. In fact, Shifeng could count them on the fingers of both hands. If he had to name the ruins that current players could explore, then it could only be the heaven-worshipping maze. Since the heaven-worshipping maze was ancient ruins, the drops inside were naturally impressive. Particularly, players could exchange for mounts inside the maze. This was one of the methods for obtaining high-ranking mounts. However, entering the heaven-worshipping maze was not that easy. The maze had a very high requirement for players' individual strength. At the very least, players needed to be capable of clearing the Trial Tower's 6th floor in order to enter the maze. This requirement was impossible for many expert players. In other words, only large guilds could dispatch some players to the maze. As for small guilds, they could only stare at the maze from outside. That's right. There's still the heaven-worshipping maze. An idea popped into Shifeng's head. The heaven-worshipping maze was divided into 3 layers. The layer with the lowest difficulty was the outer area. Players could obtain tablet fragments, which they could then exchange for high-ranking mounts, from the monsters killed there. After the outer layer was the Black Fog area and the Temple area. At the Black Fog area, players could exchange for siege weapons used during ancient times as well as for even better high-ranking mounts. Although these were no match for current siege weapons, they were still much better than low-end tools like the defense turret. The only problem was the large number of tablet fragments required to exchange for these siege weapons. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng continued on his way to the Candlelight Trading Firm. Currently, the meeting room on the Candlelight Trading Firm's 7th floor was filled with lifestyle players, who had just returned from the holy city of Titan. At first glance, Shifeng discovered that the number of advanced lifestyle players had already increased to as many as 40. The rest might have been able to become advanced lifestyle players as well, if not for them having been asked to leave the holy city ahead of time. As for Melancholic Smile, Cream Cocoa, and the others who had already been advanced lifestyle players, they had experienced plenty of transformations as well. Despite them having been separated for only 2 days or so, the auras surrounding their bodies had undergone earth-shattering changes. A Master's Insignia? Chapter 1054, Odds. Shifeng was astounded when he looked at a tall and thin youth named Burning Abyss. On this young man, Shifeng noticed a lion head emblem that was giving off a golden glow. This emblem was none other than the symbol of lifestyle masters, the Master's Insignia. Aside from being a symbol of one's status in God's domain, the emblem also had some good additional functions. Among them, one function increased the wielder's production success rate. Although the Master's Insignia was not comparable to the Black Steel Insignia Shifeng obtained through a quest, it still provided a 3% increase in success rate. In addition, when producing items of the same level, one's production would be 10% faster. When producing items of lower levels, the increase in one's production speed would be 30%. Due to the existence of this Master's Insignia, the role of Master Lifestyle players became even more important. Guild Leader, You couldn't have imagined it, right? Burning got promoted into a master engineer some time ago. Moreover, he is God's domain's first master engineer. We planned to surprise you with this news, so we didn't tell you all this time, Melancholic Smile said softly. In reality, she too was very shocked that Burning Abyss was actually the first player in the Candlelight trading firm to become a lifestyle master. She had expected it to be Cream Cocoa. However, like a dark horse, Burning Abyss improved by leaps and bounds as soon as he entered Titan City. He was able to create new items and tools one after another, shortly becoming a lifestyle master. On the other hand, she and Cream Cocoa were still researching the properties of various raw materials. It would still be a while before they could get promoted to the master rank. Regarding the surprise Melancholic Smile prepared for him, Sherfong did not feel annoyed by it at all. A master lifestyle player. In Shadow of the Past, lifestyle masters were pivotal existences in the guild. Not to mention, Burning Abyss's talent was simply too awesome. He might have the potential to reach the Grandmaster rank. If he did, even super guilds would be helpless against the Candlelight trading firm. Right. What about the task I previously assigned to you all? Sherfong asked. In order to fulfill his agreement with the secret pavilion, Sherfong had Melancholic Smile, and the others ceaselessly produce strengthening devices and bronze engineering locomotives. Even if the engineering locomotives cost a lot of materials to make, they still had no choice but to manufacture them. We've already completed it. We have to thank Burning for this. Without him, we really wouldn't have been able to produce the 10 bronze engineering locomotives in time, Melancholic Smile explained. Sherfong could not help but breathe out a sigh of relief when he heard this. Very good. From now on, Burning Abyss will be the Candlelight trading firm's chief engineer, and will enjoy benefits equal to that of Zero Wings elders. Although there was still some time before he had to make the first payment to the secret pavilion, he did not know when the Blackwater Guild would make a move right now. If he could meet the stated quota ahead of time, the following matters would be much easier to deal with. Following which, Sherfong used his identity as Black Flame to announce Burning Abyss's promotion to the Candlelight trading firm's chief engineer. In the future, the youth could also use the trading firm's basic meditation room anytime he wanted. Immediately, many advanced lifestyle players inside the meeting room looked at Burning Abyss with envy. Not only would he get to use the trading firm's basic meditation room anytime he wanted, but he would also enjoy the status of an elder in Zero Wing. As such, he would be able to choose a private room for himself in either the Candlelight trading firm or Zero Wing's guild residence. What was more, the Candlelight trading firm's private rooms were located on the shop's 7th floor, providing a view overlooking the entire trade district of White River City. That was a treatment that many people dreamed of obtaining. Since everyone's already here, I'll tell you what you all will be making next, Sherfong said. He then took out a very large design from his bag, and placed it in the center of the circular wooden table. Everyone's jaws dropped when they saw the design, their breathing becoming a little ragged. A miniature ballista. This item might not be as popular as the bronze engineering locomotive among the masses, but to a guild, its value was not one bit lower than that of the locomotives. The miniature ballista boasted an extremely long attack range of 3,000 yards, an attack range that no player could achieve. Most monsters did not have such a long attack range either. Thus, the siege tool was the perfect weapon to raid towns. Moreover, it was very simple to operate, requiring only 3 people to move and use it. Guild leader, are we really going to make this item? Melancholic Smile asked in surprise. The miniature ballista was a considerably advanced tool. Even with advanced lifestyle players like themselves manufacturing it, the production success rate would still be frighteningly low. Meanwhile, the production cost for the siege tool was quite high. After a cursory look of the materials required, Melancholic Smile estimated that a single miniature ballista would cost at least 1,000 gold to manufacture. Meanwhile, she judged that their production success rate would be less than 20%. Even with Burning Abyss handling the ballista's core component, it would be fortunate if he could achieve a 20% success rate. In other words, there was a chance that they might not even produce a single miniature ballista after spending 10,000 gold. 10,000 gold. Even super guilds would have to think carefully when spending 10,000 gold. If they lost this kind of money, it would greatly hamper their development speed. Of course, burning will be responsible for making the engineering portion of the core component of the ballista, while I'll personally handle the forging portion of the core. Finally, burning will handle the assembly of the ballista as well. If there are no problems, you all may begin working now. If you succeed in producing 5 miniature ballistas in 10 hours, depending on your personal performance, you might get another chance to visit Titan City. Hopefully you all can seize the opportunity. Shifeng said, chuckling. A single miniature ballista could deal with only a lone boss. Among the monsters the Blackwater Corporation controlled, there was no lack of boss-ranked monsters. A single miniature ballista would not be able to make much of a difference. If they had 5 miniature ballistas, however, the siege tools would be able to affect the war situation to a certain extent. Guild leader, will we really have another opportunity to visit the holy city of Titan as long as we perform sufficiently well? Many advanced lifestyle players asked excitedly. At this moment, even Burning Abyss, who had already become a master engineer, looked at Shifeng in astonishment. After experiencing the benefits the holy city provided, it was impossible for lifestyle players not to look forward to enjoying the plentiful resources of the holy city again. Moreover, the benefits they had sampled on their visit was only the tip of the iceberg of Titan City's offerings. There were still many places that they had not gotten to see. Of course. However, I'll say this first. The slots are limited. Shifeng replied, smiling. He then left the meeting room. Only after Shifeng was gone did everyone finally snap out of their daze. Immediately, every one of them rushed to check what tasks they were assigned to do, blood rushing to their eyes. Like maniacs, they then ran to their respective workshops to start working. As for Shifeng, he entered a special workshop himself, and directly used God's blessing to become a master forger. Through the aid of his various forging tools, it took Shifeng only a little over an hour to produce 15 core components that required forging. Fortunately, I have Icarus's heart. Otherwise, I really would be finished this time. Shifeng breathed out a sigh of relief as he looked at the core components. He had wasted nearly 40 sets of materials in order to produce these parts. Had he made them as an advanced forger instead of a master forger, his success rate would have been less than 10%. In that case, wasting over 100 sets of materials would not have been surprising. Chapter 1055, Town Trade. After completing the core components, Shifeng handed them over to Melancholic Smile. The manufacturing of the miniature ballista was extremely complex, requiring many components. However, aside from the core components, the other parts were well within the capabilities of advanced lifestyle players. As for the final assembly work, with Burning Abyss's standards, the master engineer would be more than capable of handling it. As for Shifeng himself, he still had many things he needed to do. Guild leader, both the Blackwater and Heavenly trading firms are buying increasingly fewer lightstones from us recently, yet the amount they are selling on their side has been continuously increasing. It is likely they have already obtained plenty of lightstone designs. Should we start lowering our selling price as well? Melancholic Smile asked worriedly. After she had returned and took up the reins of the candlelight trading firm again, she suddenly discovered that the trading firm's position in Star Moon Kingdom had become increasingly precarious. Setting aside the fact that both the Blackwater and Heavenly trading firms possessed exclusive products, just the competitiveness of the candlelight trading firm's hottest selling product, the Lightstone, was already growing progressively weaker. In addition, unlike the candlelight trading firm, which only had shops covering several of Star Moon Kingdom's important NPC cities, both the Blackwater and Heavenly trading firms had shops covering the entire Star Moon Kingdom. At this rate, it would only be a few days before they overtook the candlelight trading firm. If that happened, Candlelight's income would take a significant hit. So even the Lightstones are unable to hold out any longer? Looking at the list Melancholic Smile handed to him, Shifeng smiled as he said, since it's no good already, it's about time we switch to a new main product. Change our main product? Melancholic Smile's thoughts shifted towards the strengthening device. The strengthening device was currently very popular on the market. However, due to its exorbitant price, only larger guilds could afford to buy it. In terms of market size, it was nowhere close to the Lightstone. Take this and have some trustworthy alchemists learn it. From now on, our main product will be this item, Shifeng said as he took out the alchemy secret journal from his bag. The exotic stamina potion recorded inside the journal possessed effects that all players dearly needed. Moreover, the materials used to craft the potion were not particularly precious. Hence, its selling price would not be very high either. Even ordinary players would be able to afford it easily. Guild leader, you're too amazing. You actually managed to get your hands on this thing as well. Melancholic Smile exclaimed in excitement after taking a brief look through the journal. If we have this potion, I want to see just how the Blackwater and Heavenly trading firms are going to compete against us. When consumed, the exotic stamina potion increased a player's maximum stamina by 10% and stamina recovery speed by 80% for 10 hours. This was a must-have item for players seeking to level up quickly. Moreover, the total cost of the materials required to make the potion was roughly only 2 silver. If advanced alchemists crafted the potion, they would have a success rate of 50%. In other words, the total cost of making a bottle of exotic stamina potion was around 4 silver coins. With the excellent effects of the potion, even if they sold each bottle for 10 silver, there would still be swarms of players willing to buy it. Meanwhile, at 10 silver, it would still be cheaper than the mana mixture introduced by the Blackwater and Heavenly trading firms. In addition, the exotic stamina potion was suitable for a much wider market than the mana mixture. With this, there was no way Blackwater and Heavenly could bring down the Candlelight trading firm. The players of God's domain earned a limited income every day. As would be expected, they could spend their scant funds on only a small number of items. Hence, when players were choosing which trading firm to shop at, they would naturally choose the trading firm with the lower prices and more useful products. Meanwhile, 10 silver coins was a considerable sum to ordinary players. Even elite players could just barely afford this price. Hence, if these elite players purchased the exotic stamina potion, they would no longer have any money left for other items, which would definitely have a significant impact on the business of both the Blackwater and Heavenly trading firms. Following which, Melancholic Smile happily took the alchemy secret journal and left the special workshop to select people to learn the exotic stamina potion's recipe. As for Shifeng, he used the Abyss Pendant's teleportation skill to return to the Golden Sands archipelago. At the same time, 2 major incidents had occurred in Stone Forest Town. Moreover, both situations greatly excited the local players. The first incident was that Stone Forest Town's battle arena had constructed an underground floor housing combat rooms. Moreover, the new floor's area was considerably larger than the first floors. Since the battle arena only had combat rooms set up for rent in the first 3 floors of the building, the addition of the underground floor was equivalent to increasing the capacity of the battle arena by more than 1/3. Meanwhile, the second and more exciting incident was that the first group of wandering merchant NPCs had finally arrived at Stone Forest Town. Wandering merchants were a privilege that only player towns enjoyed. This visit was something that would never occur in NPC towns. Unlike ordinary NPC merchants, these wandering merchants would sell rare items that were not available anywhere else. Even rare tools that were very useful to players, such as magic scrolls or special potions. However, attracting wandering merchants to a town was not an easy task. To do so, a town needed extremely safe trade routes. Otherwise, these wandering merchants, who were highly risk-averse, would not travel to said town. There's no stopping Stone Forest Town from rising now. Haha, I've profited big today. I only spent 3 silver to purchase a swamp scroll. With this scroll, if I party up with 2 more people, we will be able to thrash a field chieftain. That's nothing. Didn't you see that a guy managed to purchase a lucky potion for a mere 12 silver just now? I heard that the lucky potion will raise a player's luck attribute by 10 points for half an hour. He then resold that potion for 10 gold coins. What a pity. By the time I reached those wandering merchants, their products had already sold out. The arrival of the wandering merchants gave rise to discussions among the players in town about the NPCs. The merchandise of these NPCs completely surpassed everyone's imaginations. They had all kinds of rare and strange goods up for sale. The only unfortunate part was that they sold only a limited amount of the products each day. Moreover, the items they sold every day were not fixed. However, it was also precisely because of this restricted supply that many players chose to live in Stone Forest Town. Meanwhile, this situation was a boon to Stone Forest Town, since it levied a 10% tax on all local sales. Although that was not a lot of money, the income from taxes would increase as the number of NPC merchants gathered in the town rose. At the same time, word about the wandering merchants also began spreading in Starmoon Kingdom's official forums. Stone Forest Town's thrilling wandering merchants. Purchase lucky potion resold for 100 times the purchase price. News regarding the wandering merchants immediately piqued the envy of many players throughout the kingdom. Ordinary players would consider themselves rich if they had 1 gold coin on their person. All the more 10 gold coins. If they could encounter such fortuitous situations several times, they would be able to buy a common mount for themselves by the time they reached level 40. Many expert players were too poor to purchase mounts even after reaching level 40. Starmoon City, Blackwater's guild residence. At this time, the elegant and beautiful Qin Muyun suddenly entered the guild leader's office. With a slightly gloomy expression, she said, "Guild leader, young Master Jing is already dissatisfied with your performance because of this matter regarding Stone Forest Town. He says that you need to settle this matter as soon as possible. If you can't get even such a small matter done." Chapter 1056, Grandmaster Magic Array. Abandoned Wave, who was seated behind his desk, frowned slightly when he heard Qin Muyun's words. In reality, he was also uncomfortable with Stone Forest Town's present situation. Due to the construction of the Magic Tower in Stone Forest Town, many of Zero Wing's elite and expert members had gathered there, instantly raising the difficulty of raiding the town significantly. With the addition of the wandering merchants now, most likely, there would be many more independent players trying to join Zero Wing. As long as these players became Zero Wing's members, not only would they enjoy the membership perks at the battle arena, but they would also have the convenience of much shorter travel times to Stone Forest Town due to the guild transfer scroll. The time savings from joining Zero Wing had tempted many independent players with good standards and strength. He had already received news that soon after the battle arena appeared, the number of players trying to join Zero Wing had started increasing exponentially. Moreover, practically every elite and expert player that recently joined Zero Wing had promptly migrated to Stone Forest Town to develop themselves. "I understand. Tell young Master Jing that as long as he gives me a little more time, Stone Forest Town will very quickly become the Blackwater Guild's property," Abandoned Wave said, nodding. "Also, tell Black Robe that the sacrifices he asked for are already ready." He had to admit that Zero Wing's strength was ramping up quite rapidly. Unfortunately, the guild had the misfortune to meet him. Otherwise, there truly wouldn't be anybody in Starmoon Kingdom capable of stopping Zero Wing from becoming its overlord. However, now that the Blackwater Guild had arrived, Zero Wing could only perish. Upon hearing Abandoned Wave's reply, Qin Muyin turned around and left the office. At the same time, using the Abyss Pendant, Shifeng appeared once more before the small cabin inside the ancient ruins at the core of the Golden Sands archipelago. This time, Shifeng immediately opened the wooden door and entered the cabin. Although the cabin looked small on the outside and appeared to have only a single floor, stepping into the cabin was like entering a completely different world. The inside was just like a player-constructed building, where the internal space was usually larger than what was visible on the outside. Only the disparity between the wooden cabin's frontage and interior space was much more grandiose. Upon entering the cabin, Shifeng came upon an elegant hall the size of 2 basketball courts. Exquisite glass cabinets dotted the hall. There were all sorts of rare items on display inside these cabinets, and no lack of items that could tempt even expert players. Meanwhile, 10 level 200 NPCs stood guard around the hall, with 4 stationed by the staircase leading up to the cabin's second floor. In addition to these guards, there was also a handsome and beautiful young man who seemed to be the manager of the establishment. The youth's appearance could fascinate even men. When Shifeng looked at the youth, he could only see the youth's name, Herald, displayed. He could not see any other information about him. However, if one used an advanced identification skill on the youth, they would discover that the young and beautiful Herald was not a human at all. Herald, High Elf, Grand Wizard level? HP? / In the past, many players often discuss which NPC in God's domain they thought was the strongest. They would also make strength rankings for NPCs, according to the NPC's tiers. In other words, only NPCs of the same tier would be compared with each other. Meanwhile, as a Tier 5 NPC, Herald's strength had always been a mystery to everyone. After reaching level 200, many players had attempted to use extremely powerful identification skills to examine Herald. In the end, however, they still failed to discern Herald's level and HP. In addition, nobody had ever seen Herald's true strength. Although there had been 6 Tier 5 experts who had attempted to rob the Golden Sands exchange shop in the past, Herald had instantly annihilated them in a single move. After those experts died, not only did they each lose 10 whole levels, but they also got jailed for over half a month. From then on, nobody else dared to provoke Herald. They only knew that this high elf was exceedingly puissant. After all, it was simply impossible for an ordinary Tier 5 NPC to defeat 6 Tier 5 players so swiftly. Even the Windbreaker, Kite, had not possessed this kind of strength at his peak. Hence, Herald's strength had always been a mystery. Regardless, his strength was publicly acknowledged to rank within the top 5 among the various Tier 5 NPCs of God's domain. After Shifeng entered the exchange shop, Herald slowly made his way over to him. In a very friendly manner, Herald handed a delicate, corolla flower-shaped emblem over to Shifeng and said softly, "Sir, congratulations on becoming a member of our exchange shop. Here is our establishment's member's emblem. In the future, you may use this emblem to visit our shop anytime you want. In addition, you may visit our shop's second-floor hall. The items up for exchange there are all treasures carefully selected by our shop." "Thank you. I wish to take a look at the second floor then. May I know what are the best products available for exchange this week?" Shifeng asked, speaking as if he were an old customer after storing the exchange shop's member's emblem. After he had obtained the large quantity of magic crystals from the battle arena, he had directly paid 10,000 crystals to the system. Although he had felt a slight sting at the loss, compared to using the other methods to become a member of the exchange shop, it was already the best option. "Please follow me, sir," Herald said before leading Shifeng upstairs. The size of the second floor's hall was somewhat smaller than the first floor's. Moreover, the number of glass display cabinets here was only 1/10 of that of the first floor halls. Even so, the 30,000 plus magic crystals Shifeng had on him right now was most likely insufficient to buy even 1/10 of the items displayed here. Even the cheapest item on display was priced at 2,000 magic crystals. Taking a casual glance around, Shifeng had also discovered many items priced above 10,000 magic crystals. Sure enough, the second floor isn't a place for normal people. Shifeng was rendered speechless by what he saw. Currently, 100 magic crystals could be used to exchange for 25 gold coins on the market. 10,000 magic crystals would be equivalent to 2,500 gold. In other words, among the items displayed, there were many valued above 2,500 gold. 2,500 gold. With that kind of money, one could already purchase an epic item. "Sir, of the many products that have arrived in our shop this week, these 5 items are the ones our shop is proudest of. Hopefully, they are to your liking," Herald said very confidently as he brought Shifeng over to a glass cabinet protected by a magic array. This is a Grandmaster magic array. Shifeng could not help his shock when he saw the magic array protecting the 5 items. He had done his fair share of research into magic arrays in the past, and could even draw intermediate magic arrays. Although he was not a master at crafting magic arrays, he could more or less discern their standard. As for the magic array Shifeng was currently standing on, he had only seen the likes of this around the palaces in imperial capitals. Even a group of Tier 5 NPCs, would have difficulty breaking through a Grandmaster magic array within a short time. If it were an even more powerful Grandmaster magic array, those Tier 5 NPCs might meet their end. Yet, right now, one such Grandmaster magic array was actually being used to protect 5 items. This was entirely too extravagant. Chapter 1057. Divine Beast's Descent. Sir, it seems that you are considerably knowledgeable about magic arrays, Harold addressed Sherfong, who had focused on the magic array protecting the glass cabinet for quite some time. Chuckling, he continued, "If you are interested in magic arrays, we happen to have a few designs for sale at the moment. I believe that you will be satisfied with our selection." Hearing this, Sherfeng's eyes shone with excitement. Hurriedly, he turned to Harold and asked, "You actually sell magic array designs here?" In God's domain, magic arrays were considered secrets. Normally, players could not purchase them. At most, players could purchase some unimportant magic scrolls or gain some basic understanding of them in libraries. Players almost never found an opportunity to encounter magic array designs. Sherfong had only obtained the 9-star Polar Domain magic array design by completing an epic quest. He had never imagined that he could purchase magic array designs on the Golden Sands Exchange Shop's second floor. If Sherfong had known that he could buy such items in his previous life, he would have tried to become one of the Exchange Shop's members regardless of the cost. Magic arrays might not help players much during the game's early stages, but as players reached higher levels, their impact would increase. This was especially true for guilds. In guild wars, only those who were at least elite players could affect the tide of battle. Ordinary players were simply risking their lives if they participated. They would only increase their guild's losses. However, as players understood more about magic arrays, their use became more widespread. Casting large-scale, group spells was one such example. A single magical class player might not be able to use extremely powerful spells, but powerful magic arrays could combine the mana of tens or even hundreds of magical class players to cast an intensely destructive spell. Furthermore, producing such magic arrays was far easier than producing magic scrolls that contain Tier 4, or even Tier 3, large-scale destruction spells. Because of this, even during God's Domain's later stages, ordinary players could play a considerable role in large-scale wars. Although, how well a guild utilized its normal members depended on their magic array research. If one wanted to research magic arrays, they first needed enough of the designs. Hence in the past, the various large guilds had tried desperately to collect all sorts of magic array designs. If he could obtain the designs for large-scale group spells right now, Zero Wing would not have to fear any guild in God's Domain. Current players had no hope against large-scale group spells. At the very least, one needed a Tier 4 Great Wizard on their side to counter such destructive power. "Sir, are you not going to consider our shop's top 5 recommended products first?" Harold asked disappointedly. Glancing at the 5 items inside the glass cabinet before him, Sherfong shook his head and replied, "Thank you for your kindness, but I think that the magic array designs are far more attractive." The 5 items inside the glass cabinet were as precious as Harold claimed. An epic staff even rested among them. Unfortunately, the prices were simply too high for Sherfong to accept. The exchange shop sold these items far above market price. Unless one needed these items urgently, they'd be a fool to purchase any of them. In the past, the 6 Tier 5 players had a reason for trying to rob the exchange shop. The shop's exorbitant prices for the items they sought had been precisely why they had taken the risk. Unfortunately, those players had failed in the end. Aside from being known as the Golden Sands Exchange Shop's manager, Harold had another title in the outside world, the Blackheart Merchant. Among the 5 items displayed, the cheapest cost 24,000 magic crystals, while the most expensive, the glowing black and white staff, cost 52,000 magic crystals. If converted to coins, that staff would be worth 13,000 gold. If the staff were only 1 or 2,000 gold above market value, Sherfong would have considered purchasing it. However, Sherfong was not willing to pay 13,000 gold. Seeing Sherfeng's disinterest, Harold dismissed his hopes of promoting the items. Instead, he led Sherfong to a corner. 3 small glass cabinets occupied the corner, each cabinet containing a thick, solid book cast in gold. These were none other than the magic array designs. "May I know if you are satisfied with our products, sir?" Harold asked, smiling. Although the magic array designs were not as valuable as the 5 items, they were still particularly high-priced items in the shop. Among the 3 designs, the cheapest, the 13 totem poles, cost 8,000 magic crystals. It was a basic suppression magic array, and required 13 magical classes to activate. It was superbly effective against lone field or dungeon bosses. The magic array belonged to the middle upper standard among basic magic arrays. The second design cost 12,000 magic crystals, and was the double protection barrier. It was similarly a basic magic array, but of a much higher standard than the 13 totem poles. It required 100 magical class players to activate. When activated, it formed a defensive magic array that would block all damage from the outside. Among basic magic arrays, it was of the highest quality. The last design was also the most valuable, costing 24,000 magic crystals. This magic array was the Divine Beast's Descent. The magic array concentrated the mana of 88 summoners to summon a divine beast to do battle. It belonged to the middle upper standard among intermediate magic arrays. As I expected of the exchange shop. It even has an intermediate magic array. Sherfong was shocked. Basic magic array designs were relatively easy to find in God's domain. However, after reaching the intermediate rank, magic array designs became extraordinarily rare. Even large guilds found them quite difficult to obtain. Thus, it was truly surprising to find one in the exchange shop. Although the Divine Beast's Descent magic array cost far more than its market value, the magic array would play a massive role in guild wars. The 9-star Polar Domain magic array he currently possessed was a suppression-type magic array. Its main purpose was to weaken bosses. In a war between players, its results were only satisfactory if used in narrow terrain. For siege battles and battles in broad, open spaces, the intermediate magic array was not particularly useful. However, the Divine Beast's Descent was a summoning-type magic array, and players could utilize powerful monsters in battle. This was like a summoning scroll. Only, the magic array's conditions were much more stringent, requiring 88 summoners to maintain it. If the magic array were interrupted, the summoned creature would disappear immediately. Most importantly, it was extremely costly as it required 88 magic array scrolls to activate. These scrolls would also disappear after a single use. Even so, it was an extremely powerful tool of war. After all, ordinary players' role in these wars was simply too small. They were practically negligible. However, combining their power and transforming them into a devastating force would be terrifying. After all, ordinary players comprised the majority of a guild's members. Chapter 1058. Change in the Capital. Have any of these caught your eye? Harold asked Sherfong once more, still smiling. Although there were only 3 magic array designs, and the most powerful was only intermediate rank, they were not easy to find elsewhere. Magic array designs were particularly valuable after reaching intermediate rank. Sherfong hovered between the 3 magic array designs. Although the 13 totem poles was only a basic suppression magic array, and far from being comparable to the 9-star Polar Domain, as a basic magic array, more players would be capable of producing it. Even now, Sherfong was the only person capable of producing the 9-star Polar Domain. However, when would he find the time to mass-produce the magic array? However, the guild had quite a few players who could produce the 13 totem poles magic array. With this, the guild's overall strength in dungeons would increase significantly. It would be easier to obtain a plethora of good equipment. As for the double protection barrier, as a defensive magic array, it was perfectly suited for siege battles. Aside from that, it did not have much purpose. Lastly, the Divine Beast's Descent was a common type in large guild wars. All 3 magic arrays had their own uses. All 3 were also things that Zero Wing sorely needed. However, Sherfong could not afford all 3 due to their exorbitant prices. "I want the Divine Beast's Descent and the double protection barrier," Sherfong announced after a moment of hesitation. His current priority was to defend Stone Forest Town. He had no choice but to give up on the 13 totem poles. With a limited amount of magic crystals, he had to use them on what was most necessary. Alright then. The 2 magic array designs will cost you a total of 36,000 magic crystals, Harold said. Following which, Shifeng handed over the last of the magic crystals from the battle arena. Only after including some of the magic crystals from the Candlelight Trading Firm's warehouse could he barely afford the total cost. This is truly fraudulent. Shifeng could not help but feel a slight sting as he handed the magic crystals over. With all of these magic crystals, he should be able to purchase 4 or 5 magic array designs from the market. Here are your magic array designs, sir, Harold said, his smile becoming even more cheerful after receiving the magic crystals. As you are a member of our exchange shop, for every 10,000 magic crystals you spend, you'll obtain 1 point. When you've accumulated 500 points, we can raise your membership status to an advanced member. You'll receive a 10% discount on all purchases on the second floor hall, and a 20% discount on the first floor hall. You'll also qualify to enter our exchange shop's main branch. Currently, you've spent 36,000 magic crystals, so you have obtained 3 points. If you spend another 4,000 magic crystals right now, you'll receive 4 points instead. For a moment, Shifeng was at a loss for words. He had to admit that Harold was a crafty merchant. Fortunately, he didn't have any more magic crystals on him. Otherwise, Harold might have persuaded him to purchase another item for 4,000 magic crystals. However, this revelation confused Shifeng slightly. He hadn't expected an additional membership rank, and the advanced members even had access to the main branch. However, as far as he could remember, there had never been any mention of an advanced membership in the past. Although rare, some players had become normal members of the Golden Sands Exchange Shop. Moreover, there was no real benefit in hiding this fact. Excuse me, but can every member of the exchange shop be promoted to an advanced member? Shifeng asked curiously. Harold shook his head, chuckling before he explained. Not everyone receives this privilege. As you are the first heaven-blessed person to visit our shop, we have extended this benefit. Normally, members have to spend an additional 10 million magic crystals before we notify them of this option. So that's why nobody knew about the advanced membership in the past. Realization dawned on Shifeng. Following which, Shifeng took the 2 magic array designs and left the exchange shop. As for becoming an advanced member, it was too early to bother with. Although if he secured the manatite vein in that dangerous sea zone, he could consider becoming an advanced member. Otherwise, not a single guild throughout God's domain could afford the promotion requirement of 5 million magic crystals. After leaving the exchange shop, Shifeng used the 7 Luminaries Ring's space movement to reach a distant beach. He then released the Swift Dragon speedboat and traveled to his final destination, the Savage Wildland. As the Savage Wildland was very close to a dangerous sea zone, it was easy for players to encounter sea monsters. Although these sea monsters' levels only ranged between level 40 and level 50, the threat they posed surpassed that of ordinary level 40 to level 50 High Lords. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's plan of using the magic tower to lure players to the Town of Beginnings wouldn't be nearly as effective as doing so with a town on the mainland. After all, traveling to the Savage Wildland was simply too dangerous for current players. However, this had allowed Shifeng to spot a business opportunity. Traveling to the Savage Wildland in a fishing boat was undoubtedly dangerous. However, if one used a speedboat, the danger would decrease significantly. What he needed to do was to open a sea route between Ocean Viewing Town and the Savage Wildland, starting a transportation business. If he charged each person 2 silver, a flood of players would brave the journey. Even if there were only 10,000 players trying to reach the Savage Wildland each day, he could still earn 200 gold daily. However, this was a conservative estimate. Take Stone Forest Town for example. Even though the town was over 10 hours away from the nearest teleportation point on foot, a large number of players made the trip. Moreover, by the time the Town of Beginnings developed into a medium-sized town and unlocked the Savage Wildland's true value, at that time, it would not be surprising if hundreds of thousands of players attempted the trip every day. The income he could gain from the transportation business might even match the income from the Town of Beginnings. Shifeng could still remember that, when the Town of Beginnings had developed into a small-sized city, the city's permanent player population had already neared 1 million. As for city's floating population, that was well over 5 million. If that came to pass once again, counting each day's earnings would become laborious. Time passed quickly. The trip, which should have taken over an hour, was over in only 10 minutes or so thanks to the Swift Dragon speedboat. From a distance, the savage wildland looked like a new continent. At first glance, the island seemed to have no end. The island was roughly the size of a major city's jurisdiction on the mainland. However, even the island's outer region was not easy to reach. Following which, Shifeng found a place to dock before storing the Swift Dragon speedboat. He then unsheathed the abyssal blade and activated Phantom Kill, his doppelganger splitting from his body. The 7 Luminaries' ring's space movement was quite convenient. However, he was no god. He could not remember the exact coordinates of the Otherworld transfer gate. He could only determine its general location on the map. But, how dangerous was the core area? As a precaution, he could use the Replace skill to avoid dying should he find any powerful monsters during his journey. As Shifeng was about to use space movement, he received a call from Aqua Rose. Guild leader, this is bad. I just received a report from the secret pavilion stating that 3 of Pantheon's core legions have snuck into Starmoon City. Chapter 1059, Passage Established. On the semi-transparent screen, anxiety pulled at Aqua Rose's fair, dainty face. When Shifeng had told her that Pantheon had joined with Blackwater to deal with Zero Wing, she had doubted his words. Moreover, even if it were true, it should have been quite some time before Blackwater attacked Zero Wing directly. She had never imagined that Blackwater would move this quickly. If Blackwater and Pantheon had truly come for Zero Wing, she was not certain that Zero Wing could hold its ground against the guilds. After all, Pantheon was a bona fide super guild. She was not ignorant as she had once been. After experiencing the secret pavilion simulation training system, she understood just how terrifying super guilds were. The strength these guilds normally revealed was the tip of the iceberg. However, this tip was more than enough to frighten any first-rate guild. It seems that they can no longer wait. The news didn't particularly surprise Shifeng. They could have flown under the radar if Stone Forest Town's popularity had been the only thing growing. However, Zero Wing benefited from the town's growth. Right now, the guild was continuously absorbing the elites and experts among independent players, increasing the guild's overall strength. If Zero Wing were given another 3 to 5 days, Blackwater would have to pay an even higher price to take Stone Forest Town down. If it were up to Shifeng, he would likely take action as soon as possible as well. Guild leader, should I dispatch men to Stone Forest Town? Aqua Rose asked. Try to do it as quietly as possible to avoid arousing their suspicion, Shifeng instructed after giving the matter some thought. Use the money we earned from the lands we sold to purchase the building materials for the magic tower, and send those as well. This way, they won't realize that we're already on to them. Have some people start construction of the magic tower's framework. I'll try to be there as quickly as possible. This war was no trivial matter. Zero Wing could not afford to lose. It would be best if he constructed more magic towers to defend Stone Forest Town as a precaution. If he could not even defend Stone Forest Town, his future city would also be finished. He would also have to figure out how to defend his city without magic towers. Understood. Aqua Rose disconnected the call, and quickly saw to the necessary arrangements. Following which, Shifeng immediately used space movement, and crossed the savage wildland to its core area. However, as soon as Shifeng stepped out of the spatial tear, he came face to face with a treant that stood over 10 meters tall. The vines that stretched from the treant's body were like iron whips. Despite one of these vines just casually striking a massive rock, the stone shattered. Over 100 vines surrounded the treant's body. Old Forest Treant, Elemental Creature, Lord, level 110 HP? When Shifeng saw this Old Forest Treant, his expression turned gloomy. Against a level 110 Lord, even a relatively skilled, Tier 2 player of the same level would have to run for their life. Roar. Upon noticing Sherfong, the old treant released an angry roar. Immediately, over a dozen vines shot towards Sherfong as quick as lightning. Pung, pung, pung. After the vines' attacks passed, the ground split into dozens of segments. The horrific scene looked as if an earthquake had shaken the island. Fortunately, Sherfong had managed to activate the replace skill in time, avoiding the intended execution. Sherfeng's doppelganger, however, had not been as fortunate as the vines had obliterated it instantly. That was a close one. Sherfong was shaken by his doppelganger's sudden death. Not only were the vines very fast, but their movements were also cunning. The vines had attacked from his blind spots, enveloping him. The only option to cope with the attacks was to face them head-on. However, if he chose to do that, he would end up as nothing more than a gory mess. The difference between their attributes was simply too large. Techniques could not make up for that gap. After 5 minutes, Sherfong used Phantom Kill once more. Readjusting his transfer coordinates, he activated space movement. With the knowledge he had gained from his first transfer, and some minor adjustments, he accurately teleported to the Otherworld transfer gate. The transfer gate was massive. Standing over 100 meters tall, it looked like a towering skyscraper. Magic arrays, which had existed since ancient times, surrounded the transfer gate. With these magic arrays, even the final boss of the Savage Wildlands core, the demonic golden elephant, could not approach the transfer gate. As long as players entered the magic array, they would be in a safe zone. Monsters wouldn't chase them once they reached that point. However, the magic array had one disadvantage. Magic arrays could not be superimposed over one another. If Sherfong wanted to establish a teleportation array, he needed to do it outside of the magic array protecting the Otherworld transfer gate. However, several monsters, all over level 100, drooled as they waited for him to leave the magic array's safety. In God's domain, setting the transfer coordinates for a teleportation array generally required 30 seconds. It was practically impossible to set the coordinates in the monster-infested core area. In the past, players had only established the coordinates for a teleportation array because Super Guild's members had cleared the area's monsters. Once the coordinates were established, Super Guilds had stationed experts near the Otherworld transfer gate to contain the monster population, allowing players to reach the transfer gate safely. Sherfong wasn't yet strong enough to kill the surrounding monsters, much less clearing them out periodically. Although Sherfong wasn't strong enough, he did have the Monster Repellent Scroll. The Monster Repellent Scroll would disperse the monsters within a fixed area. Once the monsters were gone, establishing the transfer coordinates would be easy. The only problem was that, when players teleported here in the future, they still had to deal with the Guardian monsters. However, if players reacted quickly enough and could cross into the Otherworld in time, those monsters would be helpless to stop them. Scatter. Sherfong unfurled the Monster Repellent Scroll. Immediately, the monsters around the Otherworld transfer gate began to flee, and the area fell silent. Taking this opportunity, Sherfong immediately began to establish the transfer coordinates. With the transfer coordinates established, Zero Wings members could teleport here using a teleportation magic array, and train inside an Otherworld to improve their strength. Even Super Guild's Apex experts didn't enjoy such perks. After Sherfong finished with the transfer coordinates, he retrieved a return scroll and returned to White River City. Now that Blackwater had shown signs of movement, he needed to use what little time he had left to produce magic array scrolls. Unfortunately, when Sherfong arrived before the Candlelight trading firm, Aqua Rose called. When the video call connected, Sherfong noticed the woman's grim expression. What happened? I'm not sure what's going on exactly, but just a moment ago, our guild members couldn't use their guild transfer scrolls to transfer to Stone Forest Town. Players in Stone Forest Town couldn't use their transfer scrolls to return to White River City either. Even their return scrolls have stopped working. Aside from that, Blackwater has surrounded the closest NPC town. And in Lake Heart City, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members have begun to slaughter ours. Gentle Snow's people have been badly pummeled. Aqua Rose was extremely anxious. Although she had sent a lot of the guild expert and elite members to Stone Forest Town, there was still too few members there right now. Now that their members couldn't use their guild transfer scrolls, Zero Wing couldn't send more reinforcements. Chapter 1060. Action. Shifeng's expression darkened upon hearing Aqua Rose's report. The guild transfer scrolls can't be used? Shifeng pondered the situation. Could they have used a sealing magic array? The various large guilds had commonly used sealing magic arrays to raid towns and cities in the past. However, such magic arrays were extremely rare. Generally, players only had a chance of coming across one in level 60 and above secret locations. With the guild's current strength, it was impossible to obtain one. Guild leader, should I lead some experts to take charge of the situation? Afterward, you can lead the guild's army to support us. I believe that, with Stone Forest Town's defensive advantage, we should be able to hold out until the army arrives. Aqua Rose suggested. Blackwater and Pantheon had acted too quickly. Although they had begun to prepare, they had never expected Blackwater to pull such a card. Without the advantage of the guild transfer scrolls, it would take a considerable amount of time for Zero Wing to reach Stone Forest Town. By the time the army arrived, the siege would be underway. However, there were very few Zero Wing upper echelons in Stone Forest Town right now. Without anyone taking charge of such a large-scale guild war, the town could easily fall. Hence, they quickly needed to dispatch experts capable of leading the defense. All right, lead the members who have mounts and start on the town's fortifications. However, be careful of ambushes from Blackwater. Since they have gone to the trouble of sealing the entire map, they definitely have plans to prevent anyone from reaching the town, Shifeng said, nodding. Currently, mounts were still far from being common in God's domain. Even in super guilds, only very few experts had obtained a mount. Aqua Rose's group only needed to break through Blackwater's defensive line, and they could reach Stone Forest Town without trouble. Players without mounts had no hope of catching up to them at all. Moreover, due to a fortuitous encounter, Aqua Rose had obtained and completed a quest that had awarded her with a secret silver-ranked flame horse. With the speed of a secret silver mount, even Super Guild's players with mounts would not catch up to her. After all, secret silver mounts were very rare. After Shifeng finished assigning Aqua Rose's tasks, he entered the Candlelight Trading Firm's basic meditation room and activated God's blessing. Using the materials that Melancholic Smile had prepared for him, he began to produce one magic array scroll after another. Even if Blackwater's army traveled towards Stone Forest Town from the nearest teleportation point, they would have to run for over 10 hours. Moreover, after such a long run, they would have to rest before joining the battle. Otherwise, ordering an army that had nearly exhausted its stamina to raid a town would be the epitome of foolishness. Meanwhile, if Shifeng hurried towards Stone Forest Town, he could arrive far more quickly. The sealing magic array created mana fluctuations in the affected area and prevented teleportation magic arrays from functioning properly. However, Shifeng had the 7 Luminaries ring. Space movement was different from teleportation. Even if there were mana fluctuations in an area, the skill would not be affected. Hence, he could simply teleport to the nearest town and continue towards Stone Forest Town. In terms of speed, even someone riding a dark gold mount would be no match for him. He now had over 10 hours to prepare for war. Right now, his priority was to make as many magic array scrolls as he could. Everything else was secondary. As for organizing an army to reinforce Stone Forest Town, he had no intentions of doing so. If it came down to a direct confrontation, even if Zero Wing were 10 times stronger, it would be no match for Blackwater as the latter controlled those one-horned humanoid monsters. Sending players against those monsters was the equivalent of sending them to their graves. Furthermore, how could Zero Wing outmatch Pantheon's expert count? Zero Wing's only hope relied on magic array scrolls and the town's defenses. Shortly after Blackwater sealed off the map surrounding the Stoneclaw Mountains, many players noticed the scent of gunpowder in the air. As Blackwater and Heaven's Burial's elite armies began pouring into the town nearest to Stone Forest Town, The various large guilds around Starmoon Kingdom realized that Blackwater intended to steal Stone Forest Town. Meanwhile, a commotion shook Starmoon Kingdom's official forums. What? They're starting to fight already? I wonder who will win this war. Do you even need to ask? It will definitely be Blackwater. Didn't you see how many players the guild has gathered? Moreover, I heard that even Pantheon is getting involved. How could Stone Forest Town be that easy to raid? Don't forget that Zero Wing has stationed many NPC guards in Stone Forest Town. In addition, the town has the normal guards that belong to the guild's members as well as the defensive turrets. Even if Blackwater has the advantage in numbers, it will still be very difficult to capture Stone Forest Town. Moreover, Zero Wing has the home ground advantage. Even after its members die, they can resurrect in the town. Blackwater's members, however, will have to travel for over 10 hours to return to the battlefield. You're right. For a time, Starmoon Kingdom's forums were cluttered with conversations about the guild war. Many players had even eagerly rushed towards Stone Forest Town after receiving news, wishing to witness this war with their own eyes. In reality, it wasn't just players who were eager to watch this war. Every guild in Starmoon Kingdom paid close attention to Stone Forest Town as well. After all, this could be considered Starmoon Kingdom's first siege war. This war's outcome was significantly important. If Zero Wing failed to defend Stone Forest Town, after losing this gold mine of a town, the guild would most likely be reduced to a second-rate guild. Blackwater might gradually devour the guild until the name, Zero Wing, no longer existed in Starmoon Kingdom. On the other hand, if Zero Wing repelled Blackwater's assault, after this war, Zero Wing's influence in Starmoon Kingdom would reach unprecedented levels. Within a short time, Zero Wing's strength would undoubtedly climb by leaps and bounds. Many players in Starmoon Kingdom had felt that the Blackwater Guild, which had the support of the Blackwater Corporation, had massive potential and thought that it was guaranteed to become Starmoon Kingdom's ruler. Hence, many players and companies paid close attention to this war. If Zero Wing came out victorious, it would be impossible for Blackwater to organize further effective assaults in a short time. For a long time to come, Zero Wing would remain as Starmoon Kingdom's ruler. Meanwhile, inside the second-floor VIP room of a high-class bar in Sima Town, the town closest to Stone Forest Town, Pantheon has lost its mind. It would have been fine if it had just dispatched its core legions to deal with Zero Wing, yet it dispatched one of its 4 trump card legions, the Red Jade Legion, as well. It seems that Zero Wing has seriously offended Pantheon this time. Yuan Tiexin lightly clicked his tongue as he looked out the window at the 1,000-man legion marching through the street. Every member of this 1,000-man legion was level 40 or above. Moreover, they all wore exquisite, white robes with an embroidered blood-red eagle. This blood-red eagle was none other than the Red Jade Legion's symbol. These players' unified clothing, in addition to their levels, frightened the onlooking independent players. Pantheon had many core legions, but the most famous were the 4 trump card legions. Most of the experts in these legions were experts Pantheon had nurtured internally. Outsiders who wished to join these legions had to pass multiple tests. These trump card legions generally dealt with super guilds or super first-rate guilds. Until now, Pantheon had never once used these legions to deal with smaller guilds. Chapter 1061 Divine Hand. Why is he here? Yuan Tiexin's expression froze when his eyes fell upon a middle-aged man standing with the Red Jade Legion. The middle-aged man's appearance depicted strength, and he carried a bow of bones across his back. Noticing Yuan Tiexin's suddenly stern expression, Purple Jade immediately followed his gaze from her seat beside him. However, she did not discover anything unusual. Yuan Tiexin didn't seem to be looking at anyone noteworthy. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, Purple Jade asked, "Uncle Yuan, could there be someone from the Dark Blade among those people?" Even a super guild like Pantheon had its secrets. Hence, the guild had established a secret department called the Dark Blade. The Dark Blade specialized in tasks that others who walked in the light didn't want, such as assassinations and banditry. This department's members would also assassinate other guilds' upper echelons, disguising the deed as another guild's work and causing strife between other guilds for their profit. However, these tasks were secondary. The Dark Blade's true purpose was to assassinate enemy commanders during guild wars. To achieve this, when Pantheon nurtured these players, the selection of skills, weapons, equipment, tools, and attribute allocation were specially catered towards killing individual players. Although this was an extreme method of combat, it was suitable to deal with players who sought balance. In a one-on-one battle where both sides had equal combat standards and similar quality of weapons and equipment, the Dark Blade's members could trample such players. Of course, with such an extreme combat method, the members of the Dark Blade fared poorly against monsters in the field or a dungeon. This, in turn, greatly impacted their leveling speed. Hence, they needed other players to power level them. That's right. I'm familiar with the man wielding the massive bone bow. He is the vice commander of Darkblade, Divine Hand 9 kills. Yuan Tiexin said, rage filling his gaze as he watched the distant, bow-carrying player. The bow-carrying man's name was 9 kills, while Divine Hand was a title he had been given by others in the industry. In a past large-scale virtual reality game, due to 9 kills successfully assassinating the Secret Pavilion's third vice guild leader at the time, the pavilion had lost a major war against Pantheon. Yuan Tiexin had been one of the guards protecting the third vice guild leader. In the end, however, 9 kills had pulled off the assassination attempt. Due to that loss, the Secret Pavilion had been forced to withdraw from that virtual reality game. That incident had become one of Yuan Tiexin's lifelong embarrassments, and he had hungered for revenge. However, the trail of Pantheon's Dark Blade members was too difficult to track. Yuan Tiexin had not expected to encounter the man here. Although 9 kills had modified his appearance somewhat, Yuan Tiexin recognized him. So he is the rumored Divine Hand. Purple Jade carefully observed 9 kills as well. However, no matter how much she watched 9 kills, she could not sense anything special from the man. He looked like any other expert in the Red Jade Legion. Since 9 kills is making a move, the other members of the Dark Blade should be hidden among the Legion as well. Zero Wing has no chance of victory, Yuan Tiexin said, sighing. Setting aside the army of high-intelligence monsters, just the presence of Dark Blade could ruin Stone Forest Town. If the town didn't have any commanders, it would be a piece of cake for Blackwater to raid the town. Although he believed that Sherfeng was quite strong, the Dark Blade's members, who had undergone special training to kill other players, were no trifling opponents. The Secret Pavilion's vice guild leaders were not just figureheads. Without sufficient strength and talent, it was impossible to achieve this position, not to mention becoming the third vice guild leader. Yet even with 3 guards by his side, the third vice guild leader had been killed. Although the 3 guards had eventually killed the Dark Blade member, their victory had held no meaning. Outside of Simotown's entrance, a large number of elite members belonging to both Blackwater and Heaven's Burial waited for their orders. These players were all level 37 or above. The independent players watching from afar were shocked by this scene. There should be at least 100,000 players, right? 100,000? Aren't you underestimating Blackwater and Heaven's Burial too much? Both guild recruited that alone during their last 2 recruitment campaigns. Not to mention, Blackwater annexed Ouroboros. Many of the experts I know are now wearing Blackwater's emblem. What's going on? The Blackwater Corporation is supporting Blackwater. The guild isn't hurting for money at all. Moreover, the Blackwater Corporation is prepared to invest into God's domain fully. If one joins the guild and obtains a good position, their future could be limitless. The income of the guild's core members already rivals the Blackwater Dojo's newly hired instructors. Do you know how many people are vying to become an instructor in the Blackwater Dojo each year? It's a pity that only a handful of people get chosen. I guess you're right. It's a pity that I'm not strong enough right now. Otherwise, I would try to join Blackwater. I know, right? I have heard that, since Blackwater established its guild, several thousand of Star Moon Kingdom's independent players have joined. However, they only received the treatment of elite members. It is extremely difficult to become a core member. This war is a good opportunity for them to display their skills. If they perform well, They might even be promoted to a corps member. At that time, they could afford to live without worrying about basic necessities. I have also heard that the team leaders and vice team leaders among Blackwater's core members received incomes that rival the Blackwater Dojo's basic and intermediate instructors. If one manages to reach those positions, they wouldn't have to worry about money for the rest of their lives. Just as the players in Sima Town discussed the current atmosphere, a row of players atop high-ranking mounts began to lead the elite army toward Stone Forest Town. Even the most inferior among these mounts was bronze rank, while the two people in the lead rode mysterious iron mounts. Miss Muyun, I have truly underestimated your Blackwater Guild. I had never thought that you would dispatch so many elite members. I believe that even Zero Wing will be surprised, Singular Burial, who rode a black cheetah, commented laughing. Previously, Singular Burial had thought that Blackwater could dispatch at most 100,000 elite members. After all, the guild still faced many management issues after annexing Ouroboros. The guild still needed some elite members to maintain order in the towns and cities it ruled over. However, contrary to expectations, Blackwater had dispatched 200,000 elite members. It was very hard to imagine that Blackwater already possessed such strength, despite establishing only a short time ago. In terms of the number of elite members, even the Star Alliance was no match for Blackwater. Blackwater also had plenty of experts. If the guild were already this strong after recently joining God's domain, it was hard to imagine how powerful it would become in the future. Whether Zero Wing is shocked or not is no concern to Blackwater. In any case, ours won't be the main force raiding the town. We are simply here to pick up the pieces, Qin Muyin said indifferently. If Zero Wing uses everything it has against us, excellent. As for hindering Zero Wing's reinforcements, I'll leave that to Guild Leader Burial. Please rest assured. Heaven's Burial will prevent Zero Wing's army from setting foot in Stone Forest Town, Heaven's Burial confidently declared. Although Blackwater had dispatched an army of elite members, Heaven's Burial had dispatched quite a few of its own. With a total of 120,000 elite members in addition to their terrain advantage, the town would have new owners before Zero Wing's army reached it. After that, Heaven's Burial simply needed to work with Blackwater to encircle and annihilate Zero Wing's army. Guild Leader, a report just came in. Several cloaked players riding mounts have been sighted leaving Sima Town. By the looks of it, they seem to be heading towards Stone Forest Town. Daybreak Fog, who stood to a side, suddenly announced. They should be Zero Wing's upper echelons. Should we dispatch some of our experts to get rid of them? Chapter 1062, Forceful Breakthrough. Hearing Daybreak Fog's deduction, Singular Burial fell into deep thought. Have Ghost Shadow's group stopped them? Remember, don't let a single player escape. Singular Burial said strictly. We're sending Ghost Shadow's group? Daybreak Fog was momentarily stunned. Aren't we making a big fuss over something so small? Ghost Shadow was Heaven's Burial's #1 expert. He was already considered a top-tier expert in previous virtual reality games. Now, during his time in God's domain, he had come across a fortuitous encounter which allowed his techniques and strength to undergo a qualitative change. Only, Ghost Shadow had been improving himself away from the public eye all this time, so not many people knew about his current strength. They had originally planned to use him to surprise Zero Wing's army. Yet, Singular Burial intended to expose Ghost Shadow's strength to hunt down a few players. I don't think so. Even now, Zero Wing has yet to arrange an army to head over to Stone Forest Town. Instead, they are sending a few experts with mounts over first. The only reason they would do so is most likely because there are no good commanders in Stone Forest Town right now. Among the Zero Wing members heading towards Stone Forest Town, a commander is likely among them. I believe that Ghost Shadow will be very interested in them. He might even come across Zero Wing's #1 assassin, Fire Dance, Singular Burial explained. Of course, this was only a guess. However, to make their raid on Stone Forest Town easier, he would rather mistakenly kill 1,000 players than let one escape. I'll head over as well then. Daybreak Fog could not help her growing interest. It was a popular belief that Star Moon Kingdom's strongest female experts were in Zero Wing. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose was the most famous female player in Zero Wing. This was because she had once been an honorary elder of the first-rate guild Twilight Echo. Following Aqua Rose was Fire Dance, who had displayed frightening strength in several past battles. However, Daybreak Fog did not agree with this sentiment. Without having fought each other, how could she know which among them was the strongest? If she came across either one of these women, she would initiate a proper fight. They dare to rush at us with so few people. They aren't taking Heaven's Burial seriously. A strong, muscular level 40 assassin wearing a black mask scowled, sneering at the 5 players rushing towards him from a distance. Leader, you must leave one for me. I want to show these people that the real experts aren't in Zero Wing. They are in Heaven's Burial's Ghost Shadow Legion. Although Heaven's Burial was an upstart guild, it possessed an extraordinary background. Otherwise, Blackwater would not have bothered to cooperate with the guild. Meanwhile, in Heaven's Burial, the Ghost Shadow Legion consisted of experts from many well-known workshops. Only this matter was never made public. The Ghost Shadow Legion's members leveled up and trained in secret. The guild had even invited some of the virtual gaming world's apex experts to spar and train them. In the real world, the Legion's members specifically gathered in a training complex, which Heaven's Burial used to nurture its experts. There, members of the Legion sparred with other members, and underwent all sorts of vigorous training methods each day. It felt like a living hell. Correspondingly, however, their strength had undergone earth-shattering changes. As for the experts who had made a name for themselves in Star Moon Kingdom, they paid no attention to these people whatsoever. After all, even the best among those experts was only strong enough to reach the 6th floor of the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower. On the other hand, even the weakest members of the Ghost Shadow Legion were 6th floor experts, with many of them having reached the 7th floor. As for the Legion's commander, Ghost Shadow, he had reached the late stage of the 8th floor. He had long since surpassed the record Zero Wing's members had set. Only he had kept his record hidden all this time. Sure, you'll deal with the magical classes. However, if there is a female assassin among them, leave her to me. Ghost Shadow laughed. In reality, he didn't care about the several Zero Wing members heading towards him. If not for Daybreak Fog stating that Fire Dance might be among these players, he would not have bothered coming. During the rank competition between guilds in the Trial Tower, Fire Dance had humiliated him. He had been a top-tier expert in the virtual gaming world for many years, yet this little girl had defeated him. After that incident, he had vowed that he would, sooner or later, pay back the humiliation he had suffered. After a fortuitous encounter, not only had his combat standards improved greatly, but he also wielded epic ranked weapons. This was why he was so confident of defeating Fire Dance. He had walked the line between life and death to complete that quest. He had even sacrificed the lives of thousands of the guild's elite members. In his current state, he would even dare to challenge Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. Big Sis Aqua, I used eagle eyes and discovered a team of 100 players hiding along the sides of the forest path ahead. Should we circle around them? Minor Wind asked. Heaven's Burial's army was positioned all over the place. The guild had sealed off practically all of the official paths leading from Saimu Town to Stone Forest Town. However, as the map was quite massive, it was impossible for Heaven's Burial's elite army to be everywhere. As long as they moved through the forest, their party could avoid detection. The only problem was that they could attract monsters' attention. If that happened, they would have to waste a lot of time. However, fighting Heaven's Burial's members would similarly put them in a bind. We don't have that much time. Moreover, they don't have a large group. We'll force our way through. Aqua Rose decided. Oh yeah, I was waiting for you to say that. Minor Wind said, grinning. Minor Wind rendered the other 3 party members speechless. It was obvious that Minor Wind had purposefully asked that question. The ranger clearly wanted to test out the advanced mana armor kits he had recently equipped. 3 advanced mana armor kits provided an increase of roughly 10% to one's basic attributes. To players with excellent equipment like themselves, That was the equivalent of an additional piece of level 40 dark gold equipment. Ready the magic array. Ghost Shadow commanded upon seeing Aqua Rose's party of 5 approach. Once they are within 50 yards, activate it. Don't let even any of them get away. Leader, rest assured. The magic array has an effective radius of 100 yards. As long as we activate it in time, they'll have no hope of escape, a level 40 elementalist said confidently. When Aqua Rose's group was within 50 yards of Ghost Shadow's team, the latter activated their magic array. Suddenly, a red magic barrier that was 30 yards tall and covered a radius of 100 yards appeared in the forest. When active, the 6-star Crimson Array would lock an area within a barrier. It was a basic magic array meant for ambushing enemies. The only way to break free was to attack the barrier and deplete the caster's mana. Charge! Ghost Shadow shouted in the team chat. Following which, he activated his stealth skill and made his way to his targets. Immediately, the shield warriors and guardian knights hidden on either side of the small road took the lead and charged at the enemy's mounts, hoping to knock Aqua Rose and her teammates down. Meanwhile, the ranged classes hidden a distance away began to launch one attack after another. Chapter 1063. The Power of 5. The rangers, elementalists, cursemancers, and summoners hiding in the forest numbered several dozens. The spells and arrows they shot out formed a wall that drove towards Aqua Rose's party, leaving the 5 with no space to dodge at all. Boom, boom, boom. As a series of explosions rang out, dust and dirt went flying into the air. Everyone from the Ghost Shadow Legion felt a strong gust of wind blowing in their faces. It's over? Daybreak Fog quietly looked at the dust cloud before her in doubt. Did I guess wrong? And these people aren't Zero Wings upper echelon at all. Although their frontal attack had been overwhelming, expert players could simply avoid them altogether rather than receive the attacks directly. After all, ranged attacks were not instantaneous. There was a small time lag between the launching and landing of the spell. Moreover, there was also the system-provided ballistic prediction lines. So they're just a bunch of trash. It seems Zero Wings experts only amount to that much after all. When the Ghost Shadow Legion members saw the rising dust cloud, smug smiles appeared on their faces. However, as the dust cloud dissipated, the faces of those who were still feeling proud of themselves immediately darkened. After the dust settled, what appeared was a large crater in the ground. However, this crater was actually in the shape of a semicircle. At the flat end of this semicircle, as if an invisible wall stood before Aqua Rose's party, no damage had reached Aqua Rose and the others at all. They actually blocked all those attacks? Daybreak Fog's eyes turned serious as she took in this unbelievable sight. With a closer look, she could faintly make out a translucent barrier erected before Aqua Rose's party. A moment later, this barrier shattered like glass, its fragments scattering to the ground before vanishing out of existence. Violet, this absolute barrier of yours really is strong. It actually managed to block off all those attacks. With this, we'll have to rely on you to block the ultimate moves of bosses in the future, Minor Wind said, chuckling. My absolute barrier is only a tier 1 skill. It can block tier 2 skills at most. Right now, it is only useful in fights against other players, Violet Cloud said, shaking her head. Although Violet Cloud had said so, this feat had still dealt an enormous blow to the Ghost Shadow Legion's mental state. They had considered the possibility that Aqua Rose's party would directly dodge their attacks. However, they never imagined that the latter would actually be able to receive their attacks straight on. At this moment, Daybreak Fog noticed that the elementalist standing behind Aqua Rose was in the midst of chanting an incantation. Hurriedly she shouted, "Not good. Everyone scatter." As an elementalist herself, Daybreak Fog had a deep understanding of the class. Even without the spell's magic array taking form, she could tell what kind of spell it was just through the amount of mana the incantation was gathering. Even if it was a spell she was not familiar with, she could still judge the power of the spell. Meanwhile, Daybreak Fog's senses were currently telling her that the elementalist standing behind Aqua Rose was casting a large-scale destruction spell, and that it was already too late for them to interrupt the spell. Hearing Daybreak Fog's reminder, everyone in the Ghost Shadow Legion immediately broke into a sprint. At this time, the alarm bells in their minds were also going off, warning them that they would die if they did not flee. Don't you think it's a little too late to run now? The elementalist behind Aqua Rose giggled softly, before pointing a finger to the sky. A blue streak of lightning promptly shot towards the clouds, following which, a gigantic twofold magic array appeared in the sky, covering a 100-yard diameter. In the next moment, the blue magic array shot out a blue pillar of light that directly bombarded the rear line of the Ghost Shadow Legion. Then, the light pillar began expanding in size and devouring the escaping players one after another. Damn it! It's too fast! Although Daybreak Fog had used Blink to get away, she still could not escape the expanding light pillar. In the end, she had no choice but to use Ice Barrier, becoming immune to all damage. However, her body also couldn't move as a result. As the light pillar faded, it left a plot of scorched earth in its wake. Black smoke wafted up from the blackened ground. This scene stupefied the Ghost Shadow Legion members standing at the front lines. This scorched landscape was simply too terrifying. If not for them charging ahead, they would have already turned into ash and dust by now. Isn't this a little too strong? Minor Wind fell breathless despite himself. Big Sis Aqua, just what kind of person is your friend? This was his first time seeing a large-scale destruction spell that could expand to cover such a large area so quickly. Just this single attack had annihilated over half of the 100-man team before them. Aqua Rose looked over her shoulder to give Alluring Smile a glance. Chuckling, she said, "She's just a battle maniac." Upon hearing this, Alluring Summer could not help but stretch out her hand and pinch Aqua Rose's waist. Not only had her friend forcefully dragged her all the way out here, but she also actually called her a battle maniac. Alright, enough. We don't have much time to waste here. Let's hurry up and move. Aqua Rose said hurriedly as she tugged on her mount's reins. At this moment, the members of the Ghost Shadow Legion were already frightened stiff by Alluring Smile's attack. Although they had seen videos showing large-scale destruction spells in use, experiencing one in person was something else altogether. When they felt the might of the large-scale destruction spell, a feeling of helplessness overwhelmed their bodies. Everyone get a grip. Large-scale destruction spells are extremely rare. They can't possibly have another one. Even if they do, as long as we close in on them, they won't be able to use it. Daybreak Fog shouted as soon as her ice barrier ended. Although Aqua Rose's party had caught them off guard, their advantage remained unchanged. Moreover, now, she was even more certain that someone of Zero Wing's upper echelon was definitely among the party of 5. Otherwise, it would simply have been impossible for them to use a large-scale destruction spell. As long as they managed to hold back these 5 players, they would have a much easier time conquering Stone Forest Town later on. At Daybreak Fog's words, everyone from the Ghost Shadow Legion immediately snapped out of their daze. The melee players standing at the forefront started moving once more. Charge! Previously, it was a wall of spells and arrows that had assaulted Aqua Rose's party. Now it was a wall of players, with shields defending them from attacks, and the healers in the rear line providing them with heals and protection buffs. Even Minor Wind's arrows could do little against them. At this time Shadow Sword, who was in front of Aqua Rose, took the initiative saying, "Let me." Shadow Sword unslung the blood-red greatsword hanging on his back. This greatsword was the new weapon Shadow Sword had obtained after saving up guild contribution points every way he could. He had even traded in his previous weapon for this greatsword. Meanwhile, this greatsword was none other than the holy weapon Sherfong had obtained from killing the demonic Ape King, Crimson Moon. Currently, Shadow Sword had already upgraded Crimson Moon to fine gold rank. As a result, his level had dropped to just barely over level 40. If he were to upgrade the weapon to dark gold rank, his level would fall below level 35. He dares to come at us all by himself? Let's surround him and beat him to death. Seeing Shadow Sword charging towards them, the melee players of the Ghost Shadow Legion immediately sprang into action. As for the bronze warhorse Shadow Sword was riding, they paid no attention to it whatsoever. Individually, their power might not be a match for the bronze warhorse. However, they could easily hold it back if several of them worked together. It would be just like fighting against a boss monster. Thud. Along with the sound of an impact, 3 MTs blocked the Warhorse Shadow Sword road. Just as the other melee players were approaching Shadow Sword from both sides. I was waiting for this. Shadow Sword grinned as he tightened his grip on Crimson Moon. He then abruptly swung it. Whirlwind Slash. Immediately, a crimson storm sent the 8 melee players approaching him flying. Even the 3 MTs blocking the Warhorse had to retreat 3 steps, damage of over -2,000 points appearing above their heads. Such powerful strength. Daybreak Fog was stunned. The members of the Ghost Shadow Legion were not your ordinary expert. Whether it was in terms of combat standards or weapons and equipment, they were top-notch. Yet now Shadow Sword actually beat these powerful experts and sent them flying by as if they were common monsters. However, the Ghost Shadow Legion members were all experts. After their first assault got repelled, they coordinated their movements even more closely with each other for their second assault. Moreover, with Shadow Sword's Whirlwind Slash on cooldown, how was the Berserker going to defend against an attack coming from all sides? Scram! Seeing his enemies crowding around him once more, Shadow Sword brandished Crimson Moon again. Unlike the previous attack, Crimson Moon radiated a faint red glow this time, having successfully triggered the blood boiling effect. At Fine Gold rank, the blood boiling effect increased Shadow Sword's strength by an additional 1,000 points for 12 seconds. With Shadow Sword's current strength, even a High Lord of the same level would be no match for him. This time, although Shadow Sword could not attack using Whirlwind Slash, he could use the active skill that came with the Tier 1 set equipment for Berserkers, Blade Storm. In the next moment, a red storm raged. All players within a 15-yard radius got blown into the air, invisible wind blades cutting their bodies time after time. In the end, these players transformed into streaks of white light and disappeared one after another. Then weapons and equipment rained down on the ground. Chapter 1064. The few cannot fight the many. Just who are they? Daybreak Fog's eyes stayed glued on the 5 cloaked figures. She couldn't guess the identities of Aqua Rose's party of 5 at all. Among the information she collected, there were no records of such a powerful elementalist or berserker in Zero Wing. Particularly, the berserker's strength was truly incredible. With just a single attack, he had directly killed over a dozen nearby melee players, including several MTs with over 20,000 HP. The destructive force of the Blade Storm he used could practically rival the large-scale destruction spell used by the Elementalist before. With such strength, how were other players supposed to contend with him? Faring worse than Daybreak Fog, the members of the Ghost Shadow Legion were stunned speechless. Just a meager party of 5 had killed over half of their Ghost Shadow Legion in mere moments. Moreover, this party of 5 remained completely unharmed. If they recounted this situation in Heaven's Burial, nobody would believe them. Leave that berserker to me. All melee players, prioritize killing the 4 in the rear. Daybreak Fog commanded. Shadow Sword was too powerful. It would be suicidal to have their melee players go up against him. Only a ranged player like herself could possibly pin him down. Obeying Daybreak Fog's words, everyone promptly avoided Shadow Sword. He was only a berserker. Even if he wanted to hold them back, he could detain only 1 or 2 people at most. The remaining dozen or so players could easily steer clear of him and charge at Aqua Rose and the others. Get them! The dozen or so melee players that managed to get past Shadow Sword's blockade immediately charged at Aqua Rose and the others. When only 10 yards separated Aqua Rose's group and the melee players, over a dozen arrows shot towards the berserker leading the charge. All the berserker saw were several streaks of light coming at him. Knowing that he could no longer dodge or block the oncoming attacks, he instinctively raised his battle axe and executed Whirlwind Slash. However, when the berserker's battle axe came into contact with the first arrow, the powerful impact forced him to take a step back, causing his body to stiffen momentarily. Following which, the remaining dozen or so arrows struck the berserker one after another. Every time an arrow hit, the berserker had to take another step back, his HP decreasing by over 4,000. He even received over -8,000 damage. The healers standing at the rear failed to keep up with the damage. After the fifth arrow struck the berserker, his body fell powerless to the ground. As for the remaining arrows, the remaining melee players of the Ghost Shadow Legion barely managed to block them. They're just arrows, so why do they contain that much power? At this moment, the Legion members eyed the distant minor wind in fear. They no longer dared to charge forward recklessly. If they received a concentrated volley of arrows like the berserker had just now, they would undoubtedly lose their lives. They were no ordinary players. They were experts of Heaven's Burial. From defending against Minor Wind's attacks, they fully realized just how frightening the ranger was. Although it seemed as if Minor Wind had shot these dozen or so arrows very casually, in reality, every one of these arrows was accurately aimed at their blind spots, which made defending against the attacks extraordinarily uncomfortable. Moreover, their reactions towards such attacks would be slower and delayed compared to defending against other attacks. If they had to go up against 5 of such blind spot attacks simultaneously, with their standards, they could defend against 3 or 4 of them at most. The remainder would strike home. Of course, if they had to receive only 1 or 2 attacks, they would not mind at all. After all, they had healers who could quickly patch up the damage they received. However, the power contained within Minor Wind's arrows was extraordinary. As melee players, after they defended against 1 arrow, they would no longer have any power to spare to block the remaining attacks. With such a powerful ranger backing up Aqua Rose's party, quickly approaching the party was simply impossible. Just as Minor Wind was suppressing the melee members of the Ghost Shadow Legion, 4 figures suddenly appeared behind Aqua Rose's group of 4. Die. With Ghost Shadow in the lead, 4 assassins stabbed their daggers at Aqua Rose's group of 4 practically simultaneously. Ambush. Anyone struck by this skill would be placed in a fainted state for 2 seconds. To expert assassins like them, 2 seconds were more than enough for them to kill an MT of the same level, not to mention non-plate armor classes. Seeing this scene, Daybreak Fog smiled. While she acknowledged that Aqua Rose and the others were indeed very powerful, the Ghost Shadow Legion members were no weaklings either. The commands she had shouted were simply a feint. Her motive for doing so was to divert the attention of Aqua Rose's group of 4 to allow Ghost Shadow's assassin group to display its fullest effect. As long as the 4 ranged players died, dealing with Shadow Sword would be a simple matter. At this time Aqua Rose shouted, Thornbind. Thornbind was a Tier 1 curse. When activated, it would immediately restrain all enemies within a 20-yard radius with thorny vines for 4 seconds. Moreover, these thorns would connect with the HP of the bound target. If the target tried to forcefully break free of their bindings, they would receive a corresponding backlash. Green vines swiftly emerged from the ground one after another with Aqua Rose as the center. In the blink of an eye, the vines bound all 4 assassins. Not good. Everyone avoid them. At this moment, Ghost Shadow also realized that they had fallen for a trick. He activated Vanish right away and disappeared from everyone's eyes. The other 3 assassins also activated their Vanish skill without hesitation, rendering the bindings of the vines ineffective. After Ghost Shadow's group disappeared, Violet Cloud used Soul Cloud, promptly sending attacks flying in all directions. Ding, ding, ding. Along with a series of clashing sounds, Ghost Shadow's group of 4 appeared once more. Soul Cloud. So you're Violet Cloud. After Ghost Shadow defended against all the attacks, he glared at the cloaked Violet Cloud, intense fighting spirit blazing in his eyes. She had similarly defeated him previously at the Trial Tower. This time, he would not allow a repeat. However, immediately after Violet Cloud's attack, Alluring Summer used Flame Barrage and attacked the 4 assassins from their blind spots. As if the 3 women were of one mind, their coordination was seamless. Ghost Shadow managed to use his daggers to block the oncoming fireballs, but the other 3 assassins failed to do so, opening a gap in their defense. Seizing this opportunity, Violet Cloud immediately controlled her Soul Cloud to bombard the 3 assassins with black balls of mana. If they were simply dealing with normal magical attacks, These expert assassins could still defend against quite a few, even though their stance was not ideal. However, Violet Cloud's Soul Cloud was extremely lively and flexible. Her attacks always managed to change directions abruptly at crucial moments. In the end, the three assassins could only block a small portion of the oncoming attacks and promptly lost their lives to the barrage. Only Ghost Shadow, with his nimble footwork and accurate judgment, was able to defend against the black mana balls. However, the more he fought, the more shocked he grew. How can this spell be so powerful? The power of the Soul Cloud Violet Cloud controlled was simply overwhelming. In terms of strength, the spell was practically equal to him. Meanwhile, he was wielding epic weapons. What was even more shocking was Violet Cloud's ability to control the spell. Her level of control had clearly already entered the refinement realm. This discovery astounded Ghost Shadow. Previously, when he had encountered Violet Cloud, he could tell that she was still far from reaching the refinement realm. Yet, just after a short time, not only had she entered the refinement realm, but her understanding of the realm had even achieved a considerable standard. She could not only control such a large number of attacks but also manipulate them with ease. As Ghost Shadow was dealing with Violet Cloud's attacks, Aqua Rose and the others were assisting the girl from the sides as well. This support applied considerable pressure on Ghost Shadow. If he went one-on-one against Violet Cloud, he was still confident of defeating the girl. However, Violet Cloud had three experts with extremely high basic attributes surrounding her. Continuing to fight would only be a waste of energy. Right now, he needed to get away from this place first before launching another assault. Following which, Ghost Shadow activated Wind Steps and began retreating. Don't even think about getting away so easily. Violet Cloud smiled faintly. She then used Star's guidance on the retreating assassin. Immediately, Ghost Shadow felt a powerful force pulling him towards Violet Cloud. Reacting quickly, he used a control removal skill. However, during Ghost Shadow's momentary pause, a white arc of lightning pierced through his chest. Following which, Aqua Rose, Minor Wind, and Violet Cloud's attacks bombarded the assassin one after another. The four people killed Ghost Shadow instantly. Chapter 1065, War Erupts. Ghost Shadow's death was like the straw that broke the camel's back. The moment he died, the other members of the Ghost Shadow Legion immediately fell into a panic, the momentum they had from before vanishing completely. The dozen or so melee players that originally were still rushing forward stopped cold. Their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Aqua Rose's group of four. The reason why their legion was named the Ghost Shadow Legion was all because of Ghost Shadow's existence. If even someone as strong as Ghost Shadow got killed, what could they possibly do now? Looking at the current situation, Daybreak Fog gnashed her teeth as she reluctantly commanded, "Retreat." Although she was unwilling to acknowledge their defeat, if this fight continued, it would only end with their total annihilation. Rather than gift their enemies with more equipment, they would be better off withdrawing. "Big Sis Aqua, they're running away. Should we give chase?" Shadow Sword asked eagerly. He still had not had his fill of fighting. The battle this time was truly exhilarating. Or to put it in another way, he never had so much fun before. He felt as if he were in a dream right now. None of the Ghost Shadow Legion members were weaklings. Through his battle with these people, he could tell that they possessed bountiful combat experience and extremely high combat standards. Unfortunately for them, his combat experience still surpassed theirs. In the secret pavilion simulation training system, he had fought against all kinds of experts. Although the refinement realm experts there bullied him to no end, these fights allowed him to develop a penetrating insight. As a result, he could easily see through the weaknesses of attacks on the level of the Ghost Shadow Legion members. With that insight added to his huge advantage in basic attributes, killing the experts of Heaven's Burial was as easy as chopping up vegetables. Previously, he had been wondering whether or not he had improved at all. After all, no matter how many battles he fought in the simulation training system, they always ended with his defeat. Now, however, after tangling with these expert players, he finally realized just how much he had improved. No need. Heaven's Burial's members are everywhere. If we let them surround us, we'll have to waste even more time. Our priority right now is to reach Stone Forest Town, Aqua Rose said, shaking her head as she watched Daybreak Fog's group remove the magic barrier and escape into the forest. Following which, Shadow Sword and the others swiftly collected their loot before getting back on their mounts and hurrying towards Stone Forest Town. Shortly after Aqua Rose left, several assassins appeared from the forest. These assassins did not bear any guild emblems on their persons. They were all independent players who were planning on sneaking to Stone Forest Town to observe the upcoming war. The first siege war in Starmoon Kingdom, one which pitted Blackwater and Heaven's Burial's joint army of 300,000 elite players against Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild, Zero Wing, was a major event. If they did not personally witness this war, they would surely regret it for the rest of their lives. Only, due to them coming across Aqua Rose's party on their way to Stone Forest Town, they decided to follow after the party and take a look at what the party was up to. However, they never imagined that they would actually encounter such an expert battle on their journey. Did you guys record everything? Do you take me for a fool? Of course, I've recorded everything. What about your side? Relax, I didn't miss out any of the exciting moments. Our luck is really good. I never thought that we would come across such a fight. Zero Wing's members are too cool. Just 5 of them managed to go up against a team of 100 experts. I really wonder, just how strong are those 5 people? If I can become as strong as any one of them, I wouldn't have wasted my time playing God's Domain. Alright, enough dreaming. Let's hurry up and post these videos on the forums. This message will definitely shock everyone. Following which, these several assassins posted their recorded videos on Starmoon Kingdom's official forums. Moreover, they even gave their post a very eye-catching title. 5 Zero Wing experts shockingly massacre Heaven's Burial's 100-man expert team. Published along with this post were several video clips showing the fight between Zero Wing and the Ghost Shadow Legion from several different angles, the videos thoroughly reproducing the entire battle from before. As soon as the post was published, it immediately created a commotion in Starmoon Kingdom. Nobody would have ever thought that a measly 5 people would be able to turn the tables on an encirclement of 100 experts. Moreover, they had even done so in such an overwhelming manner. Whether it was the weapons, equipment, skills, or coordination of these 5 Zero Wing members, all were aspects that inspired everyone's admiration. Particularly, Alluring Summer's large-scale destruction spell made the blood of all the viewers boil with passion. In addition, there was Shadow Sword with his horrific strength. The fight was truly an unforgettable one. This is simply inhuman. Over half a team of 100 experts were killed just like that. Who in Starmoon Kingdom could possibly stop Zero Wing now? Hooray for Zero Wing! It seems Blackwater will have trouble taking down Stone Forest Town this time. Due to the appearance of these videos, many players who initially did not have an optimistic view of Zero Wing's prospects were stupefied. Meanwhile, the various large guilds that were happily and eagerly anticipating Zero Wing's fall could not help but start re-evaluating Zero Wing's strength now. However, the ones most affected by these videos would still have to be Zero Wing's members. Previously, they all thought that Stone Forest Town was finished. However, after seeing at the performance of Aqua Rose's party of 5, they finally understood the views that their guild leader, Black Flame, advocated. Quality was much more important than quantity. Due to this reason, Zero Wing had always walked the path of the elite. Zero Wing might not be a match for Blackwater and Heaven's Burial in terms of member count, but in terms of player quality, Zero Wing was definitely superior. Was it amazing to have a lot of people? Zero Wing only needed 5 people to trample over 100 experts. While everyone was discussing this topic on the forums, Singular Burial had an extraordinarily chilling expression on his face. Kill them. I want them all killed. Notify the teams in hiding. Think of a way to stop them. Once their whereabouts are discovered, gather at their location right away. Singular Burial commanded angrily. Originally, he had dispatched the Ghost Shadow Legion and Daybreak Fog precisely, because he was worried that the regular experts couldn't take down Zero Wings members. Now, however, Heaven's Burial had become the biggest laughingstock of Starmoon Kingdom. Those were 100 experts. The team even had apex experts such as Daybreak Fog and Ghost Shadow leading it. He found it truly hard to accept that Daybreak Fog and the others would lose so miserably. However, from the battle video, Singular Burial was able to clearly identify 2 of the 5 players. One was naturally Violet Cloud, whom Ghost Shadow had also identified, while the other one was Aqua Rose. If the Cursemancer leading the party wasn't her, then Singular Burial truly could not figure out which Cursemancer in Zero Wing had the qualifications to command Violet Cloud. As long as they managed to hold back Aqua Rose, not only would they be able to repay the humiliation they suffered, but taking down Stone Forest Town would also be a piece of cake. Nevertheless, after watching the battle video, Singular Burial felt a deep chill crawling down his spine. Zero Wings experts were improving much too quickly. The rapidity of their improvement was to the point of being staggering. Only after paying a huge price did Heaven's Burial manage to nurture a batch of experts. However, compared to Zero Wings experts, those experts Heaven's Burial nurtured were practically garbage. If so many Apex experts had already appeared in the current Zero Wing, if they really gave Zero Wing a little more time, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Unfortunately for Heaven's Burial, its pursuit and interception mattered very little to Aqua Rose and the others. Their speed when riding mounts was unmatchable by players running on foot. Moreover, the mount Aqua Rose rode was a secret silver mount. In the end, the party of 5 managed to arrive at Stone Forest Town safely, and they promptly began commanding Zero Wings members in Stone Forest Town to take the appropriate defensive measures. As time went by, the atmosphere in Stone Forest Town also grew increasingly more oppressive. The usual liveliness in the streets was no longer present. To avoid getting dragged into the war, many players had chosen to leave Stone Forest Town and observe the battle from a distance. Only some daring players remained in town. Big Sis Aqua. The Magic Tower has just sensed a large number of creatures approaching Stone Forest Town. By the looks of it, they should be those monsters. Violet Cloud reported, her complexion slightly pale. The map displayed by the Magic Tower showed a swarm of creatures heading towards Stone Forest Town. The exact number incalculable. So they finally arrived. Aqua Rose, who stood atop the town's defensive walls, turned to look into the distance. She knew plenty regarding this upcoming war. Rather than the player armies of Blackwater and Heaven's Burial, their true enemies were the endless number of monsters. Immediately notify the guild leader. Inside the distant White River City's candlelight trading firm, Shurfeng was still desperately making the magic array scrolls for the double protection magic array and Divine Beast's descent. They've arrived already? After receiving the message, Shurfeng had to stop his actions, a slight frown appearing on his face. Blackwater's monster army had arrived much sooner than he expected. He immediately used a return scroll to teleport to the city's teleportation hall, then took a teleportation array to Simatown. Chapter 1066. Black Flame appears. Standing at the top of Stone Forest Town's magic tower, Aqua Rose and her companions noticed dust clouds rising in the distance as they finished taking care of the town's defense. Upon closer inspection, they would discover swarms of monsters beneath the dust. How can there be so many monsters? Blackie watched the black patch approach Stone Forest Town from a distance, shock filling his heart. It looked as if a swarm of locusts was advancing on the town. Blackie wasn't alone in his surprise. All players that witnessed this scene were frightened. Although they had seen high-level monsters before, this was the first time any of them had seen so many high-level monsters moving as a unit. The earth even shook as the monsters moved. Players were nothing in front of these monsters. These monsters were all level 60 and above. Moreover, they were at the very minimum elite rank. There were also plenty of massive chieftains, lords, high lords, great lords, and grand lords that were over 30 meters tall. Crap, what are those? Minor Wind cried out after using Eagle Eyes, which enhanced his vision far beyond that of normal players. Currently, ordinary players could only see the batch of monsters in the lead. They couldn't see the 3 one-eyed monsters that were over 100 meters tall walking behind the monster army. Minor, what's wrong? What's got you so scared? Aqua Rose asked curiously. Mythic. Mythic monsters. Minor Wind stuttered, his complexion paling. There are 3 of them. To current players, mythic monsters were insurmountable. They were the equivalent of Tier 4 classes among players. Currently, the strongest monsters players would encounter were Grand Lords. Even then, Grand Lords required a lot of planning and sacrifice to raid, not to mention mythic monsters. Everyone already discovered that a level 60 mythic monster resided in Blackridge Town. They were forced to realize just how powerless they were against such an existence. Even 10,000 players were nothing in front of the mythic monster. All 3 mythic monsters were level 65. They were even stronger than the mythic monster in Blackridge Town. How can this be? Wasn't there only supposed to be one of them? Aqua Rose frowned. To ensure their victory against Blackwater's mythic monster, she had used her connections to obtain 5 Tier 3 summoning scrolls. She had even negotiated with the secret pavilion and traded a large amount of Tier 3 gemstones for 3 Tier 3 summoning scrolls. With 8 Tier 3 summoning scrolls, they should be able to pin down a mythic monster. Yet now there were 3 of them. Big Sis Aqua, Blackwater's vanguard has arrived, Minor Wind reported. There seem to be 50 of them. And the leader looks like Blackwater's guild leader, Abandoned Wave. Pantheon's members are also with them. Ordinary players needed to run for over 10 hours to reach Stone Forest Town. However, players could reach the town in around 4 hours on mounts. As soon as Minor Wind announced the incoming army, everyone saw over a dozen massive magic arrays appear in the distant sky. As these massive magic arrays began to gather a frightening amount of mana, monsters that were around 20 to 30 meters tall emerged from these magic arrays. Why do they have so many Tier 3 summoning scrolls? Blackie could not help but panic. Zero Wing had only obtained 8 of such scrolls after much difficulty, yet Blackwater had easily prepared a total of 17 Tier 3 summoning scrolls. Moreover, unlike the monsters in the monster army, players controlled these summoned creatures. The threat they posed to Stone Forest Town far surpassed that of an ordinary Great Lord. Standing atop a hill some distance away from Stone Forest Town, Abandoned Wave and Peerless, the commander of Pantheon's various legions for this war, laughed as they watched the monster army before them. Against so many monsters, even an NPC city would fall. I want to see how Zero Wing deals with this. Abandoned Wave revealed a confident smile. Brother Wave, you are too excited. How can an NPC city possibly be that easy to raid? Just the level 200. Tier 4 NPC stationed in the city could easily obliterate us several times, Peerless said, rolling his eyes at Abandoned Wave. However, he had to admit that the monsters Abandoned Wave had called forth were incredibly powerful. With current players' strength, it was impossible to defend against these monsters. I was only joking, Abandoned Wave laughed. However, even now, Black Flame hasn't shown himself. I'm guessing that Zero Wing has already given up on Stone Forest Town. That shouldn't be the case. Stone Forest Town is Zero Wing's gold mine. Unless absolutely necessary, they won't abandon it, Peerless said sternly. Let's hope that's the case then. That way, I'll get to use some of the trump cards I worked hard to prepare, Abandoned Wave casually replied. To assure his victory in Stone Forest Town, he had planned very carefully. No matter how Zero Wing struggled, Stone Forest Town would eventually belong to Blackwater. Starmoon City region, Sima Town. Inside the second-floor VIP room of a high-class bar. 20 people had gathered inside this room. These people were all level 40 or higher. Moreover, they were all assassins. As for Fire Dance, this group's leader, she was level 44. Guild leader, you really don't need us to go over and help? Fire Dance worriedly asked as she watched the cloaked Shifeng enter the room. She already understood the gist of the situation due to Aqua Rose. To put it simply, Stone Forest Town's situation was grim. Over 200,000 monsters surrounded Stone Forest Town. Moreover, the lowest-leveled monster among them was level 60. There were even plenty of chieftains, lords, and great lords in the mix as well. The measly 20,000-plus elite Zero-Wing members, NPC soldiers, and guards stationed in Stone Forest Town were not enough to deter this army. These monsters acted under the command of a player. To better capture Stone Forest Town, the player controlling these monsters would be close to the battlefield. If their team of assassins could eliminate that player, the monster army would fall into disarray. This would make it easier for Zero Wings members to defend the town. No. I have another task I need you all to do, Shifeng said, shaking his head. He then took out 10 silver magic scrolls and dozens of Tier 2 magic scrolls, handing them over to Fire Dance. The silver magic scrolls are probing scrolls. They can sense all monsters within a 3,000-yard radius. Your task is to find the anchor points for the magic array sealing the Stoneclaw Mountains. These anchor points are easy to find. As long as you see a large gathering of monsters, I'm 90% certain that it'll be an anchor point. However, Blackwater's people are not fools. They will have heavy security there. It is also very difficult to destroy those anchor points. When destroying them, use these Tier 2 magic scrolls. Once the seal lifts, our people can teleport to Stone Forest Town in droves. After issuing his instructions, Shifeng used space movement to reach Stone Forest Town. Shifeng's sudden appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention in the town. Shifeng had already used the demon mask to disguise himself as Black Flame. Even if people tried not to pay attention to him, the horrific aura he radiated made it difficult to ignore him. That is the guild leader, Black Flame? Alluring Summer could not help but size up Shifeng in surprise. Not only was the man level 44, but just by standing there, his aura resembled that of a prehistoric beast. Despite such a huge distance separating them, alarms sounding off in her mind, warning her of her imminent demise. He has arrived? Abandoned Wave quickly received news of this matter. Sneering, he said, "So what?" As Shifeng reached the top of the magic tower, he placed his hand on the massive crystal ball. Activate battle mode. Chapter 1067 Cutting Edge. The instant Shifeng activated the magic tower, an aqua-blue magic array appeared above the tower. A semi-transparent, protective barrier then appeared around Stone Forest Town, enclosing it within. What's going on? What is that? Despite standing so far from Stone Forest Town, both Abandoned Wave and Peerless could clearly feel the sudden change. If the town had previously been a harmless, sleeping sheep, then now, the town felt like a waking beast. Guild leader, our spies have just reported that all of Zero Wing members within the town have received a 15% boost to their basic attributes. The damage they deal has also been increased by 20%, and their movement speed has increased by 15%. Laughing Drunkard, who stood beside Abandoned Wave, announced. How can there be such a huge increase? Peerless frowned when he heard the news. It seems that it'll take some more time to finish them off. After reaching their level, even a 5% attribute increase would massively increase a player's strength, not to mention a 15% increase. Moreover, there was the 20% increase in damage dealt and 15% increase to movement speed. Such improvements were enough to raise the standards of elite players to a whole new level. After factoring in the coordination between players, the rise in the combat power of Zero Wings members would be even more intense. The sudden development doubled the difficulty of raiding Stone Forest Town. So, that's why Zero Wing hasn't sent for reinforcements. They still have such a hand to play. Unfortunately, monsters are their opponents this time, not players. This small buff would only make a difference if they had to face other players. Abandoned Wave chuckled. Although the sudden development had surprised him considerably, the situation was still within his control. In any case, this is a good opportunity to show Black Flame that all of his efforts are futile. That's right. They have only gained an additional buff. Against so many powerful monsters, one meager buff would not change the overall situation. Peerless nodded in agreement. Chuckling, he continued, I'll have to count on Brother Wave for the next step. Leave it to me. You can just sit back and watch the show. Abandoned Wave then gave the command to start the assault on Stone Forest Town. He ordered the monsters to attack the town from all sides. When players raided a town, in order to minimize losses, they would generally launch a powerful assault on a single location. However, these players were not concerned about the monsters' deaths. Hence, they could launch an all-around assault without worry, making Stone Forest Town even harder to defend. As the monster army began to circle the town, the Zero Wing members inside the town grew nervous. The monsters assaulting the town were different from the monsters they normally fought in the fields. These monsters possess considerably high intelligence, and even elite players of the same level might not necessarily win against the elite monsters in a one-on-one battle. Furthermore, they were dozens of levels lower than these monsters, and were outnumbered by 10 to 1. Although the magic tower had significantly boosted their attributes, when compared to the monsters' attributes, this increase was not worth mentioning. Guild leader, can we win? Even Aqua Rose's confidence wavered. It would have been fine if their opponents were simply players. Now, however, seeing the black clumps of monsters come at them from all sides, even she felt somewhat nervous. Zero Wing was clearly understaffed. There were only around 20,000 elite members in Stone Forest Town right now. After splitting them up around the cardinal points, each side only had around 5,000 members protecting it. We can only try, Sherfone quietly responded. How is the construction of the magic towers coming along? The foundations have been completed. Only the core magic patterns need to be drawn, Aqua Rose reported. Good. Lead the Dark Gods Legion, and deal with the Great Lord rank and above monsters first. Utilize all of the Tier 2 and Tier 3 summoning scrolls to pin down the mythic monsters. Have the town's firepower focus on the monsters below Great Lord rank. After that, we have to endure for as long as possible. Once Fire Dance's group completes their mission, the tides of war will shift to our favor, Sherfong instructed. Immediately, he made his way towards the magic towers that were still under construction. Magic towers had become mainstream defensive buildings in towns and cities because of their outstanding defensive capabilities. Not only did they possess a mana pulse cannon with great destructive power, but they could also increase local players' attributes. Meanwhile, the attributes increases would change depending on the number of magic towers present. Of course, the maximum effect would be achieved with 3 magic towers. With 3 magic towers, players would receive a 30% boost to their basic attributes. This was why the various large guilds in the past had actively constructed magic towers in the towns and cities they operated, going so far as to construct 3 magic towers in important towns and cities. As a precaution, Sherfong had tasked Aqua Rose with spending all of the money they had earned from selling the lands around the teleportation house to purchase the magic tower's construction materials. They then built 2 more towers in Stone Forest Town. With 3 magic towers defending the town, even against so many high-intelligence monsters, they were not without a chance of victory. As for the magic towers for Sherfang's future city, he had no choice but to think of another means of defense. After all, if he could not even protect Stone Forest Town, he could never defend a city. Charge! Under Abandoned Wave's command, the monster army roared angrily as they charged at Stone Forest Town. Is this Blackwater's strength? Stone Forest Town is truly finished this time. Even the NPC guards won't be able to hold back so many powerful monsters. The players observing the war from the sidelines were stunned by the tsunami of monsters rushing at Stone Forest Town. They no longer harbored any hope that Stone Forest Town would survive this war. The difference between each side's strength was obvious at first glance. The various large guilds' upper echelons, who watched the war via a live stream, were similarly stupefied. Who in Star Moon Kingdom could possibly stand up against this army of 200,000 monsters? It was suicidal to try to fight these monsters. Big Sis Aqua, they're coming. Blackie gulped nervously. Good. Focus the defense turrets and magic towers attacks on the monsters below the Great Lord rank. Aqua Rose commanded as she watched the approaching monsters from the top of the town's wall. Immediately, the 4 defensive turrets situated around the town rang. The explosive shells they fired flew straight into clumps of monsters before exploding. The elite monsters caught within the explosions died on the spot. Each of the 4 explosive shells killed over 100 monsters. Unfortunately, while the defensive turrets could damage monsters above elite rank, they could not kill them outright. Haha. Although the defensive turrets are powerful, it's a pity that their range is too small. Abandoned Wave could not help but laugh when he saw that only several hundred monsters had died in the initial blast. He had previously thought that the defensive turrets would, more or less, pose a threat to his monster army. Now, however, it would seem that his worries were unnecessary. In the next moment, the tip of the magic tower fired a rainbow-colored beam towards the sky. Immediately, the clouds refracted the beam towards the monster army, shocking everyone. When the rainbow beam struck, it swept through the monster army. Everywhere the beam passed, massive flames erupted. All monsters below Lord rank were vaporized. As for the lords that had survived, they had less than half of their HPs remaining. When the rainbow beam eventually disappeared, over 3,000 monsters had vanished with it. A large, empty space had appeared in the midst of the densely packed monster army. Chapter 1068, Double Protection Barrier. As the light from the magic tower dissipated, every player in Stone Forest Town fell silent. A single attack had extinguished the lives of over 3,000 level 60 and above monsters. This was far more terrifying than any large-scale destruction spell they had ever seen. In fact, it wasn't just Zero Wings members who were stunned. Even Abandoned Wave and Peerless, who watched the war from a distance, wore dark, tense expressions. Why does the magic tower have this kind of ability? Abandoned Wave frowned as he looked at the empty space in the middle of the battlefield. In one attack, it heavily injured Lord-ranked monsters. Zero Wing really knows how to hide its strength. Among the 200,000 monsters, the majority consisted of monsters below Lord rank. Only a small minority consisted of Lord rank and above monsters. The firepower of a single magic tower could already rival the attacks of 10 defense turrets. That attack is already as powerful as a Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell. Based on my understanding of God's Domain's tools, this kind of attack should have a very long cooldown. Even so, I no longer think that it's possible to take Stone Forest Town down in a short time. If we don't think of a way to deal with that magic tower as soon as possible, I'm afraid that our casualties will be severe. Peerless commented as he looked at the towering magic tower in the distance. However, the magic tower's attacks are somewhat clumsy. If players or agile monsters were charging into the town, I doubt that the magic tower would be as effective. If we send some agile monsters, we should be able to destroy it. Although losing the magic tower will be unfortunate, we have to remove it to minimize our losses. Abandoned Wave nodded, agreeing to Peerless' suggestion. Immediately he barked in the team chat. Drunkard, have the Tier 3 summon creatures assault the magic tower. Think of a way to destroy it as quickly as possible. Guild leader, rest assured, I will destroy that magic tower. Laughing Drunkard confidently replied. They had a total of 17 Tier 3 summon creatures on their side. Although those summon creatures were only level 55, much weaker than the level 60 plus Great Lords in the monster army, players were in full control of these summon creatures. With the speed of Tier 3 summon monsters, dodging the magic tower's monotonous attacks would be a piece of cake. Quickly, Laughing Drunkard and his subordinates directed the 17 summon creatures to move out. Every one of the level 55 summon creatures had 50 million HP. Including their battle recovery, even if they stood still and did nothing, players would need a lot of time to kill them. There were also 17 of these creatures to contend with. Normally, these 17 Tier 3 summon creatures would be more than enough to destroy a town. The moment the Tier 3 summoned creatures moved, they attracted the distant, spectating players' attention. Blackwater is amazing. That's 17 Tier 3 summon creatures. Crap. I recall that, during the last major war in the Stoneclaw Mountains, the Star Alliance had only summoned 2 of these monsters. As expected of the Blackwater Corporation, A Tier 3 summoning scroll is even more expensive than an epic item. Even then, it is near impossible to buy one. I suspect that even super guilds only have several on hand. Watching such a spectacular battle with my own eyes is awesome. Most likely, even those apex experts looming over God's domain aren't strong enough to participate in such a battle. Indeed, it seems I did not waste my time making this trip to Stone Forest Town. The videos I've watched showing other guild wars around God's domain cannot compare to this. Zero Wings era is really coming to an end. When the spectating players saw the summoned creatures, which stood over 20 meters tall, charge towards Stone Forest Town, goosebumps rose all over their bodies. The 17 summoned creatures had very high movement speeds. Moreover, unlike ordinary monsters, they could change directions nimbly. The summoned creatures could easily dodge the defense turrets and the magic tower's attacks. However, just as the summoned creatures were about to reach the town's walls, a semi-transparent magic barrier appeared around the entire town. The summoned creatures crashed into the magic barrier, one after another, and were unable to proceed a step further. Guild leader's protection barrier is so strong, Blackie exclaimed, astonished. It had stopped the charge of 17 Great Lord-ranked monsters. Any normal magic barrier would have shattered under the might of these monsters. Yet the double protection barrier remained intact. Aqua Rose, who stood atop the magic tower, was similarly overjoyed. Previously, she had worried that the magic barrier would not hold off these monsters, and believed that Shifeng had been joking when he said that it could. She had never thought that the barrier would be this powerful. Not only weren't there any cracks in the magic barrier that needed to be repaired, but the players maintaining the barrier also had all of their mana. At this rate, the barrier could easily support its own recovery without any additional mana. A magic barrier? Laughing Drunkard sneered. Do you think you can hold us off with that? Following which, Laughing Drunkard's group controlled the summoned creatures to start a fierce assault against the semi-transparent magic barrier, ignoring the attacks Zero Wings elite members launched from within. Although Zero Wings members were very well equipped, against level 55, Tier 3 summoned creatures, the level suppression limited their attacks to around -1000 damage. This was even with the magic tower's buff. Otherwise, their attacks would only deal around -600 damage. With each attack only dealing around -1000 damage, even with 300 or 400 players attacking simultaneously, each wave of attacks would only shave off 300,000 or 400,000 HP. Furthermore, the summoned creatures had their battle recovery, which allowed them to generate 1% of their HP every 5 seconds. Even if Zero Wings elite members attacked freely, it would take a very long time before any of the summoned monsters fell. However, it was a different story for the magic barrier. The magic barrier used players' mana. The more damage the barrier took, the more mana it consumed. If the players maintaining the barrier ran out of mana, the magic barrier would crumble. With the power of their 17 Tier 3 summoned creatures, it would take less than 10 seconds to bring down the magic barrier. Deafening explosions shook the magic barrier, one time after another. Even those standing several thousand yards away could hear the explosions clearly. They could also see various attacks bombarding the summoned creatures, rapidly depleting their HPs. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds. Even after 30 seconds of constant attacks, the magic barrier showed no signs of cracking. On the contrary, the 17 summoned creatures had lost over 10 million HP each. This won't do. Everyone use your ultimate moves. Laughing Drunkard yelled, grinding his teeth. Tier 3 summoned creatures possessed their own ultimate skills. However, the cooldowns were very long. He intended to save these skills to take down the magic tower. Unfortunately, at this rate, the summoned creatures' HPs wouldn't outlast the magic barrier. Immediately, the 17 summoned creatures released mighty roars as they began to concentrate their power, mana rapidly gathering around these creatures' claws. However, before these creatures could attack the magic barrier, 5 purple-gold magic barriers appeared and enveloped the 17 summoned creatures. The instant these magic barriers took form, The summoned creatures suffered a 40% attribute decrease, their maximum HPs dropping to 30 million. When the creature's skills struck the purple barriers, although the barriers shuddered, they held. How is this possible? Laughing Drunkard's lips twitched as shock and confusion filled his gaze. Meanwhile, before anyone realized it, 5 miniature ballistas had appeared above the town walls, and all 5 were already aimed at the summoned creatures. Kill them all. Aqua Rose swung her hand forward fiercely. Chapter 1069 Mythic. With Aqua Rose's command, the 5 miniature ballistas atop the town walls fired an arrow each. The 5 arrows were extremely fast, even faster than the Magic Tower's Mana Pulse cannon. From afar, one would only see 5 streaks of blue light shooting through the magic barrier, flying towards the Tier 3 summoned creatures. So fast! Laughing Drunkard, who controlled one of the summoned creatures, was surprised. His expert instincts kicking in, he willed his summoned creature to sidestep. In the critical moment, his summoned creature dodged the incoming arrow by a hair's breadth. Boom! When the arrow struck the ground, the immense power within it carved out a crater that was 20 meters in diameter. The arrow embedded itself deep into the ground. Although Laughing Drunkard's summoned creature had managed to dodge the miniature ballista's attack, his 4 companions' creatures had not. 4 summoned creatures had been nailed to the ground, each of their HPs dropping by 1 million. This amount of damage might not be much to a level 55 Great Lord, but the arrows would pin their targets down for several seconds after they hit. This put the Great Lords, which possessed the advantage of speed, at a disadvantage. Again. Aqua Rose commanded once more. Before anyone realized it, the miniature ballistas, which had just launched their arrows, were already reloaded. Immediately, the players controlling the ballistas fired another volley of arrows at the Tier 3 summoned creatures. Seeing the arrows fly at the summoned creatures once again, Laughing Drunkard's complexion paled. He had never imagined that the miniature ballistas would possess such a high attack rate. Dodge the arrows. Use everything you have to attack the barrier. Laughing Drunkard hurriedly ordered. While their summoned creatures were trapped inside the purple-gold barriers, not only were they given limited space to dodge the oncoming arrows, but they had also been significantly weakened. If they did not break free from these magic barriers, they would become live targets for the 5 ballistas. Although Laughing Drunkard had not made the wrong decision, he did not know that the magic array trapping their summoned creatures was the 9-star polar domain, an intermediate magic array. This particular array could even suppress mythic monsters. Great Lords were not strong enough to free themselves from it. Exactly how powerful were mythic monsters? They could rival major cities ruling NPCs. As Tier 4 monsters, all of their skills were also Tier 4. These skills were many times stronger than Tier 3 skills. However, the 9-star polar domain could withstand mythic monsters' fierce assault for a considerable amount of time, much less the attacks of Tier 3 summoned creatures. For a time, the 17 summoned creatures were little more than practice targets for the 5 miniature ballistas as the arrows repeatedly nailed them to the ground. Zero Wing's elite members also bombarded them with attacks, rapidly decreasing their HPs. After a short moment, 2 of the summoned creatures died. This scene stupefied the players observing the battle. Generally, it took a 100-man elite team led by an expert to raid Great Lord-ranked monsters. If one encountered a Great Lord that possessed powerful AoE attacks, even a legion of 1,000 elites wouldn't be strong enough to raid it. Now, however, Zero Wing rendered them helpless. Brother Wave, it seems that Zero Wing has prepared extensively. Do you need Pantheon to join the fray? Peerless asked, chuckling at Abandoned Wave. Thank you for your concern, Brother Peerless, but this small variable is not enough to put a dent in my plans. Abandoned Wave rejected Peerless' offer, following which he notified the true controller of the monster army and asked softly, "Can you instruct the 3 mythic monsters to join the battle?" Originally, he had only intended to use the monster army to eliminate the town's exterior defenses and probe Zero Wing for hidden trump cards. After defeating every Zero-Wing member outside of Stone Forest Town, he would then lead Blackwater's elite army to capture the town. Although the monster army was very powerful, if these monsters entered the town, they would lose any hope of capturing it. The monsters would pollute the town with the evil energy they released. Players could not remain in an environment polluted by evil energy for any length of time. As a result, even if Blackwater secured Stone Forest Town, it would be useless unless they gave up their humanity as the monster army's controller had. Either that or they would have to exterminate these monsters' true creator. Obviously, neither of these options were viable. As for Pantheon, they had long since agreed that, before Blackwater dealt with Stone Forest Town's defenses, Blackwater would not require Pantheon's assistance. If Pantheon were asked to take action, Blackwater would have to split a portion of Stone Forest Town's shares with Pantheon. Hence, he could only rely on the mythic monsters to free him from this predicament. If possible, Abandoned Wave would rather avoid employing the 3 mythic monsters. Although the mythic monsters were incredibly strong, they were very difficult to control. Even the true controller could only issue general instructions. If a mistake occurred, it was highly possible that these monsters would charge into Stone Forest Town and wreak havoc. Hence, he had hoped to utilize the Tier 3 summon creatures to destroy the magic tower. Unfortunately, that wasn't going to work. With the protection barrier around Stone Forest Town, none of the monsters could proceed into the town. Even the Grand Lords were no exception. With the defense turrets and magic towers' rampant attacks, the monster army suffered immense losses. If they did not break this stalemate, their Tier 3 summon creatures would be annihilated. At that time, he would be forced to pay an even greater price to destroy the magic tower. There are no problems on my side. However, if I force them, these 3 mythic monsters won't be nearly as strong, the mysterious bandaged youth explained. No problem. With the mythic monsters' strength, even if they are significantly weakened, they are still far stronger than Grand Lords. I refuse to believe that they can't shatter a magic barrier. Zero-Wing's magic barrier frustrated Abandoned Wave. This protection barrier had transformed Stone Forest Town into a sturdy fortress. In addition, the magic tower was on the offensive. The strength Zero-Wing had displayed so far exceeded his expectations. Roar! Soon after, deafening roars echoed across the battlefield from behind the monster army. These roars shook the ground, and everyone turned towards the source of the sound. 3 massive figures, standing over 100 meters tall, gradually appeared. The Grand Lords, which were over 30 meters tall, looked like infants before these 3 towering monsters. Evil Earth Dragon Dark Creature Mythic. Level 65. HP 150, 000, 000/150, 000, Everyone gasped when they saw the Evil Earth Dragon's information, their eyes nearly falling from their sockets. Despite watching the monsters from afar, they involuntarily trembled, and fear filled their hearts. Guild Leader, Blackwater has dispatched its 3 mythic monsters. What should we do now? Aqua Rose asked nervously as she watched the approaching Evil Earth Dragons. Mythic monsters. To current players, they were invincible. Although the mythic monsters' HP was only slightly higher than Grand Lords, the difference between their strengths was like the difference between heaven and earth. Once monsters reached the mythic rank, they would unlock their domains. Inside the domain, not only would players' attributes be suppressed, but they would also be subjected to a powerful mental oppression. Even displaying 40% of their normal combat power would be a miracle. Moreover, players' stamina consumption would greatly increase. The battle in Black Ridge Town was the best example. The battle in Black Ridge Town had allowed everyone to realize just how frightening mythic monsters were. Even an army of tens of thousands of players would have to turn tail and run from a mythic monster. Chapter 1070. Incarnation of Disaster. Mythic monsters? Shifeng, who was currently drawing the magic patterns for the magic tower, frowned upon hearing this. Although he had known that Blackwater had dispatched 3 mythic monsters, he hadn't expected the piling pressure he felt when it was time to face them. God's Domain's players had yet to truly understand mythic monsters. What they had seen in the battle in Black Ridge Town was only the tip of the iceberg. However, Shifeng had fought mythic monsters many times in the past. While mythic monsters' domains were indeed powerful, their high intelligence and combat standards were the true dangers. In God's Domain, aside from special cases, most monsters would only start developing high intelligence after reaching Tier 3. In other words, this was a concern after monsters became great lords. At that stage, monsters would be more difficult to deal with. They would often act in unexpected ways. Situations such as monsters ignoring MTs and going for the rear-line healers occurred when one dealt with monsters at this rank. In these situations, the MT's combat experience would be put to the test. Not only must MTs attract the boss's aggro, but they must also hold the boss's attention. As for DPS classes, they had to do the opposite. When attacking, they had to make sure they attracted as little attention as possible. This was why Shifeng had the guild's core members learn void steps. Even the weakest mythic monster was as intelligent as an ordinary human. In addition, their combat standards were roughly equal to ordinary experts. Using the trial tower as a measurement, their combat standards should put them on the 4th floor. Hence, if players wanted to defeat a mythic monster, they needed at least a team of 100 Tier 2 elite players of the same level. Right now, the 20,000 Zero Wing members in Stone Forest Town wouldn't even serve as a proper warm-up for the 3 level 65 mythic monsters. Fortunately, Shifeng had hired plenty of Tier 2 NPC guards. The NPCs should be capable of holding the monsters off for a while. Following which, Shifeng contacted Alluring Summer and asked, "Summer, how are things on your side?" Before he had arrived to finish the Magic Tower's construction, he had handed the magic array scrolls he had made to Aqua Rose and Alluring Summer. Among them, Aqua Rose was tasked with managing the 9-star polar domain and double protection barrier, while Alluring Summer was tasked with the Divine Beast's Descent. Unlike the other 2 magic arrays, the Divine Beast's Descent magic array required 88 summoners to recite the predetermined incantation simultaneously to summon a Divine Beast. The requirement was much higher than ordinary summoning scrolls. Generally, players needed a lot of practice before they could pull off the summoning. In addition, the summoned Divine Beast lacked intelligence. It required a player's control. Due to time constraints, Shifeng only produced 1 set of Divine Beast's Descent scrolls and 1 set of Double Protection Barrier scrolls. Among those currently in Stone Forest Town, Aqua Rose was needed to command the overall situation. Violet Cloud was a healer, while Alluring Summer outshined everyone else's combat standards. Hence, Shifeng had decided that Alluring Summer should control the summoned Divine Beast. They've mostly familiarized themselves with the summoning procedure. I shouldn't have many issues either, Alluring Summer replied nervously. Despite having recently joined Zero Wing, she had never thought that she would actually get to participate in such a large war so soon. Solo battles were her bread and butter. Even 1 versus many situations were not unusual for her. However, facing 3 mythic monsters by herself was definitely the craziest thing she had done in God's Domain. Inwardly, though, she looked forward to the upcoming battle. Based on the fact that Shifeng had left such an important task for a newcomer like her, she could tell how highly he valued her. Moreover, Aqua Rose had personally recommended her for the task. Regardless of the circumstances, she needed to perform well in the upcoming battle. Alright, I'll leave it to you then. I'll have Aqua's team summon Tier 3 creatures to assist you, Shifeng said, trying to comfort Alluring Summer when he saw the woman's tense expression. Alluring Summer might not be a match for Violet Cloud or Fire Dance, but with her current standards, she should have no problems controlling a Divine Beast. Moreover, she would also have help from the Magic Tower. As the 3 evil earth dragons moved closer to Stone Forest Town, the players in the town grew increasingly tense. Aqua Rose had the guild's experts use the 8 Tier 3 summoning scrolls they had gathered. However, compared to the 3 mythic monsters, the 8 creatures looked like children. Despite their massive sizes, the Tier 3 summoned creatures did not even reach the evil earth dragon's knees. It felt as if the earth dragons would kill the summoned creatures with one stomp. 8 Tier 3 summon creatures? Abandoned Wave, who watched from afar, sneered. So this is Zero Wing's trump card. That's quite impressive actually. Even first-rate guilds only manage to get their hands on 2 or 3 Tier 3 summoning scrolls. At this point, Zero Wing is roughly as strong as a first-rate guild overall. The guild has already surpassed my expectations by acquiring 8 of these scrolls, Peerless commented, relatively surprised by Zero Wing's foundations. Even a super guild like Pantheon had only obtained 20 Tier 3 summoning scrolls so far. Meanwhile, Zero Wing was only an upstart guild that controlled White River City and Stone Forest Town. It was hard to imagine how the guild had secured such resources. Zero Wing's foundations are indeed shocking. Unfortunately, the difference between us is too vast. It is fated that they will fail to defend Stone Forest Town. Abandoned Wave laughed. He did not oppose Peerless' views. Unfortunately, 8 Tier 3 summon creatures were barely enough to pin down one evil earth dragon. How was Zero Wing going to deal with the remaining 2? Following which, one of the 3 evil earth dragons charged at one of the 9-star polar domain magic arrays. The defense turrets and magic tower couldn't land an attack on the nimble earth dragon. In the next moment, the mythic monster stretched out one of its massive claws and slashed at the purple-gold magic barrier. Boom! The instant the claw collided with the magic barrier, a wide tear appeared in the sturdy barrier. Meanwhile, the 9 players maintaining the attacked barrier lost 1/5 of their mana pool on the spot. This scene shook Zero Wing's members. Even Aqua Rose was surprised. Even when the numerous Tier 3 summon creatures had attacked the barrier, they hadn't inflicted any significant damage. However, a single attack from the evil earth dragon had nearly crumbled the barrier. The mythic monster was even stronger than they had imagined. So sturdy. The bandaged man controlling the evil earth dragons was slightly surprised by this outcome. Although he had taken control of the evil earth dragons, decreasing its combat power significantly, the monster's power was still at the mythic rank. If one of these monsters attacked a basic magic array, it could shatter the array with one attack, yet even after the onslaught of 3 evil earth dragons, the purple-gold barrier remained. The mythic monsters had only torn the barrier. Moreover, the tear was quickly mending. I want to see how many hits this magic array can withstand. Immediately, the bandaged man controlled the evil earth dragons to attack again. Pung, pung, pung. After receiving a series of claw attacks, the 9-star polar domain shattered, transforming into particles of light before vanishing. The 4 summoned creatures trapped within the barrier were released. As another evil earth dragon was about to attack another 9-star polar domain magic array, a massive, golden magic array appeared above Stone Forest Town, enveloping nearly half of the town. What's that? A summoned creature. Everyone could not help but look up. Before they realized it, a 100-meter-long golden dragon appeared in the sky. The dragon's wings stretched over 400 meters. With a light flap, the golden dragon sent a wind storm through Stone Forest Town. The strong wind nearly threw the players in the town to the ground. A dragon? How is this possible? Isn't that a legendary creature? Why has a dragon appeared in Stone Forest Town? Everyone's jaws fell open when they saw the golden dragon. Dragons were considerably famous in God's domain. They were the image of power and destruction. Moreover, there were very few of them. When these creatures appeared, disaster followed. Chapter 1071, Mythic vs. Mythic. Why has a dragon suddenly appeared? When Abandoned Wave, Peerless, and Blackwater and Pantheon's other upper echelons saw the dazzling, golden dragon appear above Stone Forest Town, they were shocked. Dragons were legendary creatures. Even if one tried to find a dragon, it was nearly impossible. Yet one such creature had appeared in a small town like Stone Forest Town. It was inconceivable. Could this be something that Zero Wing has summoned? Peerless frowned as he thought of this possibility. However, he was not certain of this answer. How rare were dragons? It was simply impossible to come across one in Stone Forest Town coincidentally. The only possibility was that Zero Wing had summoned it. Those who had heard Peerless guess wore ugly, twisted expressions. According to what they had learned from various libraries, even the weakest dragon was a Tier 5 creature. Moreover, due to their life ratings being extremely high, they were practically invincible among existences of the same tier. It would be a trifling matter for a dragon to annihilate their army of 200,000 monsters. The mythic-ranked evil earth dragons were no exception. What are you worried about? Do you know how powerful an actual dragon is? Do you think Zero Wing is really capable of summoning a dragon? Abandoned Wave coldly asked as he glanced at his worried subordinates. Look closely. That is merely a summoned creature. It isn't a true dragon. It only has the shape of one. Hearing this, everyone used their identification skills on the golden dragon. Divine Dragon Elemental Creature Mythic. Level 60. HP 200, 000, 000/200, 000, 000. An elemental creature? Peerless muttered. Although its name contained the word dragon, it was an elemental creature instead of a bona fide dragon. This hinted that this divine dragon only looked impressive, but lacked real worth. It did not possess an actual dragon's power. It was like the evil earth dragons, where they were called dragons, but were dark creatures that did not possess the power of the dragon race. Its life rating was no different than an ordinary monster. Although I don't know how Zero Wing managed to summon this mythic monster, if they think they can defend Stone Forest Town with one mythic monster, they are making a huge mistake. Abandoned Wave watched the divine dragon with contempt. He then gave his subordinates a command saying, "Bring it out. Let's widen Zero Wing's horizons. We'll show them that they aren't the only ones with siege tools." Hearing this, Abandoned Wave's subordinates exploded into action. Shortly after, 3 gnome cannons appeared beside Abandoned Wave. Peerless was momentarily stunned when he saw these cannons. Why does Blackwater have these? Pantheon possessed gnome cannons as well. However, they were extremely difficult to manufacture. Even when they had allowed their guild's chief engineer to make them, the latter's success rate was only 10%. In addition, due to the rarity of the materials and plenty of effort, Pantheon had only manufactured 6 gnome cannons. Each of these cannons was easily worth as much as 1 or 2 epic items. Pantheon treasured its 6 gnome cannons. Even when they raided towns, they refused to use them, afraid that they would accidentally damage or destroy them. He had never imagined that Blackwater would have 3 of the cannons as well. In terms of destructive power, the gnome cannon might not be a match for the magic tower. However, it could compare to the defense turret. Unfortunately, its firing rate was not as high as the defense turrets. However, its advantage lay in its maneuverability, unlike the defense turrets, which had fixed positions upon construction. Hence, they were considerably useful in a siege battle. The gnome cannon's passive skill, in particular, could deal double damage against constructions and magic barriers. Fire at will. I want to see how long their magic barriers can last. Abandoned Wave commanded. Originally, he had not wanted to expose the gnome cannons. However, after all was said and done, the divine dragon was a mythic monster. If the evil earth dragons were at their peak, they might be able to put up a fight against the divine dragon. Unfortunately, the monster's combat powers were weak right now. If he had only sent 1 evil earth dragon up against the divine dragon, the former would be overwhelmed. If that happened, the divine dragon would wreak havoc among the monster army. The losses they would suffer would be tremendous. Before this, he had signed a contract with the bandaged man, stating that he would compensate the latter for the monsters he lost. He could deal with the compensation for the monsters below Lord rank. However, if Lord or above monsters died, even he would feel a sting. For safety's sake, he needed 2 evil earth dragons to pin down the divine dragon. He would then have the last earth dragon attract the attention of Zero Wing's summoned creatures. This way, Zero Wing would have no way to prevent Blackwater's summoned creatures from rampaging inside Stone Forest Town. However, before they had the opportunity to use the gnome cannons, an explosion blasted above them. With a violent flap with its wings, The divine dragon appeared before the evil earth dragon that was about to attack the 9-star polar domain. It then whipped its tail at the evil earth dragon's pitch-black scales. Boom! The attack sent the massive evil earth dragon flying. Not only had it been thrown away from the 9-star polar domain, but its HP bar had also decreased by a visible chunk. The divine dragon's strength surpassed everyone's imaginations. The independent players watching the battle from a safe distance gaped in shock. Despite both being Tier 4 mythic monsters and the evil earth dragon being 5 levels higher than the divine dragon, the latter easily sent the former's titanic figure flying. However, the divine dragon's controller, Alluring Summer, was more surprised than anyone. Is this the power of a mythic monster? At this moment, Alluring Summer's body had merged with the divine dragon. One could say that the divine dragon and Alluring Summer were one right now. The power the divine dragon wielded was intoxicating. This was the first time Alluring Summer had experienced such destructive power. Even high and mighty grand lords were trifling existences in front of her. She felt like she could easily annihilate those grand lords with a single wave of her hand. Seeing this, the other 2 evil earth dragons brandished their claws against the divine dragon. One had to admit that the evil earth dragon's attacks were seasoned and accurate. They struck at the divine dragon's blind spots. Moreover, the 2 earth dragons coordinated their attacks very well. If the divine dragon tried to block one of the earth dragons, it would fail to block the other. Yet, contrary to expectations, even when the earth dragon's claws were about to strike the divine dragon, the latter remained motionless. It did not attempt to dodge or block the incoming attacks. Is the divine dragon not listening to commands? Aqua Rose wondered. If a problem occurred with the divine dragon now, this war was as good as over. Bang! In the next moment, the evil earth dragon's claws slammed into the divine dragon's body. However, their claws only left behind several white marks on the latter's golden scales. The attacks did not penetrate the divine dragon's scales. As for the damage the divine dragon received, compared to the divine dragon's 200 million HP, it was not worth mentioning. If one did not pay close attention, they might not even notice the change to the divine dragon's HP bar. Impossible. At this moment, Abandoned Wave's calm vanished, his mouth hanging open as he watched. Why was there such a massive difference between the dragons, despite being monsters of the same tier? Every player that witnessed this fight was stupefied. They even began to wonder if the evil earth dragons truly were the demons that had annihilated tens of thousands of players in Black Ridge Town. Chapter 1072 Tier 4 Curse. While Abandoned Wave and the others were shocked over the divine dragon's defense, under Alluring Summer's command, the divine dragon began its counterattack. The divine dragon's tail tore through space as it whipped at the 2 nearby evil earth dragons. Roar! The 2 evil earth dragons possessed high intelligence. Knowing that the divine dragon's attack packed an extraordinary amount of power, they roared angrily as they swiped their sharp claws at the approaching tail. Boom! The instant claws and tail collided. A loud crash resounded throughout Stone Forest Town, the resulting shockwave sending all nearby players and monsters flying. At the same time, like kites with cut strings, the 2 evil earth dragons were sent flying hundreds of yards away. When they landed, their bodies slammed into the ground, instantly killing dozens of elite monsters. Atop the magic tower, Aqua Rose's expression shifted from worry to joy. The divine dragon was so strong. Despite the evil earth dragons also being Tier 4 mythic monsters, they couldn't even parry the divine dragon's attack. With this strength, the divine dragon could easily suppress all 3 evil earth dragons. Combined with the strength of their magic arrays and Tier 3 summoned creatures, they could definitely defend Stone Forest Town. Every Zero Wing member in Stone Forest Town brimmed with confidence once again. With the divine dragon and the magic tower holding down the fort, raiding Stone Forest Town became several times more difficult for Blackwater. The army of 200,000 monsters had become nothing more than a treasure trove of EXP. Why is it so powerful? Could it really be a member of the dragon race? Abandoned Wave frowned. No wonder why Zero Wing is so fearless. They have a card like this to rely on. The divine dragon's power astonished Peerless as well. If not for him witnessing this battle personally, he wouldn't have known that players were capable of summoning such powerful monsters. With a single divine dragon, the tides of the war had shifted in Zero Wing's favor. Brother Wave, are you ready to reconsider? Peerless turned to Abandoned Wave. If you let Pantheon join the battle and save those trapped summon creatures, removing the magic tower and defense turrets shouldn't be a problem. However, if you let this situation drag on, soon, even Pantheon won't be able to guarantee our victory. Fine, you can join the fray. After hesitating for a few moments, Abandoned Wave agreed to Pantheon's assistance. Although the 3 gnome cannons had bombarded the purple-gold magic barriers, their attacks at most caused the barriers to ripple. It was impossible to destroy the barriers quickly. Furthermore, now that the divine dragon protected the 9-star polar domains, the evil earth dragons could get close enough to save the Tier 3 summon creatures. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before their Tier 3 summon creatures died. If that happened, it would be far more difficult and costly to take down the town's defenses. All right, boys, you heard him, Pantheon announced, laughing. However, Brother Wave, you mustn't forget our agreement. Of course. As long as you help me destroy Stone Forest Town's magic tower and defense turrets, you'll receive every share that I've promised you, Abandoned Wave said, nodding. He was curious about Peerless' confident tone. What methods did Pantheon possess? To take down Stone Forest Town, he had sacrificed much to gain the bandaged man's cooperation. The 17 Tier 3 summoning scrolls hadn't been easy to obtain either. Even then, he hadn't been able to shake Stone Forest Town's foundations. As soon as Abandoned Wave said so, a team of 20 players appeared behind Peerless, startling Abandoned Wave. All of these 20 players wore black cloaks. They radiated cold, dense killing intent, causing the nearby players to shiver involuntarily. So strong. Laughing Drunkard was inwardly shocked as he glanced at the 20 players that had suddenly appeared. Among these 20 players, quite a few felt extremely dangerous. If not for these people exposing themselves, Laughing Drunkard suspected that there was over an 80% chance that these people could kill him before he realized what had happened. Meanwhile, each of these assassins retrieved a light gray magic scroll from their bags. Individually, these magic scrolls could not compare to Tier 3 magic scrolls' quality. However, when all 20 were lined up, the mana fluctuations they released instilled a deep fear in everyone's hearts. What are those? Abandoned Wave asked curiously. A magic array that rivals a Tier 4 curse, Peerless introduced, laughing. We obtained them from some temple ruins we raided. We sacrificed over 100,000 players to conquer those ruins. I'm willing to bet that this is the only set available throughout God's domain right now. You guys raided temple ruins? Abandoned Wave could not help his surprise. There were many temple ruins throughout God's domain. The gods had constructed these temples as centers for their worship. They all housed extremely valuable treasures. However, despite the passing of time and the destruction of a large portion of these temples, the temple ruins were considerably dangerous. These ruins' core areas, in particular, were known as forbidden zones. Death was almost certain for any player who ventured into these ruins. Even so, many guilds in God's domain willingly raided these temple ruins. Temple ruins were different from dungeons. Dungeons limited the number of players that could enter at a time, and the requirement of each player's strength was incredibly high. Temple ruins, on the other hand, did not have such limits. Any number of people could enter at the same time. Moreover, the treasures one could obtain were far better than dungeons. In fact, over 70% of the epic items the various super guilds had obtained had been found in temple ruins. Blackwater had found some severely damaged temple ruins. However, even after sacrificing tens of thousands of players, they had no hope of surviving the ruins' core. In the end, they had been forced to give up. Abandoned Wave had never imagined that Pantheon had succeeded where Blackwater had failed. Let's begin. Pantheon commanded. Understood. The 20 assassins unfurled their magic scrolls and began to chant the recorded incantation. As the spell activated, the 20 magic scrolls formed a massive, gray, threefold magic array directly above the 9-star polar domain magic arrays. The unnatural flow of mana interrupted Shifeng's concentration as he put the finishing touches on the 2 new magic towers. He couldn't help but turn towards the gathering of mana. Space Smasher. Shifeng was stunned. How do they have that? Space Smasher was a Tier 4 curse. It also needed an advanced magic array to cast. Unlike ordinary curses, it had a much longer casting time. However, the area it enveloped was much larger, being able to deal a devastating blow to everything within a 300-yard radius. Tier 3 players could easily dodge such curses. However, against an immobile target, the curse could be tremendously effective. Reacting quickly, Shifeng shouted through the guild chat. "Everyone, get out of the magic array's effective area immediately." Unfortunately, Shifeng's warning served little purpose. Space Smasher covered too wide of an area. Aside from the players near the array's edges, no one could avoid the incoming spell. Boom! Immediately, space shattered within the affected area. Pitch-black spatial tiers of various sizes appeared and moved about the magic array. When these spatial tiers encountered the 9-star polar domains, the latter's magic arrays shattered. The double protection barrier, which was also within Space Smasher's range, disintegrated as well. Without exception, the spatial tears killed every player still in its affected area. As for the monster army, only Grand Lords survived the curse. Even then, they lost over half their HPs in the attack. As for the Tier 3 summon creatures, they had not received fatal damage as the 9-star polar domains took the brunt of the attack. However, now that there were no more players, NPC guards and soldiers, or magic arrays in their way, these Tier 3 summon creatures could easily storm Stone Forest Town. Excellent! Abandoned Wave was ecstatic. Destroy Stone Forest Town's fortifications. Chapter 1073, Town Defense. Seeing the release of the remaining 13 Tier 3 summon creatures, the joy Zero Wings members previously enjoyed made a 180 turn. If they only had to face the Tier 3 summon creatures, they were confident of their success. After all, this was not their first time killing Great Lord ranked monsters. Moreover, they had 20,000 elite players on their side. Defeating these monsters would be a trifling matter. However, the true problem lay in the disappearance of the magic barriers that had protected them. Now they were forced to take on an endless army of monsters. All MTs move forward. Assist the NPCs and hold off the monsters. Don't let any of them enter the town. Aqua Rose hurriedly commanded. Previously, they had the double protection barrier to mitigate the monsters' damage. The most they lost was some mana. As long as they replaced the players maintaining the barrier, they could hold out for a long time with little effort. However, that plan was no longer viable. Suddenly, a level 60 Great Lord massacred one of the level 40 MTs standing at the forefront. The healers in the back had not even had a chance to save the player. If not for the level 60+, Tier 2 NPC guards and soldiers blocking the Great Lords, the monsters would have charged into the town. Unfortunately, this stalemate would not last long. Although Zero Wing had mass-recruited NPCs to defend Stone Forest Town, due to the town's popularity, they hadn't been able to recruit a lot of powerful NPCs. In addition, due to Stone Forest Town's small size, they could only recruit a maximum of 1,000 NPC guards. Among them, a portion consisted of Tier 1 NPCs ranging between level 60 and level 70. As for Tier 2 NPCs, there were less than 100. Tier 2 NPCs were only about as strong as Lord-ranked monsters. However, as NPCs knew how to cooperate and monsters did not, they could display greater combat power. However, the Lord's Aqua Rose could see outnumbered the Tier 2 NPCs by 10 to 1. There were also as many Great Lords as Tier 2 NPCs. Even Tier 2 NPCs could not fend off such a monstrous lineup. Zero Wing suffered over 600 casualties during the monster army's initial charge, and the death count continued to increase. Despite the magic tower and defense turrets' continuous bombardment, they couldn't slow the casualty rate. Drunkard, Ignore the summoned creatures and guards' blockade. Regardless of the cost, I want that magic tower and those defense turrets destroyed. Abandoned Wave commanded. While he had joined hands with the bandaged man to exhaust Stone Forest Town's living forces, the main reason for their cooperation was to take down the town's fortifications. If Stone Forest Town lost its fortifications, Blackwater's forces could overwhelm Zero Wing in both quantity and quality. When his elite army arrived, it would be child's play to take the town. Guild leader, leave it to me. Laughing Drunkard licked his lips before directing his Tier 3 summon creature to circle Zero Wing's summons and NPC guards, charging straight towards the magic tower. At the end of the day, Blackwater's summon creatures outnumbered Zero Wing's. The latter had no hope of blocking the assault fully. Currently, the evil Earth Dragons had the Divine Dragon pinned down. Zero Wing wouldn't dare take the battle into the town, which is exactly what they hoped for. With this, his summoned creatures only had to face Zero Wing's members. With his skills and the Tier 3 summon creature's attributes, it was practically impossible for Tier 1 players to stop him. Block it! Aqua Rose shouted. Although Aqua Rose had issued the directive, if a Great Lord-ranked monster wanted to run, there wasn't much Tier 1 players could do to stop it. Moreover, this monster had the awareness of an expert. It could easily dodge the majority of the attacks against it. Even if an attack struck, the damage was negligible to a Tier 3 summon creature. With incredible speed, the Tier 3 summon creature only needed a few moments to reach the magic tower. Zero Wing, you're finished this time. Bloodthirst and excitement flashed in Laughing Drunkard's eyes as he looked at the looming magic tower. Without the magic tower's protection, Zero Wing's fate was as good as sealed. Boom. In a single attack, a crack appeared in the magic tower's sturdy wall. If not for the magic pattern's bugger, Laughing Drunkard would have achieved his goal with that attack. This thing's quite sturdy, but how many hits can it take? Ignoring the surrounding players' barrage, Laughing Drunkard blasted the magic tower with attacks. With each attack, more cracks snaked along the wall. After a few hits, the magic tower started to tremble. Meanwhile, seated in a high-class bar in Sima Town, a man and a woman watched the live stream of the war in Stone Forest Town. It seems that this war will end soon, Yuan Tiexin said, sighing. However, I truly underestimated Zero Wing's foundations. Even first-rate guilds and super guilds would have to take a joint attack by Blackwater and Pantheon seriously. Pantheon was even forced to use the only Tier 4 curse it had. Although Zero Wing has lost this war, it is a glorious defeat. It's truly a pity. I thought that I would get to see Black Flame fight Pantheon's experts. However, it seems that this siege war will end before that happens, Purple Jade commented disappointedly. Stone Forest Town's peril was obvious at first glance. Regardless of whether Black Flame appeared or not, the outcome would not change. Once the magic tower fell, Zero Wing would no longer have the power to resist Blackwater's invasion. Rather than prolong the fight, as Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame would try to save the guild from further losses. Alright, it's about time we prepare as well, Yuan Tiexin said as he withdrew emotionally. Turning to Purple Jade, he said, thanks to Blackwater, we now understand just how powerful the magic tower can be. As long as the secret pavilion obtains its own, the status quo among God's domain's superpowers will have to change. The magic tower's strength had exceeded Yuan Tiexin's expectations. Not only could it attract players, but it could also fortify a town. If the secret pavilion had the magic tower, they could develop more towns. They would not have to worry about lacking manpower for their town's defense. However, just as Purple Jade was about to turn the live stream off, she noticed something. Hurriedly, she shouted for Yuan Tiexin, who was about to leave the room. Uncle Yuan, something's not right. Look at the sky above Stone Forest Town. Confused, Yuan Tiexin turned to look at the screen, and immediately he was stunned. A massive, dark blue magic array had appeared above Stone Forest Town, enveloping the town. Moreover, due to this magic array, mana surged into the town, filling the sky with shimmering colors. It looked like an aurora of light, but more beautiful. What's going on? Laughing Drunkard unconsciously froze as he looked at the sky. Even he shuddered with fear at the mana gathering rate and the array's effective area. We finally made it. Shifeng took a deep breath. Chapter 1074, Turning the Tables. This is... Quickly, Laughing Drunkard noticed that another 2 magic towers had appeared in the town. The 2 new magic towers were positioned to form a triangle with the magic tower before him, and there seemed to be a faint connection between the 3 constructs. How has Zero Wing obtained 3 magic towers? Jealousy filled Abandoned Wave and Peerless, who watched from afar. Even when the Divine Dragon had been summoned, they hadn't envied Zero Wing. They had already witnessed the magic tower's effects personally, so they knew just how powerful the construction was. A super guild or first-rate guild would only need to dispatch a fraction of its forces to defend a town with a magic tower. Obviously, such a powerful, valuable construction was not easy to build. Yet, Zero Wing had constructed 3 magic towers in one town. Extravagant. Zero Wing is simply too extravagant. Despite his ability to control himself, Yuan Tiexing could not help but curse as he stared at the new magic towers. Stone Forest Town's magic barrier had already been destroyed, and Blackwater's Tier 3 summoned creatures were inside the town. It was a waste to complete more magic towers. With 2 magic towers, one could operate 2 towns with a player population of 1 million. Now, at best, these 2 additional magic towers could eliminate some monsters. It would not affect the overall situation at all. Zero Wing would have been better off selling these magic towers to the secret pavilion. Even if you have 2 more magic towers, it is futile. Laughing Drunkard snorted disdainfully. Were the magic barrier protecting the town still present, he might have feared the 3 magic towers. Previously, dodging the magic tower's attacks had been relatively easy. However, if 3 magic towers attacked simultaneously, he wouldn't escape the attack's range in time. Meanwhile, the magic towers possessed the destructive power of a Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell. Even a Tier 3 summon creature would suffer under such a bombardment. After receiving a few hits, his summoned creature would be heavily injured, which would decrease its combat power. In the end, he would not be able to destroy the magic towers. However, Stone Forest Town no longer had a magic barrier to protect it, and Zero Wing had no way of hindering his summoned creature in the town. Even destroying 10 magic towers wouldn't be difficult, much less 3. Shatter. Laughing Drunkard then used his summoned creature's Tier 3 skill, Wind Ripper. In the next moment, wind-type mana gathered around the creature's claws, forming a tornado that was over 50 meters tall. Wind Ripper was the summoned creature's strongest skill. Although the skill had a 1-hour cooldown, generally, summoned creatures could only exist for 3 hours. It's over. Aqua Rose felt her heart grow cold as she watched the tornado, which was even taller than the magic tower, spin toward her. Boom. When the tornado crashed into the magic tower, dust and dirt flew into the air. Laughing Drunkard revealed a wicked smile. Ha! This is impossible. However, when Laughing Drunkard turned to the tower after the dust cleared, he was stunned. As the dust settled, the magic tower stood before him. Although the cracks had widened, they were gradually mending. This was the most astonishing thing Laughing Drunkard had ever seen. Even Aqua Rose, Zero Wing's vice guild leader, was flabbergasted. Previously, the summoned creature's normal attacks had shaken the magic tower, yet after receiving a Tier 3 skill, not only hadn't the tower crumbled, but it also began to regenerate slowly. I won't let you recover. Laughing Drunkard succumbed to madness as he controlled his summoned creature to strike the magic tower once more. However, despite the creature's bombardment, the cracks didn't widen. On the contrary, the cracks decreased. Shifeng, who stood in a distant magic tower, could not help but laugh and shake his head as he watched Laughing Drunkard's crazed assault. How foolish. As the mainstream defensive structure during God's Domain's later stages, the magic tower had its own unique qualities. Otherwise, Wouldn't capturing a town or city during the game's mid-late stages have been a piece of cake for Tier 4 or 5 experts? If that were the case, why would anyone have bothered to construct these magic towers? As long as another magic tower was within range, the tower's defense would increase significantly. The magic towers would reach their peak when 5 were within range. Moreover, due to the magic patterns on the tower, it would automatically gather the surrounding elemental mana to repair itself. The number of magic towers near each other would also affect this trait. Now that Stone Forest Town had 3 magic towers, the structures might not hold up against Tier 4 mythic monsters for long, but they would have no problems against Tier 3 monsters. How can this be? Abandoned Wave could no longer sit still. Everyone else, help Drunkard. I want those magic towers destroyed. If they failed to destroy the magic towers and allowed the defensive structures to attack freely, their army of 200,000 monsters would be massacred before they could annihilate Zero Wing's 20,000 elites. Without nearby healers with the resurrection skill, players generally needed half an hour before they would automatically resurrect. However, their monsters would not revive. Their deaths were permanent. Abandoned Wave's angry bellow increased the pressure on the dozen or so players who controlled the Tier 3 summon creatures. Hurriedly, they began to push through the encirclement of NPCs and players and charged forward to join Laughing Drunkard at the Magic Tower. Previously, as Laughing Drunkard had already broken through the encirclement, they had thought they could leave the Magic Tower and defense turret's destruction to him. However, the situation had changed. Even if they had to endure the attacks from Zero Wing's Tier 3 summon creatures, they had to break free and reach the magic towers. A few moments later, 2 more half-HP summon creatures broke free and arrived to help Laughing Drunkard attack the magic tower. Seeing this, Shifeng had to admit that their plan was somewhat effective. However, the addition of the 2 summon creatures only served to slow the magic tower's recovery rate. The structure took no additional damage. As the 3 summon creatures madly bombarded the tower, Shifeng appeared behind them. Has Black Flame lost his mind? He's approaching 3 Tier 3 summon creatures. Yuan Tiexin wore an astonished expression as he stared at the Shifeng on the screen. Tier 3 summon creatures under player control were no trifling matter. Only ranged players had any chance against them. Melee players would simply seek death if they tried to take these monsters on. As she watched, Purple Jade was also confused. Although she had an inkling of Black Flame's intentions, it was ludicrous. With his identity as a guild leader, it was unlikely that Black Flame would do such a thing. Black Flame. Upon seeing Shifeng, Laughing Drunkard sneered as he said, "I've been looking for you. To think you would actually show yourself before me. Die." Saying so, Laughing Drunkard sent his summoned creature's claw slamming toward Shifeng. Although Laughing Drunkard couldn't fully display his combat standards due to controlling another body, he still pushed his summoned creature into the half-step refinement realm. No Tier 1 player could cope with his explosive speed. So fast. Aqua Rose, who watched from a safe distance, gasped. In the blink of an eye, the summoned creature's claw appeared above Shifeng's head. Boom. When the claw struck, it carved several deep grooves in the ground. As for Shifeng, the attack had thrown him a short distance away. However, he had not received any damage. In the moment of imminent peril, he activated Parry to nullify the damage. You blocked it. Laughing Drunkard was slightly surprised. However, he recovered from his daze quickly and laughed as he coldly declared, "I want to see how many skills you have." Saying so, he brandished the summoned creature's claws against Shifeng once more. Sure enough, a Tier 3 summoned creature under an expert's control is really powerful. After Shifeng slammed into the ground, both of his hands were numb. It seems that I have no choice but to summon them. Watching the summoned creature charge at him, Shifeng calmly revealed 2 scrolls. Summon guards. Chapter 1075, Suppressing Tier 3. The instant Shifeng used Summon Guard, 2 unassuming figures appeared beside him. Personal guards. When Laughing Drunkard saw the 2 figures, his lips curled up, and disdain filled his eyes. Currently, Even very high-leveled personal guards were only level 60. Even if they conquered their Tier 2 class promotions, a Tier 3 summoned creature could easily kill them. Scram! Laughing Drunkard's summoned creature used the Tier 2 skill, Dark Claw. He intended to send the 2 NPCs flying and finish Shifeng off. After all, if Shifeng tried to hide, he'd be very hard to find in a town this size. Right now, he was helpless against the magic towers. However, if he could kill Shifeng, he could deal a greater blow to Zero Wing's morale. Dang! As if it had collided with adamantium. The summoned creature's claws stopped mid-swing, the clang of metal echoing across the town. This, Laughing Drunkard wore an incredulous expression. A Tier 2 NPC blocked a Tier 3 summoned creature's Tier 2 skill. The gap between Tier 2 and Tier 3 was massive. This was especially true for monsters and NPCs. It was impossible for a Tier 2 NPC to stand against a Tier 3 monster. Yet, as the impossible became a reality, Laughing Drunkard's mind was blown. They've really grown after completing the epic quest. They're both so much stronger. Shifeng was quite satisfied with Kite's performance. If Kite were an ordinary personal guard, he wouldn't be able to easily fend off the Tier 2 skill of a level 60, Tier 3 summon creature. However, Kite was a dark gold guard. He was practically invincible among those of the same tier. Now that Kite had completed an epic quest, his combat power had risen once again. The new silver longsword Kite wielded made this apparent. Although the hilt was hollow, it shone with a dazzling, golden brilliance. Rather than a sword, it looked as if Kite wielded a miniature sun. The sword was no less elegant than the sacred sword, Killing Ray. Kite's weapon was also epic rank. Not only had Kite replaced many of his old weapons and equipment, but he had also risen from level 65 to level 68. His leveling speed was astonishing. Being able to block the attack of an ordinary Tier 3 summon creature was expected. However, Anna's transformation was even greater than Kite's. Anna wore gorgeous, black and white mage robes and held a golden scepter. Her waist-long golden hair fluttered freely in the wind. Whether it was her appearance or temperament, she emitted the aura of a goddess. Even a great beauty like Aqua Rose was mesmerized by Anna's beauty. A single glance was all it took to captivate countless male players. As for her level, she had already reached level 69. How can this world have such a beautiful NPC? Crap. Even if I have to spend everything I have to find an NPC like that for myself. As everyone was enchanted by Anna's appearance, body, and temperament, some experts had noticed the items she wore. As this was the first time Shifeng had summoned Kite and Anna since their epic quest, he had not had an opportunity to hide the effects of their weapons and equipment. Hence, their items were available for all to see. At first, only Anna's appearance had surprised the watching players. However, upon closer inspection, these players gasped. A fragmented legendary weapon. Everyone's eyes were glued on the golden scepter Anna wielded, greed filling their gazes. If not for the fact that players could not use NPC's items, they would have charged into Stone Forest Town to steal that scepter. Currently, epic weapons were the highest rank available to players. There had not been any sightings of weapons or equipment above epic rank. If they could get their hands on a fragmented legendary weapon, they would instantly gain fame and fortune. Do these personal guards belong to Zero Wing's guild leader? They're simply amazing. Crap. This is insane. I only recently equipped my personal guard with a set of bronze equipment. Even the guild upper echelon's personal guards I've seen are using at most secret silver or fine gold weapons and equipment. This is somewhat thorny. You two help me pin down these NPC guards. I'll deal with Black Flame. Laughing Drunkard quickly reacted. After a single clash, he understood that he couldn't injure Shifeng if he fought alone. Only with the 2 other Tier 3 summon creatures holding back Shifeng's personal guards would he have a chance of killing Zero Wing's guild leader. Leave it to us, boss. Snapping out of their daze, the players controlling the 2 other summon creatures launched an assault against Kite and Anna. Unfortunately, while Laughing Drunkard's plan was fairly solid, he severely underestimated Anna. By the time the two summoned creatures arrived before Anna, the latter had finished chanting her spell. Anna then slammed the butt of her scepter against the ground. Like a drop of water falling into a still lake, Anna's scepter created ripples in the surrounding mana. Immediately after, 10 Tier 2 rock guards rose from the ground. Anna was capable of summoning far more creatures than ordinary summoners. Moreover, the rock guards were level 69. Following which, Anna started another chant, and cast a spell to strengthen the 10 rock guards. In the next moment, the rock guards split up and surrounded the two Tier 3 summon creatures. Even when the latter attacked, the rock guards received the blows without hesitation. However, the biggest surprise was the fact that each rock guard was nearly as strong as a Tier 3 Great Lord of the same level. They were on par with the level 60, Tier 3 summon creatures. With 5 of them working together, they easily suppressed one Tier 3 summon creature. How can there be such powerful Tier 2 NPC guards? Laughing Drunkard ground his teeth as he watched Kite and Anna. Despite Shifeng standing right in front of him, he couldn't approach Shifeng at all. Kite, the NPC guard he faced, already had higher strength than his summon creature. In terms of speed, the NPC was even more frightening. His creature couldn't respond to the NPC's attacks in time. Every one of Kite's attacks devoured over 100,000 of his creature's HP. If the former used a Tier 2 skill, he could deal over -400,000 damage. Kite's combat standards came as an even greater shock to Laughing Drunkard. A Tier 2 NPC fought as if it had entered the refinement realm. Kite's HP might not be a match for a Tier 3 summon creature, but he was definitely superior in terms of strength and speed. On the other hand, the summoned creature Laughing Drunkard controlled could only display the half-step refinement realm. In the end, Laughing Drunkard had to watch helplessly as his summoned creature's HP fell. Suddenly, Anna arrived to assist Kite, using the Tier 2 skill, Elemental Thorns against Laughing Drunkard's summon creature. With one attack, the summon creature was forced to retreat by over a dozen yards. Not only had the attack dealt over -500,000 damage, but it also gave Kite an easier time damaging the summon creature. Laughing Drunkard's summon creature could no longer resist the bombardment. Against Anna and Kite's joint assault, it was only a short moment before Laughing Drunkard's summon creature collapsed, never to rise again. Chapter 1076, Final Fight. It's dead. How did it die so quickly? The Blackwater members controlling summon creatures were momentarily stunned. Laughing Drunkard was a top-class expert in their guild. Moreover, he could display far more of his creature's strength than they could. Yet after just a few moments, his summoned creature, which had tens of millions of HP, died. Moreover, it had been killed by just 2 Tier 2 NPCs. Damn it! Damn it! You couldn't even last a few minutes against 2 Tier 2 NPCs? Abandoned Wave cursed at Laughing Drunkard, who stood beside him. Guild leader, those 2 NPCs are extraordinary. They've both reached the refinement realm standard. They can execute all of their moves naturally. Moreover, their basic attributes are even higher than the Tier 3 summon creature I controlled, Laughing Drunkard explained. So enough. Stop finding excuses. I only want results. Abandoned Wave glared at Laughing Drunkard. Laughing Drunkard immediately fell silent. However, standing to the side, Peerless frowned when he heard Laughing Drunkard's comments. He had originally expected to finish Zero Wing off with their Tier 4 curse. He had never expected that Zero Wing would have hidden such a trump card. He had witnessed the fight between the Tier 3 summon creature and the 2 Tier 2 NPCs personally. He had to admit that Laughing Drunkard had not lost without reason. Without much of a difference in basic attributes, a half-step Refinement Realm summon creature was no match for Refinement Realm NPCs. Now that Laughing Drunkard, the most skilled player among those controlling Blackwater's summon creatures, had been defeated, it was only a matter of time before the remaining 12 creatures were killed. Brother Peerless, what do you think we should do now? Abandoned Wave had already used all of his cards. He could not think of another way to destroy the magic towers. The magic tower's defense had already been quite high. Now that two absurdly powerful NPC guards had joined the fray, it was practically impossible to destroy Stone Forest Town's fortifications. Of course, they could instruct the monster army to invade the town. With the number of players defending the town, Zero Wing could not fend off this army. However, doing so would discard the gold mine that was Stone Forest Town, which was the exact opposite of what he wanted. Frustration filled Abandoned Wave's heart when he thought about how he couldn't obtain Stone Forest Town. Of course, having his elite army force their way into the town wasn't a viable option either. Not only would he suffer immense losses by doing so, but they still might fail to capture Stone Forest Town. The monster army's losses made this clear. There was only one real method to capture a town: destroy the guild residence of the town's ruler, and obtain the town token hidden within. As long as one held the token for 2 hours, that player would secure the town's ownership. Capturing a town was not as difficult as most thought. There was no need to kill every member of the ruling guild in the town. One simply needed to destroy the ruling guild's residence and obtain the town token. However, the two NPC guards Shifeng had summoned were simply too powerful. If they defended Zero Wing's residence, sending players to take down the residence would be as effective as sending them through a meat grinder. I have a plan. However, it will depend on your resolve, Peerless said after considering Abandoned Wave's question. What is it? Abandoned Wave was out of options. First, stop the assault on the town for now, and order the monster army to retreat. Once Blackwater's elite army arrives, we'll charge into the town as one force, Peerless said, chuckling. Afterward, I'll have my guild's experts sneak into Zero Wing's residence to steal the town token. Of course, for this plan to work, we have to prevent those two NPC guards from entering Zero Wing's residence. You must keep them away from the residence. I'm not confident of our success otherwise. Pantheon's Dark Blade members were among the best in God's domain when it came to infiltration. Players had no way of sensing their presence. However, the same could not be said for level 60+, Tier 2 Refinement Realm NPCs. On the off chance that they were discovered, only death awaited them. After all, Dark Blade members' survivability was extremely low. If I lure those two NPC guards away, how confident are you of succeeding, Brother Peerless? Abandoned Wave asked when he noticed that Kite and Anna were already starting to clear out the remaining summon creatures. Assuming that Zero Wing has used all of its hidden trump cards, roughly 90%, Peerless said confidently. This time, 9 Kills, the Dark Blade's vice commander, would lead the Legion. 9 Kills had never failed to assassinate his targets. Stealing a town token would be a piece of cake. Alright, I'll leave it to you then, Abandoned Wave reluctantly agreed. He then recalled his forces. Guild leader, they're retreating. When Aqua Rose noticed the monster army pull away from the town, she could not help but grow excited. They're retreating? Shifeng was slightly surprised to hear this. The battle wasn't even halfway over, yet Blackwater retreated. No matter how he thought about it, something smelled fishy. Shifeng wasn't the only one surprised by Blackwater's retreat. Everyone watching the war had questions of their own. Although Zero Wing appeared to have the advantage, after all was said and done, the monster army was too strong. If this war continued, Blackwater had a chance of capturing the town. Not only would such an abrupt retreat result in unnecessary casualties, but it would also wound the approaching elite army's morale. After all, Blackwater's monster army had already reached the gates of Stone Forest Town. As long as they continued fighting, they could take the town. However, after the monsters withdrew from the Magic Tower's attack range, they stopped suddenly and defended their position. With this development, everyone finally understood what Blackwater intended to do. Blackwater wasn't retreating at all. Rather, it was preparing for a final strike. Monsters' movement speed was much higher than players, and Blackwater's elite army was still on its way to Stone Forest Town. There was still some time before it would arrive. Hence, Blackwater intended to wait. Once both armies were present, it would launch an all-out assault against Stone Forest Town. So they're finally getting serious, Shifeng muttered as he watched Blackwater's elite army gradually approach from atop a magic tower. Players were different from monsters. Although players were not as strong as monsters individually, they were able to cooperate to display a strength that surpassed their own. If it really came down to a fight, the elite army would be far more difficult to deal with than the monster army. Guild leader, look over there. Aqua Rose said as she pointed towards the group of one-horned humanoid monsters that had suddenly appeared from the southeast. Based on their investigations, not only were the humanoid monsters frighteningly strong, but their intelligence was also shockingly high. Among them, some were on par with ordinary expert players. Most likely, the Great Lords were even more powerful than the Tier 3 summoned creature Laughing Drunkard had controlled. Over 100 one-horned humanoid monsters had arrived on the battlefield, and they were all level 60. Among them, 20 were Great Lords, while the rest were High Lord rank. Guild Leader Wave, this is the most help I can offer. Don't forget your promise. The bandaged man growled when he contacted Abandoned Wave. Rest assured, after we capture Stone Forest Town, I'll gather 300,000 elite players and 300 expert players for you. Abandoned Wave responded with a slightly grim expression. Unlike the other monsters in the monster army, the humanoid monsters wouldn't pollute the town with evil energy if they entered. However, the humanoid monsters were incredibly precious. Hence, the bandaged man hadn't wanted to risk losing them. However, to guarantee Stone Forest Town's capture, the bandaged man had no choice. I refuse to believe that Zero Wing can fend off this attack. Following which, Abandoned Wave issued the command to attack. Immediately, both the monster army and the player army charged towards Stone Forest Town from all directions. Chapter 1077, Shadow Dancer. The spectacular scene of hundreds of thousands of monsters and elite players surging towards Stone Forest Town made Zero Wing's members nervous. They were outnumbered by 10 to 1. Moreover, half of their enemies were players. Even Aqua Rose, who had experienced her fair share of large-scale battles, worried that they would fall against this assault. Unlike the previous assault, this move had been strategic. This time, both players and monsters stood considerably far apart. They were not clumped as they had been. As a result, even with 3 magic towers, they were not as effective as the one tower had been during the beginning of this battle. Although the magic towers weren't as effective, the number of players and monsters dying still made Abandoned Wave's eyes twitch. Every wave of attack destroyed over 1,000 players and monsters. The magic tower's destructive power once again stupefied the war's spectators. Blackwater is quite daring. With this, its losses will undoubtedly be astronomical. Yuan Tiexing could not help but sigh as he watched the rapidly increasing number of corpses on the battlefield. However, he had to admit that this move was effective. Against such an assault, even a transcendental existence like the Secret Pavilion would struggle to defend Stone Forest Town, much less Zero Wing. At most, it could reduce its losses by retreating from the town as quickly as possible. Although the magic towers seemed powerful, they had a glaring flaw. By the time Blackwater's players and monsters reached the magic towers, the latter's effects would be considerably limited. Once the magic towers were dealt with, Zero Wing would have to rely on its miniature ballistas and various magic scrolls to defend Stone Forest Town. Either that, or it would have to use large-scale destruction spells. However, these were obviously not enough to take out such a large army. After all, no matter how many players or monsters died, Blackwater's army still outnumbered Zero Wing's. This numerical advantage would secure Blackwater's victory. This was the cruel reality of siege wars. If Zero Wing could not fend off Blackwater's forces in time, Blackwater's excess forces would attack Zero Wing's residence and take the town token without any resistance. Unlike the magic tower, any player with even a little attack power could destroy a guild residence. It was only a matter of time. After all, the guild residence was not protected by magic patterns like the magic tower. Of course, faced with a frightening weapon like the magic tower, most guilds would not attack as desperately as Blackwater. They definitely would not willingly sacrifice the lives of tens of thousands of players to take down Stone Forest Town's magic towers. Elite members were an important part of a guild's foundation. A guild required the strength of these elite members to accomplish many tasks. After all, guilds generally had very few expert players. Strong blades needed strong steel. A guild could allocate expert player teams to pioneer large-scale team dungeons. However, if a guild relied on such a team to obtain equipment, said guild would suffer severe deficiencies. After players raided a large-scale team dungeon, they had to wait for some time before they could raid it again. Meanwhile, each dungeon dropped a limited number of items. Hence, guilds would generally have their expert teams learn and build raiding strategies before passing on said strategies to the guild's elite members. With this, the guild could farm more weapons and equipment within a certain amount of time. Due to this reason, a guild's development would stagnate if a large number of its elite members died. The army of 100,000 plus elite players Blackwater had dispatched was the guild's foundation. If these players died in battle, Blackwater would suffer a shortage of weapons and equipment for quite some time. However, Abandoned Wave could not care less right now. Players, charge into the town's heart. Leave the borders to the monster army. Abandoned Wave shouted crazily. At this point, it was do or die. Throughout God's domain, only Abandoned Wave dared to use hundreds of thousands of monsters and elite players as bait. Zero Wings residents. Guild leader, there's too many of them. They're rushing ahead and disregarding their casualties. We don't have enough people to hold them off. Over 10,000 players have already infiltrated the town. The one-horned monsters are also assaulting the residents from all sides. Among our enemies, the most troublesome are the humanoid monsters. Even after we sent all of our Tier 3 summon creatures, we couldn't stop their advance. Moreover, they are devouring players and growing stronger. None of our players dare approach them. We have to rely on the NPC guards and soldiers to hold those monsters back. Aqua Rose anxiously reported the situation to Sherfong. Battles had broken out all over Stone Forest Town. She couldn't keep up with managing the war. If not for the 3 magic towers boosting her guildmates' attributes, Blackwater would have already captured the town. A siege war was different from war in an open field. Field wars relied on both quantity and quality. Siege wars, however, only relied on quantity. The more players a guild possessed, the greater the advantage it would have. After all, even if an expert were more powerful, how many players could they hold back? How many players could they kill? Even if Zero Wing annihilated 99% of Blackwater's army, it would lose this war if any enemy player got their hands on Stone Forest Town's town token. After Blackwater took control of the town token, Stone Forest Town would enter a new protection period. At that time, all Blackwater needed to do was return to an NPC city and hire a bunch of powerful guards. After all, how could players who had not even reached level 50 possibly survive against level 150 NPC guards? After giving the situation some thought, Sherfong looked at Anna and said, "Anna, you and Kite deal with those humanoid monsters. Don't let them near the guild residents." Sherfong hadn't expected the humanoid monsters to appear on this battlefield. To these monsters, Tier 1 expert players were nothing more than a snack. It was meaningless to have players fight these monsters. Moreover, any player these monsters devoured would lose a fraction of their immortal soul. This would deal a fatal blow to Zero Wing. Zero Wing had no way of receiving reinforcements. If the present elite members' immortal souls were damaged, they would be forced out of the game for a long time. With no better choice, Sherfong was forced to send Anna and Kite against these monsters. Otherwise, by the time these humanoid monsters devoured every player in Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing would be powerless to stop them. Brother Wave, it would seem that our plan has been quite successful. Those 2 NPC guards have already gone out to keep your monsters from devouring Zero Wing's members, Peerless stated, joy brightening his eyes as he read the message his subordinate had sent. Then that means, excitement surfaced in Abandoned Wave's eyes. What he had anticipated had finally occurred. That's right. Pantheon's members have infiltrated Zero Wing's residence. When the time comes, not only will you obtain Stone Forest Town, but the 3 magic towers will also be yours to command, Peerless said, laughing. Without those 2 Tier 2 NPCs in their way, it was almost certain that the Dark Blade members would steal the town token. Vice Commander, we've dealt with the hidden assassins. Before us lies the secret room containing the town token. A level 41 gray-robed assassin reported to 9 kills with a mechanical tone, pointing towards a room a short distance away. In response, 9 kills nodded and said, "All right, have everyone prepare. Leopard, Heart, Wind, Feather, follow me to retrieve the town token." He had hoped to assassinate Zero Wings guild leader, Black Flame. Hence, he had volunteered to join the war. Unfortunately, he had been disappointed. All of his opponents had been small fries. His several apprentices had no issue dispatching these players. However, after 9 kills and his 4 companions opened the secret room's locked door, their expressions froze. Black Flame, 9 kills, and the others were caught by surprise. They hadn't expected Zero Wings guild leader to wait for them in the room with the town token. 9 kills. Glancing at the middle-aged man carrying a bone bow, Shifeng smiled slightly as he said, "I've been waiting for you for some time now. You know of me? You've even discovered over tracks. As expected of the leader of Zero Wing." After recovering from his shock, 9 kills clapped, praising Shifeng. "However, haven't you a little too careless? You're the only one here. I have men stationed outside. Reinforcements won't reach you in time. Do you understand what this means?" "Not really, but I do know that none of you are leaving this place alive." Shifeng chuckled. Shifeng knew quite a bit about 9 kills. In the past, the man had been an assassination expert with his own legends. If not for the Magic Tower's detection ability and his omniscient eyes, he wouldn't have noticed 9 kills and the others infiltrating Stone Forest Town. Despite 9 kills being a ranger, his figure was blurry, and when he moved, he was soundless. Rather than calling him a ranger, it was more appropriate to call him an assassin. However, Shifeng knew that 9 kills wasn't just a ranger. He had a hidden class. Shadow Dancer. This class that was even more secretive and powerful than the assassin class. Moreover, it was an extreme class. The class's instantaneous, explosive power even surpassed Shifeng's Blade Saint class. "You're going to accomplish this alone?" 9 kills sneered. The other 4 assassins began to laugh. Shifeng had just told the world's funniest joke. "That's right, alone." Shifeng ignored their mocking giggles as he unsheathed Killing Ray. Chapter 1078. Attack versus Defense. How arrogant. A cold glint flashed in 9 kills' eyes. Immediately, his body melted into the shadow on the ground and disappeared. Instead of having a skill like the assassin class's stealth, the Shadow Dancer class had the shadow space skill that allowed players to meld with shadows, moving through them. They were far more difficult to detect than stealthed assassins as their bodies were in a different dimension altogether when they vanished into the shadows. Furthermore, objects and people in the ordinary dimension couldn't interfere with anything in the shadow dimension. This was different from Assassin's stealth skill, which only turned its user invisible. After entering the shadow dimension, unless 9 kills intentionally left the dimension, he was impossible to detect, even with an advanced identification skill. It was this reason that 9 kills had been a legend in the past. Sure enough, I can't sense his presence in the slightest. Shifeng was slightly surprised. Despite having activated omniscient eyes, he couldn't sense 9 kills at all after the middle-aged man entered the shadow dimension. It was as if 9 kills had vanished completely. This was bad news for Shifeng. The Shadow Dancer class was an extreme class. The class had very powerful covert techniques and instantaneous explosive power. If a Shadow Dancer launched a successful ambush, even an MT with active life-saving skills might not survive. Haha. I guess even the Sword King can be nervous. Even Black Flame can't do anything when the boss enters the shadow dimension. Once the boss finds a weak point to exploit, he'll take care of Black Flame easily. A female assassin with an oval face said softly. Dark Heart, let's get ready. The boss's shadow dimension has a long cooldown. If he can't defeat Black Flame in his initial assault, we need to jump in immediately. We absolutely cannot give an expert like Black Flame a chance to retaliate. The youth named Dark Feather reminded his companion. Relax. I still have a tier 3 magic scroll. Even if the boss's attacks don't kill Black Flame, he won't escape my tier 3 scroll. Darkheart replied confidently. The scroll she carried contained a tier 3 AoE attack spell that had an effective radius of 15 yards. The spell's range could cover over half of the room they occupied. If 9 kills failed, she simply needed to activate the spell, killing both 9 kills and Black Flame. This was in line with the Darkblade's code of conduct. They would do anything, including sacrificing their own companions, to complete their missions. However, it wasn't likely that they would need to go to such lengths. Shadow Dimension really is an amazing skill. It seems that I have no choice but to use this method. After observing the situation for a long moment, Shifeng still could not detect 9 kills. Hence, he took 8 light stones from his bag and threw them into the corners of the room. As the light stones released their dazzling glow, they illuminated the room. As a result, the nearby shadows shrunk. Although the Shadow Dancer class possessed superior covert and explosive capabilities, the class had a major flaw. Once 9 kills entered the Shadow Dimension, he could only leave it through a shadow. Hence, 9 kills had carried out his past missions at night or in enclosed spaces. He would not try to assassinate his targets during the day in the fields. Damn it! How does he know my weakness? From inside the Shadow Dimension, 9 kills frowned as he searched for a place to emerge. There are still 7 places I can launch an attack from. I should be able to use that move. Although he had no idea how Shifeng knew about the Shadow Dancer's weakness, the class had one secret he had never spoken about. The class's sure kill skill, Shadow Dancer's Blade. After activating this skill, he could move rapidly between a maximum of 7 locations. Although the skill had a long 1-hour cooldown, during the skill's 10-second duration, he could move so quickly that he would be invisible to the naked eye. He hadn't used this skill since becoming a Shadow Dancer. He simply hadn't found a qualified target. You should be proud that you forced me to use this skill. 9 kills sneered as he watched Shifeng from the Shadow Dimension. Suddenly, in the ordinary dimension, a black figure appeared from one of the 7 shadows in the room with lightning speed. Immediately, this black figure dove into another shadow. In less than a second, 9 kills filled the room with his afterimages. It was impossible to detect 9 kills' true body. So fast. The sudden development surprised Shifeng. Is this Shadow Dancer's blade? I can't even catch sight of 9 kills' real body. Shadow Dancer's blade was the reason for 9 kills' fame. It was due to this sure kill skill that 9 kills had successfully assassinated numerous Super Guild Apex experts. Unless one had a skill that provided invulnerability for 10 seconds, or they moved out of the Shadow Dancer's blade's effective area, this move was impossible to escape. Die. Once he was confident of landing a blow, 9 kills unsheathed the short sword from his waist and slashed it at the back of Shifeng's neck. Dang. The clash of metal echoed throughout the room. Before anyone realized it, Shifeng had begun to execute Sword's Orbit, preventing all attacks from coming within 8 yards of himself. As his attributes and combat standards improved, he was able to exert a more powerful defense with Sword's Orbit. Unless one had a higher strength than Shifeng, they would not be able to break through his defense. However, Shifeng was currently level 44 and equipped with the level 50 Magic Light set equipment. He also wielded epic weapons and the fragmented legendary ranked Heavenly Dragon's Breath. In terms of strength, even a berserker with an epic weapon and a complete level 40 Dark Gold set equipment would be no match for Shifeng, much less a ranger like 9 kills. Ha! 9 kills, whose attack had been repulsed, stared at Shifeng dumbfounded. For a moment, his mind failed to process what had happened. His speed definitely ranked at the peak among God's Domain's current players. It was utterly impossible for players to react to his attack, let alone controlling their bodies to defend themselves. Although Void Realm assassins might notice him, barely, They definitely could not defend themselves in time. Yet Shifeng had blocked his blade. Impossible. Retreating into the shadows, 9 Kills launched another wave of rampant attacks against Shifeng. After all, Shadow Dancer's blade had a duration of 10 seconds. Xiao. 9 Kills' attacks were too fast to see. Due to his frightening speed, 9 Kills' short sword pushed further into Sword's orbit's defensive bubble. From the initial 8 yards, the ranger's short sword gradually penetrated Shifeng's defense, pushing deeper until it was only 3 yards from the swordsman's body. However, no matter what 9 Kills did, he couldn't push his attacks any further. Shifeng was very nearly forced to activate the aura of Earth's absolute defense. Fortunately, the defensive capabilities of Sword's orbit were close to perfection. Despite facing 9 Kills' lightning-quick attacks, Shifeng remained calm. On the contrary, 9 Kills lost HP each time Sword's orbit repulsed his blades. Right now he had less than half of his HP remaining. This can't continue. I need to use a bigger attack. 9 Kills could tell that if he did not use a berserk skill to overwhelm Shifeng's strength, he wouldn't break through Sword's orbit. Suddenly, a faint gray glow enveloped 9 Kills' body. Shadow Possession, Tier 1 Curse, increases strength by 60% and agility by 80%, and improves strength's effects by 100% for 1 minute. Cooldown 2 hours. He had specifically learned this Shadow Possession skill to make up for the Shadow Dancer's lack of strength. Break. 9 Kills fiercely swung his sword at Shifeng. The power and speed within the blade allowed the weapon to cut through space itself as it collided with Shifeng's sword's orbit. Sensing 9 Kills' transformation, Shifeng directly activated Heavenly Dragon's power. Boom. When the swords met, a violent storm raged through the room. 9 Kills transformed into a shadow as his body was embedded into the wall behind him. Chapter 1079, Futile Effort. He lost? Dark Feathers for companions, watching from a short distance away, were speechless. They all stared at 9 Kills, who pulled himself out of the hole in the wall, with stupefied expressions. 9 Kills had less than 1/3 of his HP remaining. The short sword in his right hand trembled uncontrollably. My strength is still no match for his. 9 Kills could not help but shift his gaze to Shifeng, questions filling his mind. The additional strength Shadow Possession provided might be mediocre, but the skill could double its effects. Even a berserker with a strength-type berserk skill would not be a match for him. Yet even after activating this skill, the gap between him and Shifeng hadn't shortened. On the contrary, it had grown. 9 Kills even began to wonder if Shifeng was a player or a Tier 2 NPC in disguise. What 9 Kills did not know was that Shifeng had activated Heavenly Dragon's power, increasing his strength by an additional 150%. In addition, Shifeng had the buff from the magic towers. In terms of strength, even a great lord of the same level was no match for Shifeng, much less 9 Kills, who only had the strength of a high lord. It wasn't unusual for a great lord's attack to send a high lord flying. Not to mention, Shifeng's strength was slightly higher than a great lord's. Dark Feather used the magic barrier stones. I'll pin down Black Flame. We cannot let Black Flame leave alive. The consequences will be unimaginable. 9 Kills barked the order through the team chat. Boss, our task is to steal the town token. Isn't it a little wasteful to use the magic barrier stones? The calm Dark Feather gave 9 Kills a strange look. Moreover, from the way 9 Kills spoke, it sounded as if he were treating Shifeng like a demon king that could destroy the world. What did he mean by cannot let him leave alive? Even if Black Flame were stronger, at the end of the day he was still a player. Without support he could not affect the overall war. Moreover, the magic barrier stones were treasures Pantheon had sacrificed a lot of manpower and resources to obtain. These were supposed to be used against creatures below Tier 4. They could even trap the most powerful Tier 3 NPC. Using it on a Tier 1 player was a huge waste. Stop wasting time. I'll take responsibility, so use them. 9 Kills growled as tension gripped his body. He had no time to explain. Dark Feather and the others had merely seen Shifeng's attack send him flying. However, he had experienced the attack personally. From that single clash, he understood how terrifying Shifeng truly was. Even a Tier 3 magic scroll wasn't likely to do much against him. Moreover, allowing Shifeng to leave this room was the equivalent of releasing a great lord with a Void Realm's combat standards onto the battlefield. He would be a lion among a herd of sheep. Of course, Berserk skills did not last long. However, the skill's duration would be more than enough for Shifeng to annihilate all of the Dark Blade members that had snuck into Zero Wing's residence. Pantheon's Dark Blade did not have many members. Nurturing every member was costly. Helping each member level up was particularly expensive for the guild. In addition, every Dark Blade member used weapons and equipment that were specifically tailored to their strengths. Pantheon had only gathered these items after utilizing the guild's full strength. Each item would be incredibly difficult to replace. Currently, over 100 Dark Blade members had infiltrated Zero Wing's residence. If they all died, they would lose over 100 weapons and pieces of equipment in total. If Black Flame had some special tool that increased the drop rate of the players he killed, they could lose 200 or 300 items. They had to use the magic barrier stones. Hearing 9 Kills' command, Dark Feather and the others had no choice but to set up the barrier stones. As for 9 Kills, he turned to Shifeng again to buy his allies enough time. You want more? Shifeng began to execute Sword's Orbit once more when he saw 9 Kills launch another assault. After activating Heavenly Dragon's power, Sword's Orbit's defense was even more solid than it had been. Shifeng no longer relied on brute force to defend himself. Now he redirected a portion of the incoming force. Shifeng suspected that he could even defend against a Great Lord's attacks right now. As for 9 Kills, he had wisened up after being thrown. This time he didn't try to encroach on Sword's Orbit's defensive bubble. Instead, he moved around the bubble's perimeter, utilizing his absolute advantage of speed to render Shifeng helpless. However, if Shifeng relaxed for even a moment and stopped using Sword's Orbit, he would strike. Unfortunately, while his plan was sound, its flaw was obvious. Shadow Dancer's blade's duration was simply too short. After 10 seconds, it would be his turn to be helpless. However, 9 Kills' goal wasn't to slay Shifeng personally. He simply needed to pin the swordsman down for as long as possible. Boss, we're ready. Dark Feather called out. Good. Use them now. Don't worry about catching me inside. 9 Kills nodded as he signaled for Dark Feather and the others to take action. Immediately, each member of Dark Feather's group threw a black stone block around Shifeng and 9 Kills. Magic barrier stones. A chill crawled down Shifeng's spine when he saw the black stone blocks that surrounded him. Magic barrier stones were extremely rare magical tools in God's domain, and they had many uses. Moreover, the more barrier stones players used, the more effective they were. Among them, Space Sealing was the most powerful effect. With the power of 4 magic barrier stones, players could trap any creature beneath Tier 4 for a long period. The barrier could last anywhere from 3 hours to 2 days. It was like a portable jail. It seems that you are familiar with the magic barrier stones. Unfortunately, this has come to an end. The barrier stones don't have a casting time. Even you can't escape them. Let's rest in here for a while. By the time you escape, Stone Forest Town will not belong to you anymore. 9 Kills could not help but laugh at the grim expression on Shifeng's face. If he told Pantheon's elders that he had used the magic barrier stones to trap a lone Tier 1 player, they would give him a beating. However, in 9 Kills' opinion, the barrier stones had been well spent. After all, they could trap Zero Wing's guild leader for several hours. Without its backbone, Zero Wing would lose this war. As 9 Kills finished his comment, the 4 magic barrier stones activated. In the blink of an eye, both Shifeng and 9 Kills were sent to another dimension. A black cube, each side measuring 1 meter, formed in their place. The boss is being too cautious. We could have settled things with the Tier 3 scroll. Darkheart said somewhat disappointedly. She thought that 9 Kills underestimated her abilities. The boss has his reasons, Dark Feather said, trying to console the female assassin. Before anything else, let's retrieve the town token. The others nodded in response to Dark Feather's suggestion. Although using the magic barrier stones on Shifeng might have been overboard, they could secure the town token earlier than expected. Following which, Dark Feather's group began to attack the magic barrier protecting the town token. However, before they struck, they sensed a suffocating killing intent radiating from the black cube. For a moment, they even thought that the magic barrier would crumble. Stop wasting your energy. It is impossible to do anything against me while you're inside the barrier. You're stuck with me in here, 9 Kills said contemptuously when he noticed the change in Shifeng's aura. Although they could both see each other, they were in different dimensions. He wasn't afraid of Shifeng killing him or escaping. Is that so? Shifeng then activated Blade Liberation, his attributes abruptly soaring. Chapter 1080. Heart and Sword Become One. 9 Kills was shocked when he noticed the rise in Shifeng's aura. Shifeng's attributes had already been frightening. Now, even 9 Kills feared the swordsman. The feeling Shifeng gave off resembled that of a Grand Lord, an existence that was capable of mutilating its terrain with each attack. The sudden development made 9 Kills feel quite lucky. Had Shifeng used this power earlier, they wouldn't have had the opportunity to trap in this barrier. They would have been forced to watch as Shifeng slaughtered every Dark Blade member in Zero Wing's residence. Increasing your strength is useless. No creature below Tier 4 can break free from the magic barrier stone's internal dimension. 9 Kills commented as he watched Shifeng from a distance. Chuckling, he continued. However, you should be proud. Pantheon has only found 12 magic barrier stones so far. As a precaution, I specifically applied for 4 stones for this war. I hadn't expected to use all 4 on you. How will I know if it is impossible if I don't try? Shifeng did not try to refute 9 Kills' words. The magic barrier stones were extremely powerful items. During God's Domain's mid-late stages, they had often been used against Apex experts. Only activating space sealing required at least 4 barrier stones. Following which, Shifeng began to slash at the enclosed space's walls. Despite being trapped inside the magic barrier stones, he still received the magic tower's buff. In terms of strength, he should even rival a Grand Lord of the same level. Boom, boom, boom. However, even after a series of attacks, the magic barrier remained unharmed. Its defense was even higher than the magic towers. Is it no good? Shifeng frowned. If he were trapped in here for several hours, the war would end before he escaped. Currently, Zero Wing relied on the sacrifice of its elite members to buy time. Although the magic towers were powerful, their attacks had limitations. In such a chaotic battlefield, friendly fire was common. Zero Wing was also at a huge disadvantage in terms of the number of experts. Setting aside the fact that Pantheon had sent 3 of its core legions, Blackwater and Heaven's Burial's armies were more than enough trouble for Zero Wing. Meanwhile, the most important aspect of a siege war was the town token. With only Aqua Rose and several other Zero Wing core members, defending the town token was impossible. As long as Blackwater held onto the town token for 2 hours, this war would be over. Dark Feather and his companions outside the barrier released a sigh of relief. They had almost expected Shifeng to burst free from the sealing barrier. Those inside might not notice anything, but they had seen it clearly. Shifeng's attacks had shaken the magic barrier. Their hearts had shuddered with each boom that had echoed throughout the room. Thank goodness his strength isn't any higher. However, with his attributes, the barrier won't hold him for long. We should hurry. After calming himself, Dark Feather finally understood why 9 Kills had asked them to use the magic barrier stones instead of Tier 3 magic scrolls. The others nodded in agreement. They then shifted their attention to the magic barrier protecting the town token. Every town players captured had a secret room to store the town token. A protection barrier could then be erected inside the room. However, a small town's protection barrier didn't have a high defense. As long as players dealt a total of 10 million damage, they would destroy the barrier. Any player could steal the town token. Meanwhile, When the protection barrier came under attack, all members belonging to the town's ruling guild who were in or near the town would be notified. After the invading players obtained the town token, they needed to hold on to it for 2 hours. Furthermore, they were not allowed to leave the town. If they held on to the token after the 2 hours were up, they would become the town's new owner. Following which, Dark Feather's group arrived before the magic barrier, and each player retrieved a Tier 3 magic scroll. These magic scrolls were single-target attack scrolls, and every one of them could give a great lord a run for its money. Immediately, the 4 players began to activate their magic scrolls. Boom, boom, boom. 4 spells struck the magic barrier consecutively, immediately destroying over 2 million of the barrier's HP, reducing the barrier to less than 8 million. Suddenly, Zero Wings members in Stone Forest Town received a system announcement. Stone Forest Town Region Announcement. Stone Forest Town's protection barrier is under attack. Please defend it quickly. Is our guild leader having trouble? Aqua Rose could not help but worry when she received the notification. Shifeng had told them that he would defend the town token himself. Only a small number of players were allowed to enter the secret room that contained the town token. Shifeng, who possessed extremely high combat power, would be able to display his full strength there. Aqua Rose tried to contact Shifeng. However, the only response she received was a system notification that told her that the target player was temporarily unavailable. This won't do. Violet, lead a team to check on the secret room. Aqua Rose commanded after considering the situation. But what about them? Violet Cloud asked as she watched Blackwater's player army approach from the distance. They could handle an army of elite players. Unfortunately, an eye-catching 1,000-man legion marched alongside that army. This legion's members were all level 40 and above, and they all wore exquisite, red-white coats over their equipment. These players were none other than the Pantheon's prided Red Jade Legion. Although the Red Jade Legion only had 1,000 members, they were all experts. Despite having the Magic Towers buff, the Red Jade members easily slaughtered Zero Wings members. Only Zero Wings Dark God's Legion barely held them back. Don't worry. I'll try to hold on for as long as possible. The guild leader's situation is more important right now. If the guild leader is in trouble, there won't be any point in defending this town, Aqua Rose said, shaking her head. All right, I'll hurry. Violet Cloud agreed with Aqua Rose's logic. Immediately, she led a team of 100 elite players into Zero Wings' residence. Why is this protection barrier so resistant to magic scrolls? Dark Feather was stunned when he saw how little damage they had dealt. That had been 4 Tier 3 magic scrolls. The combined damage could even heavily injure a Great Lord. Yet the barrier had only taken around 2 million damage. Initially, they had expected the protection barrier to lose over 5 million HP after the 4 Tier 3 magic scrolls attacks. However, the barrier's tenacity surpassed their expectations. What Dark Feather did not know was that, thanks to the magic towers, the town's buildings had received a significant resistance boost. Feather, what should we do? We only have 2 scrolls left. With our attacks, we'll need quite some time to break the barrier. Zero Wings members will have more than enough time to reach us, Dark Heart said. Forget about that for now. Before anything else, let's use the rest of the scrolls. Dark Feather ordered as he took out another Tier 3 magic scroll. As the protection barrier's HP decreased, Shifeng halted his rampant attacks against the ceiling barrier. Ha ha. What's wrong? Giving up? 9 Kills laughed. In his opinion, Shifeng was only wasting his energy. Exactly how precious were the magic barrier stones? Their value could even rival magic scrolls that stored Tier 4 curses. How could a measly Tier 1 player possibly break this barrier? Shifeng paid 9 Kills no mind. Instead, he calmed himself and cleared his mind, relaxing his body. Thunder God's Descent activate. Phantom Kill activate. 9 Dragons Slash activate. Immediately, Shifeng's doppelganger appeared beside him. The doppelganger having 80% of his attributes. In addition, 12 abyssal blade phantoms hovered around him. Break! Shifeng's eyes flew open as he activated Flame Burst. Gathering his concentration, he controlled his doppelganger and the abyssal blade phantoms to attack the ceiling barrier simultaneously. Chapter 1081, Swords Orbit Breakthrough. When the 14 attacks landed simultaneously on the same spot on the ceiling barrier, ripples propagated through the barrier like it was water, with the point of attack as the epicenter. Even 9 kills, who was in a separate dimension, felt the ground underfoot vibrating strongly. How is this possible? 9 kills stared at Shifeng, an incredulous look on his face. Previously, Shifeng's attacks did not even garner a single reaction from the barrier. Yet now he was able to elicit such an effect just by increasing the number of attacks. Could it be? Suddenly, 9 kills thought of a possibility. Strength stacking. However, this feat was easier said than done. One had to grasp the timing of their attacks perfectly in addition to landing their attacks accurately on the same location. Such precise control was impossible for an ordinary expert. Of course, for an expert of Shifeng's caliber, merging the strength of 2 sources into one was not a big problem. However, doing so with 3 sources was. This was like how some people were capable of easily multitasking 2 jobs at once, but faced much greater difficulty when they tried handling 3. There were techniques available for coping with such problems. However, such specialized techniques were generally not taught to outsiders. Precious few people could actually learn them. Thinking up to this point, 9 kills could not help but breathe out a sigh of relief. Shifeng's strength was indeed very strong. However, even if he stacked 2 sources of strength together, the Tier 4 standard would still be way out of his reach. With Shifeng's current strength, he would need to combine 3 or 4 sources of strength to break the barrier. Moreover, assuming he had not learned any special techniques, combining 3 or 4 sources of strength would only be a dream for him. Even if he eventually managed to figure out the trick of it, he would need a considerable amount of time to do so. By then, the power of the magic barrier stones would have long since been exhausted, and the war over Stone Forest Town would have definitely ended already. Great! It is effective as expected. Shifeng did not fall into disappointment when he saw the ripples on the barrier. On the contrary, an excited expression had appeared on his face. He immediately resumed his assault on the barrier. 9 kills thought Shifeng was trying to combine the destructive power of his attacks to destroy the barrier. In reality, however, that was not the case. During his battle with 9 kills, Shifeng had continuously used Swords Orbit to defend himself. Along with the increase of his strength and speed, he had honed his mastery of Swords Orbit. Previously, after activating Heavenly Dragon's power, Shifeng had no trouble sending 9 kills flying and his body planting into a wall despite the Shadow Dancer having activated Shadow Possession. While part of this outcome was due to the massive boost in strength the Berserk skill provided him with, the main reason was 9 kills' attack having landed on one of Swords Orbit's intersecting points. The merging of the strength of 2 swords into a single point had significantly amplified the strength in his counterattack, hence that shocking result. Otherwise, 9 kills would at most have been sent flying. The Shadow Dancer definitely wouldn't have had his body planted deep inside a wall. With this discovery, Shifeng thought of a way to deal with the ceiling barrier. Thus, he had summoned his doppelganger as well as the 12 abyssal blade phantoms to execute Swords Orbit with him. Everything was just as Shifeng had guessed. By increasing the number of weapons and having these weapons move according to Swords Orbit, the technique's power had risen exponentially. However, as he was still unaccustomed to this new method of execution, the Swords Orbit he had executed was far from perfect. My doppelganger is somewhat of a hindrance to Swords Orbit's operation. Without the doppelganger, I should be able to execute Swords Orbit more perfectly. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng immediately sent his doppelganger to a side while he and the abyssal blade phantoms resumed attacking the ceiling barrier with Swords Orbit. However, this scene stupefied 9 kills, who was observing from the side. What's he trying to do? When 9kills saw Shifeng sidelining his doppelganger, which was only second to Shifeng in terms of the strength attribute, he concluded that Shifeng was a fool. Could he have given up? Compared to combining his strength with that of some phantom weapons, it would be much easier if Shifeng did so with his doppelganger. This was why expert players could work together to defend against bosses that possessed far superior strength. Just as 9kills was having such thoughts, the blades of Shifeng's swords landed on the ceiling barrier once more. Boom! A dent immediately formed in the barrier. A ripple many times stronger than before also shook the entire barrier, making 9kills lose his balance and fall flat on his butt. Not enough. I need to be even faster. This time, Shifeng decided to go all out. He swapped out his basic Tyrant title for the Swordsmanship Master title, increasing his attack speed by 20%. At the same time, he switched the aura of fire to the aura of wind. Although his damage decreased, his speed underwent a qualitative change. Following which, Shifeng executed Swords Orbit together with the Abyssal Blade Phantoms once more. This time, a transformation to Swords Orbit also occurred. Seen from afar, Shifeng appeared to be surrounded by numerous twinkling stars. The speed of his swords had reached a point where they were invisible to the naked eye. The twinkling stars were none other than the intersection points of Swords Orbit. For a time, it was as if Shifeng stood in a cocoon of starlight. The scene looked absolutely breathtaking. What kind of skill is this? At this moment, 9kills wasn't the only person who had noticed this change. Even Darkfeather and the others outside the barrier spotted the change inside. Previously, Shifeng's attacks had already shaken Darkfeather and the others greatly. In just a single attack, the ceiling barrier had inflated like a balloon, and it felt as if this balloon could burst at any time. How could this situation not panic Darkfeather and the others? Break! Shifeng released a low shout as he violently attacked the ceiling barrier. Boom! 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 At this moment, the twinkling stars surrounding Shifeng looked like real stars as they continuously bombarded the ceiling barrier, relentlessly hollowing it. The dent on the barrier deepened with each step Shifeng took forward. No, this is impossible. 9kills, Darkfeather, and the others were stricken with anxiety and dread, every one of them very nearly shouting their thoughts out loud. However, with the ceiling barrier continuously deforming, it eventually reached its limit. Pung! Suddenly, like a bursting balloon, the entire ceiling barrier exploded. When 9kills noticed he was back in the secret room, he was shell-shocked. At this moment, even a fool could tell that what Shifeng had used just now was not a skill but a combat technique. Moreover, the might of the technique completely surpassed 9kills' imagination. In addition, there was the difficulty of combining the strength of attacks. Nevertheless, Shifeng had accomplished it in such a short time. Even geniuses would pale in comparison to Shifeng. After escaping the ceiling barrier, Shifeng shot a glance at the barrier protecting the town token. When he noticed that the protection barrier still had over 3 million HP remaining, he breathed out an involuntary sigh of relief. Had he not received a breakthrough, most likely, the town token would have fallen into Blackwater's hands. At that time, it would have been much more difficult to snatch the token back. After all, only a limited number of players could enter this secret room. This constraint greatly benefited Zero Wing, which was currently at a numerical disadvantage. However, once outside the guild residence, Blackwater would have the upper hand. Thank goodness I made it in time. Shifeng then shifted his gaze to 9kills and the others. Saying so, Shifeng executed Swords Orbit again as he charged at the group of 5. Dodge. 9kills warned hurriedly. Unfortunately, with Shifeng's current speed, even if 9kills and the others managed to react in time, they had no way of shaking him off. In addition, he was executing Swords Orbit so swiftly that even the naked eye had difficulty keeping up with it. Blocking it was next to impossible. The instant Shifeng appeared before the 5 people, Darkfeather's group of 4 immediately turned into particles of light and disappeared, leaving behind 4 pieces of equipment in their place. 9kills managed to react fast enough to activate Shadow Shift, a skill that allowed him to become immune to all damages coming from the front for 2 seconds. However, Shifeng took another step forward, and Sword's orbit suddenly struck 9kills back. What kind of combat technique is this? As 9kills collapsed to the ground, his mind was filled with surprise and curiosity. As one of the top experts of a super guild, the things he knew about far exceeded the information of ordinary players. He had also seen many combat techniques that surpassed one's imagination. However, this was still his first time to encounter this kind of domain-type combat technique. Although 9kills wished to continue gathering more information, when his HP hit 0, his body transformed into particles of light and disappeared, just like Dark Feathers and the others. Right now, only Shifeng remained standing inside the secret room. Chapter 1082, Missing Dark Blade. Outside Stone Forest Town, Abandoned Wave was currently commanding the siege on Zero Wing. The numerical difference was simply too great. Even the magic towers could not make up for this enormous disparity. Not to mention, the firepower of the magic towers was currently concentrated on the monsters outside the town. The defensive structures had no time to pay attention to the players inside the town. If not for the magic towers enhancing the basic attributes of Zero Wing's members, making them stronger than Blackwater's members, Zero Wing would have long since fallen. Guild leader, our men are occupying Stone Forest Town's outer area already, while Zero Wing's members have all fallen back to defend only a few important locations. With a little more time, we'll be able to wipe them out without any problems, Qin Muyun reported. Good. Next up, send some men to meet Pantheon's party. Have everyone else focus on pinning down Zero Wing's members at their current locations. After 2 hours, the entire Stone Forest Town, including the 3 magic towers, will belong to us. Abandoned Wave could not help but reveal an excited smile. The operation this time had incurred immense losses for Blackwater. Currently, their elite army had less than 80,000 players remaining. Over half of the casualties were victims of the magic towers. As for the monster army, less than 100,000 monsters survived. Abandoned Wave had even made plenty of promises to Pantheon and the Bandaged Man. However, all of these were trivial losses compared to Stone Forest Town and the magic towers they would soon obtain. Once Blackwater occupied Stone Forest Town, with the magic tower's ability to attract players to the town, in addition to the Blackwater Guild's abundant resources and powerful background, recruiting another large batch of elite and expert players into the guild would be easy. Moreover, Blackwater would also gain a stable supply of coins and magic crystals. On the other hand, Zero Wing would have to withdraw from its position as ruler of Starmoon Kingdom. Turning to look at Peerless, who stood beside him, Abandoned Wave asked, "Brother Peerless, how are things going on your side?" "It's already in the bag. Although Black Flame managed to guess that we would go and steal the town token, we have already sealed him. I'm afraid that he will only be able to get out after the war is over," Peerless laughed. Back when 9kills requested the magic barrier stones, Peerless had had strong opinions about his decision. He thought that 9kills was simply making a mountain out of a molehill. These things should be used against Tier 3 NPCs or Grandlords, not a measly Tier 1 player. However, now that Zero Wing's guild leader had been sealed, this would be a tremendous blow to the guild. Just as Peerless thought that the mission was a wrap, a message suddenly came from a Dark Blade member. "Black Flame has escaped from the seal, requesting backup." When Peerless read this message, his expression immediately tensed. Although it was only one short sentence, its significance was something only those who understood about the magic barrier stones would know. Escaped? How is this possible? This was the first thought that came to Peerless' mind when he read this message. Without the strength of a Tier 4 existence, breaking through the space-sealing ability of the magic barrier stones was impossible. Peerless immediately tried contacting the Dark Blade member that messaged him, wanting to get an idea of what was going on. However, the system notified him that said player was temporarily unavailable. This situation gave Peerless a bad feeling. There were only 3 scenarios where a player was incommunicado. The first scenario was that the target player was offline. The second scenario was that the target player was dead. And the third scenario was that the target player had entered a special place. It was obviously impossible for the first and third scenarios to occur right now. Hence, the only possibility was the second scenario. The second scenario meant that a disaster had occurred over at Darkblade's side. All by himself? Is it really possible? Peerless' mind was filled with questions. The members of Darkblade were experts nurtured by Pantheon specifically for assassinations. This time, as a precaution, Pantheon had dispatched a team of 100 Darkblade members. The vice commander of Darkblade, 9 kills, even led the team. Normally, only the upper echelons of super guilds or super first-rate guilds merited having such a force sent at them. If not for the importance of the task this time. In addition to the fact that Zero Wing possessed some extraordinary experts, Pantheon wouldn't have bothered mobilizing such a large team. If these 100 assassination experts worked together, even if the several apex experts of Zero Wing joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to escape death. Unable to settle his fears, Peerless hurriedly contacted the vice commander of the Red Jade Legion. Red Rain, lead a team into Zero Wing's residence right away. Something might have happened at Darkblade's side. Red Rain was the person the guild had sent to assist him this time. In terms of combat standards, she was above even 9 kills. Moreover, she was an extraordinarily talented genius. In just 3 short years since she joined Pantheon, she had managed to become the vice commander of one of the Super Guild's trump card legions. The current commander of the Red Jade Legion even had a favorable opinion of her, and was considering making her his successor. Her future in the guild was many times brighter than that of an old man like himself. Hence, he still had to be polite when speaking with her. Something happened with Darkblade? That's impossible, right? A skeptical expression appeared on the face of the red-haired goddess in the screen. Aren't they being led by that old bastard? 9 kills this time. I can't make contact with any of them right now. The town token is too important to us. We must obtain it at all costs. Peerless also refused to believe that something had happened to 9 kills. However, with the facts before him, he had no choice but to send someone over to check. I understand. Red Rain nodded before disconnecting the call. She then commanded, Monkey, switch with me in dealing with this Tier 2 NPC. I need to leave this place for now. Big Sis Red, leave it to me. A thinly built elementalist nodded hurriedly. Following which, Red Rain led a team of 100 players and charged into Zero Wing's residence. Big Sis Aqua, that Red Rain has led a team into our residence, Shadow Sword, who was currently brandishing Crimson Moon at 4 Red Jade Legion members, hurriedly informed Aqua Rose when he saw Red Rain bypassing him. The members of the Red Jade Legion were not people ordinary guild experts could go up against. Even with Shadow Sword's attributes greatly enhanced, they were able to suppress him with just 4 members. If even he was already faring this badly, there was no need to mention everyone else. Meanwhile, Red Rain of the Red Jade Legion was even more inhumanly strong. She had actually managed to kill a level 65, Tier 2 NPC guard all by herself. When 2 of such NPCs worked together to deal with her, she still could hold her ground. The members of the Dark Gods Legion that tried to approach her got slaughtered just like that. When Aqua Rose received this report, she was stumped for a good solution. Currently, it was already taking everything she had to manage the defense of the town's important locations. She did not have any energy to spare worrying about Red Rain. Zero Wing's residence. Nobody's here? Red Rain muttered as she scanned the entire residence, and failed to detect any Zero Wing members present. However, when she arrived before the entrance to the residence's underground hall, she was stunned by the scene that met her eyes. Mountains of corpses littered the hall. Weapons and equipment were also scattered beside these mounds. After a closer look, Red Rain discovered that these corpses all belonged to Blackwater's members. Boom! At this time, an explosion sounded from a short distance away. Like cannonballs, several players went crashing into the piles of corpses. Is there a Grand Lord inside? Red Rain was filled with curiosity. As expected of the #1 guild in Starmoon Kingdom, to think Zero Wing would have such a trump card as well. These players that died were all level 38 and above. There were even level 40 experts among them. A rough count came to at least 30 experts among the corpses. With so many people, they should not have suffered such a miserable defeat, even if they were going up against a great lord. Hence, Red Rain concluded that there should be a Grand Lord in the hall. Big Sis Red, are we really going in? A level 40 shield warrior asked. He could not help but gulp when he saw this terrifying scene. Of course we're entering. Isn't it just a Grand Lord? It's not like it's our first time killing one, Red Rain replied as she sent a glance at the shield warrior. She then took the lead to enter the hall. Chapter 1083. One man, one sword defends the entire town. Inside the long and narrow hallway, a large group of Blackwater members was currently staring quietly at the black-robed man standing in the middle of the hallway. The man wielded 2 swords in his hands, and although his figure and appearance were the very definition of normal, just by him standing there, nobody dared to move forward in the hallway. When the Blackwater members received a glance from this man, their bodies involuntarily retreated a step. Damn it! Why is there such a monster defending this place? Standing at the rear of the group, Qin Muyin frowned as she looked at this figure over her diamond-shaped shield. This man was none other than Shifeng. Due to Shifeng's presence, she and the elite team she brought with her couldn't proceed a step further towards the secret room behind him. Melees move forward. Ranged players attack as one. I want to see whether he runs out of stamina first or we run out of players first. Qin Muyin shouted. The most realistic part about God's domain was the stamina system, which was something else that other virtual reality games did not have. Even the most powerful expert had a limit to their stamina, and any combat they took part in would consume their stamina. Due to this reason, Zerg tactics were effective against even the most powerful experts. Of course, situations like this were rare. After all, when experts sensed that their stamina was running out, they could simply run away. However, escape was not an option for Shifeng, because if he did, Blackwater would be able to steal the town token. At that time, Zero Wing would no longer have any chance to turn the tables. When everyone from Blackwater heard Qin Muyin's words, they unconsciously turned to look at each other. Still, nobody dared to approach Shifeng. Since they began fighting Shifeng, several hundred players had already died, including level 40 experts. Yet even now, Shifeng still seemed to be brimming with energy. After reaching their levels, losing a single level would set them back by many days. Nobody wished to die a pointless death. Seeing her subordinate still paralyzed, Qin Muyin threatened. What are you afraid of? He's currently in a weakened state. His maximum stamina must have decreased as well. If you all refuse to listen to orders, be ready to suffer the consequences later on. Having no other choice, Blackwater's elite members could only grit their teeth as they steeled themselves to attack Shifeng. They had gone to great lengths to join Blackwater. If they disobeyed an order from their superior, the consequences would be extremely severe. The guild would not only expel them but also hunt them down. Dying and losing 1 level now was much better than being killed by Blackwater, until they were back to level 0. Moreover, it was just like Qin Muyin had said. Shifeng was currently in a weakened state, and his attributes had dropped to the point where he was even inferior to elite players like themselves. Players under a weakened state wouldn't have only their basic attributes reduced. Even hidden attributes like stamina would be affected as well. Shifeng had already solo killed several hundred players. His stamina should already be at its limit. After thinking up to this point, Blackwater's elite members grew confident. Immediately, they began advancing on Shifeng in groups of 5. Although the hallway was narrow, 5 people moving side by side could fit in it. In the next moment, 5 berserkers used charge at Shifeng simultaneously. The cleric standing at the back also cast Truth Shield on these berserkers, while the oracles cast Protection, and the ranged damage dealers launched a flurry of attacks. They gave Shifeng no chance to avoid damage. Shifeng's side did not lose out to Blackwater's elites either. Violet Cloud, who stood inside the secret room, cast Truth Shield on Shifeng, the spell able to absorb over 7,000 points of damage. Violet Cloud's Truth Shield was nearly twice as powerful as an ordinary cleric's. When the berserkers were only 5 yards away, Shifeng tightened his grip around Killing Ray as he executed Thundering Flash. 5 lightning snakes devoured the berserkers. Not only did the attack immediately shatter the Truth Shield and Protection cast on the berserkers, but it also took away 1/5 of the berserkers' HPs, as well as neutralized all the ranged attacks. Following which, Shifeng executed Sword's Orbit, enveloping the 5 berserkers in starlight. The berserkers' advance stopped cold as they cried out in pain. Even with the healers healing the berserkers, their HPs fell at a rate visible to the naked eye. In a heartbeat, the 5 berserkers became 5 corpses that were sent flying out of the hallway. From beginning to end, only a few seconds had passed. Everyone gasped at this scene. Although Shifeng's attributes had been reduced by 80% due to the backlash of using twofold Berserk, after including the buff from the Magic Tower, and the effects of his basic Tyrant title, he still retained around 30% of his attributes. Although the current attributes he had might not be a match for Blackwater's experts, he should be roughly equal with Blackwater's elite members. Moreover, the improved Sword's Orbit also greatly enhanced his might. It was simply impossible for Blackwater's elite members to defend against his attacks. Go again. Qin Muyin shouted once more. Although she could not see through Shifeng's Sword's Orbit, she was no fool. She knew that the stronger a combat technique was, the greater the burden it placed on a person's stamina and concentration. If Shifeng continued using the technique, it was only a matter of time before he exhausted himself completely. Unfortunately for her, Qin Muyin did not know that Shifeng possessed life essence, which could be used to improve his stamina and concentration recovery rate. A single drop of life essence could last him for 2 hours. He had no fear of running out of resources at all. On the contrary, by continuously using Sword's Orbit, Shifeng grew increasingly accustomed to the technique. Following which, time passed by quickly. Even after Qin Muyun's legion of 1,000 elite players was nearly annihilated, Shifeng's powerful aura did not weaken in the slightest. On the contrary, the more he killed, the more vigorous he became. The guild leader really is amazing. That's right. Look at how dumbfounded Blackwater's commander is. I'm guessing she's already fallen for the guild leader's manliness. Even though the guild leader is in a weakened state, he is still able to render Blackwater's 1,000 elite members completely helpless. I don't even dare to imagine what he is capable of if he were at his peak. The Zero Wing members inside the secret room all sent gazes of admiration at Shifeng. Their blood started to boil at this scene. Previously, most of them had only ever seen Shifeng's fights in videos, and those videos gave off a feeling of having been faked. However, now that they had personally experienced the pressure of contending against a legion of elite players, as well as witnessed Shifeng massacring over half of said legion all by himself, they were thoroughly stunned. What was an expert? Shifeng was the exact embodiment of one. Despite having roughly equal attributes, he could still make a legion of over 1,000 elite players shudder in fear. It'll be a waste if only we get to watch this. Let's upload the video for everyone to see. That's right. I'll upload it now. We'll let Blackwater's members know that guilds aren't just about having a lot of members. Our guild leader can defend an entire town all by himself. Saying so, one of Zero Wing's members began uploading their recorded video to the official forums. One man, one sword defends the entire town. Blackwater, what can you do to us? Shortly after the video was uploaded with that title, an uproar broke out in Starmoon Kingdom's official forums. In less than a minute, the number of views already exceeded 1 million. Crap, is he really human? Sure enough, he truly deserves to be called Starmoon Kingdom's #1 expert. He is simply a monster. That's a team of 1,000 elites and experts. Blackwater is in trouble this time. If they don't defeat Black Flame, they will have no way of capturing Stone Forest Town. All the players who watched the battle video became hot-blooded. One man, one sword defends the entire town. This incident would definitely go down as a legend in God's domain. Meanwhile, Blackwater had become the stepping stone used to create this legend. After watching this video, the Zero Wing members, who were not taking part in the war at Stone Forest Town, were deeply moved. At this moment, they could not help but wish they could rush over to Stone Forest Town and fight together with their guild leader. Damn it. I don't care what it takes. I want Black Flame dead immediately. Abandoned Wave shouted madly, his complexion turning ashen after watching the battle video. Just as Qin Muyin's team was nearly wiped out, a group of players wearing red-white vests suddenly entered the hallway. Meanwhile, the woman standing in the lead was a level 41 berserker. The woman carried a massive battle axe on her back. As the woman looked at Shifeng, a playful smile appeared on her face. The heaven-splitting goddess? Shifeng's expression tensed drastically when he saw this woman. Chapter 1084, Seal Removed. Every player in the hallway fell silent with Red Rain's sudden appearance. None of them could pull their eyes from Red Rain. This was not because of Red Rain's beauty or transcendent figure. Rather, it was due to the oppressive aura she radiated. Even the weakest present was a guild elite player. They had experienced their fair share of battles in God's domain, and their senses had long since developed to be extremely sensitive of danger. These players could tell that the oppression they felt wasn't just from Red Rain. In fact, the battle axe gracing her back was the main culprit. Rather than a battle axe, it was more appropriate to call it a massive, black scythe. Many blood-red patterns covered the scythe, and the weapon released an evil aura that made everyone present uncomfortable. As Red Rain approached, the discomfort became more prominent. Faintly, these players felt their thought processes slow significantly. Why is she here? When Violet Cloud, who stood inside the secret room, saw Red Rain, fear surfaced in her eyes. Hurriedly, she whispered a warning to Shifeng. Guild leader, you need to be careful. That woman is very powerful. Even level 65 Tier 2 guards were no match for her. Moreover, her battle axe is evil. It can slow her enemies' reactions. It was impossible for current players to match the attributes of level 65 Tier 2 NPC guards. In terms of strength, they were the equivalent of level 65 lords. Only they had much lower HP. However, they compensated for that gap with their higher combat standards. They also possess far more skills than a level 65 lord. Generally, players very much preferred to fight a lord-ranked monster over a Tier 2 NPC. If she had to face a level 65 Tier 2 NPC, she would turn and flee. Even if she worked with Fire Dance, they had no hope of victory. However, Red Rain had by herself killed a level 65 Tier 2 NPC. To Violet Cloud, that fight had been unbelievable. However, actions spoke louder than words. She had seen Red Rain defeat one Tier 2 NPC after another with her own eyes. She had even done so in a relatively relaxed manner. Currently, Shifeng suffered a weakened state. Fighting Red Rain right now would be a nightmare. Shifeng responded to Violet Cloud's concern with a silent nod. He did not ask her for any further information on the female berserker. After all, it was unlikely that anyone throughout God's domain was more familiar with the woman known as Red Rain than Shifeng. In the past, everyone had known about the heaven-splitting goddess, Red Rain. During God's domain's early stages, in particular, Red Rain had wielded the magic weapon Bloody Mary, which ranked 73rd on the God's Domain magic weapon list. The Secret Pavilion had compiled the God's Domain magic weapon list in the past, ranking the game's best 100 magic weapons after gathering all the information they could. Magic weapons were much rarer than epic weapons. However, finding some in every kingdom and empire was possible. Hence, Every magic weapon on that list was among the best of the best. They all possessed special effects. Ordinary magic weapons could not compete with them. Among the top 100 magic weapons, Bloody Mary's special effect was mana control. The weapon would automatically absorb the surrounding mana and gather it in its wielder, enhancing their combat power. This effect also deprived the area around Bloody Mary of mana. If the environment's mana thinned, it would directly affect players' performance. The effect was the exact opposite of the buff players enjoyed in mana-dense environments. In addition, skills and spells would be weaker in areas with less mana. As a result, Bloody Mary's wielder possessed extremely strong combat power. This was especially true when the wielder fought players and NPCs. Monsters generally relied on their basic attributes in combat. Players and NPCs were more reliant on their skills and spells. If skills and spells were weakened, this would significantly reduce players' and NPCs' combat power. In addition, due to the mana deficiency, players and NPCs would also be slightly sluggish. In a battle between experts, victory and defeat could be determined in the blink of an eye. This kind of slowing effect was practically fatal. Due to this, the scythe known as Bloody Mary qualified to rank on the magic weapon list. As Bloody Mary's level increased, its mana control effect would also grow stronger. Your Zero Wings guild leader, Black Flame? Red Rain asked, her lips curling up slightly as she slowly strode forward until she was within 20 yards of Shifeng. Sizing up Shifeng, she said, "You really are as strong as the rumors say. You're also quite the handsome man, aren't you? It's a pity that old Peerless has already declared that you need to die. Otherwise, I'd really be interested in a match against you at your peak." She rather admired Shifeng. However, one person wasn't strong enough to change the overall situation. First, he had entered a weakened state after fighting Darkblade. Then he had fought numerous elites and experts from Blackwater. At this point, he should be at his limit in every aspect. Even without her attacking, this battle was already over. Moreover, more of Blackwater's elites and experts had begun to arrive. How many people could Shifeng fend off by himself? Following which, Red Rain unsheathed Bloody Mary and brandished it. Suddenly, as if the hallway's mana had been devoured, the players present felt as if they were suffocating. Only Red Rain appeared refreshed. What a powerful special effect. Shifeng was shocked as he felt the area's mana dwindle to almost nothing. In the past, he had only ever heard of Bloody Mary's powerful mana control effect. He had never experienced it personally. Currently, only 20 yards separated him and Red Rain. He could feel how powerful Bloody Mary was. Even an expert like himself was slightly affected in such a mana-lacking environment. He felt as if a layer of fog muddled his brain. He could no longer sense the minute fluctuations in the air around him. If the weapon's power was so effective against him, there was no need to mention everyone else. In such conditions, it was no wonder why Tier 2 NPCs were no match for Red Rain. Mana was even more important to NPCs. In such a mana-lacking environment, a Tier 2 NPC could not even exert 10% of their usual combat power. Even if their attributes were superior, their defeat was only a matter of course. Suddenly, Red Rain used charge and arrived before Shifeng. She followed up with a downward slash, completing the process without any excess movements. Her actions were indescribably beautiful. Moreover, Red Rain had perfectly grasped Shifeng's movements. Her attack left no space for Shifeng to dodge. So fast! Shifeng's heart grew cold. Pung! In the crucial moment, Shifeng activated Defensive Blade and blocked Red Rain's battle axe. However, Red Rain had no intentions of giving Shifeng time to catch a breather. Immediately, she launched with a series of attacks. With only 30% of his original attributes, Shifeng was no match for Red Rain. Adding in the fact that his reactions had slowed, defending against Red Rain's attacks was even more difficult. Even after Shifeng executed Sword's Orbit, due to the effect on his mind, his defense wasn't at its best. As a result, Red Rain easily predicted and dodged his blades. In the end, he had to watch as the Berserker saved off his defensive blades' block counts. As Red Rain suppressed Shifeng, the Red Jade Legion's other experts circled Shifeng and rushed into the secret room. Seeing this, Violet Cloud led the other Zero Wing members to hold off the approaching enemies. Unfortunately, Violet Cloud was the only person capable of putting up a decent fight. The Red Jade Legion's experts easily suppressed her companions. In a short moment, 5 Zero Wing members had died. In contrast, the enemy experts were alive. Both sides' strengths were obvious at a glance. Begone! Red Rain did not intend to waste any time with Shifeng. After exhausting defensive blade's block counts, she executed Flame Slash. Immediately, the massive scythe transformed into a fire snake that attempted to devour Shifeng. Pung, pung, pung. However, just before the fire snake reached Shifeng, icicles emerged before the swordsman, one after another, blocking the fire snake. Where did that icicle come from? Red Rain was confused. However, before she could figure out what had happened, another icicle emerged from the ground. This time, the icicle aimed for her heart. Hurriedly, Red Rain used Whirlwind Slash and blocked the attack. However, the Red Jade Legion members inside the secret room were not as lucky. The icicles had heavily injured a few of them, giving Zero Wings members an opportunity to finish them off. As expected, Chilling Field isn't particularly effective with my current attributes. Shifeng felt somewhat helpless when he saw Red Rain easily fend off his icicle attack. Despite having used a domain skill, he still was no threat to Red Rain. He had only succeeded in forcing her to retreat. However, when Red Rain's Whirlwind Slash came to an end, Shifeng vanished and reappeared before Red Rain. Instant Strike. Illusory Shadow. Immediately, Killing Ray transformed into a streak of blue light as it slashed at Red Rain. It was clear that Shifeng intended to trade blow for blow. Seeing this, Red Rain executed Chop without hesitation. If they competed with their strength and damage, the weakened Shifeng had no hope against her. Yet after several exchanges, Red Rain was the first to collapse to the ground. Shifeng remained unharmed. What's going on? The Red Jade Legion members were stupefied. They could not figure out what had just happened. They had watched everything with their own eyes. Both players had struck each other with their weapons. In the end, however, Shifeng stood there, unharmed, while Red Rain lost her life. Red Rain had suffered the most injustice in this battle. She never would have imagined that, before their clash had begun, Shifeng had activated the aura of Earth's absolute defense, giving himself immunity to all damage for 5 seconds. He hadn't been afraid of trading blows in the least. Moreover, Shifeng understood Red Rain's personality. Words like arrogant and confident described the woman perfectly. In addition, due to the fact that he still suffered a weakened state, she would choose to meet his attacks head-on rather than dodging them. After Red Rain died, the remaining Red Jade Legion members lost their will to fight. Meanwhile, Abandoned Wave, who watched a live stream of this battle from outside Stone Forest Town, could not sit still and led Blackwater's experts personally, charging into the town. Even if Shifeng were more powerful, he was just one person. It was simply impossible to fend off tens of thousands of players by himself. All of you, charge into Zero Wing's residence. I want to see how long Black Flame lasts by himself. Abandoned Wave had finally descended into madness. He was one step away from capturing Stone Forest Town. There was no way in hell he would give up when he was so close to achieving his goal. The rest of Blackwater's experts trusted Abandoned Wave's judgment. Currently, there were less than 5,000 Zero Wing members remaining. On the other hand, Blackwater had more than 50,000 players alive. It would take a miracle for Zero Wing to reverse the situation. In the end, is the gap still too wide to bridge? Shifeng frowned when he read Aqua Rose's latest war report. The numerical difference between their armies was simply too massive. Even the magic towers were not enough to bridge this gap. Suddenly, Shifeng received a message. It was from Fire Dance. Shifeng called the message up immediately. The message only contained one sentence. The magic array's core components have been destroyed. Chapter 1085, Full Power. Groups of Blackwater members charged at Stone Forest Town's 3 magic towers. Although Blackwater couldn't destroy the towers, once they killed the players manipulating the defensive buildings, the magic towers would be useless. However, the magic towers were easily defensible and very difficult to assault. But Blackwater's elites couldn't care less. They desperately tried to force their way into the magic towers. The reason for their fervent attitude was Abandoned Wave's desperation. He had announced extraordinary rewards for the magic tower's fall. Anyone who took down the magic towers would be awarded a set of level 40 dark gold equipment, as well as a bronze mount. Humans died in pursuit of wealth. Birds died in pursuit of food. The thought of such a reward had kindled a passionate light in the eyes of Blackwater's members. Only Guild's apex experts could wear a full set of level 40 dark gold equipment. As for the bronze mount, many Guild experts could only dream of obtaining their own. Furthermore, Blackwater had the numerical advantage in this war. They had more than enough people to take down the magic towers. Unfortunately, only 3 people would get to enjoy such a reward. Naturally, they had to fight with everything they had. However, this situation gave Aqua Rose, who commanded the war from inside one of the magic towers, a colossal headache. They had already expended all of their magic scrolls and large-scale destruction spells. However, like madmen, Blackwater's members continued to charge at the magic towers with complete disregard for their lives. This rapidly whittled down the number of Zero Wing members defending the structures. Big Sis Aqua, what should we do now? We have less than 100 members near our tower. The other 2 magic towers situations aren't looking too good, either. At this rate, the towers will fall. Blackie asked while launching attacks at the Blackwater members that flooded the nearby streets. However, no matter how many players he killed, they couldn't seem to put a dent in the flood of Blackwater's players. On the contrary, as he fought, more players seemed to swarm the streets. Aqua Rose frowned at Blackie's report. Their group was already occupied with fending off the Red Jade Legion. They had no time to worry about the other locations. The difference between their numbers was too massive. Even with the attribute boost from the magic towers, which allowed each of Zero Wing's elite members to take on 3 Blackwater elites at a time, it was not enough. Blackwater possessed an overwhelming number of experts. Even several of Zero Wing's elite members were no match for one expert player. Guild leader, I've gathered 10,000 people to attack Zero Wing's residence. We can charge in at any time. Laughing Drunkard reported when he arrived beside Abandoned Wave. In addition, Heaven's Burial has dispatched an army of 50,000 elites to support us. It will take them roughly 10 minutes to reach Stone Forest Town. If we camp outside their resurrection temple, even if the Zero Wing members in Stone Forest Town revive, they'll only be able to watch as we secure the town. Very good. Go and destroy Zero Wing's residence, Abandoned Wave commanded. Sitting atop his warhorse, he was incredibly satisfied with the sight of the army surrounding Zero Wing's residence. Isn't Black Flame an excellent fighter? Once you destroy the residence, use the gnome cannons to bombard the secret underground room. He could not help but acknowledge that Black Flame was indeed powerful. The man had managed to defend the hallway to the secret room by himself, and both his subordinates and Pantheon's experts were helpless against him. Although they could kill him if they continued to throw players at him, Abandoned Wave was done waiting. The defending army's greatest advantage in a siege war was the ability to resurrect near the battlefield. In a war, half an hour would pass in the blink of an eye. The longer they dragged this war out, the more advantageous Zero Wing's position would be. Hence, he didn't want to waste any more time. It was not impossible to destroy a guild residence's secret underground room. Only, it would be very difficult for players to do so by themselves. However, the gnome cannons could complete the task easily. Without the narrow hallway acting as a barrier, even if Sherfone were more powerful, he couldn't create endless duplicates of himself. They would only need 100 players to defeat him. Under Abandoned Wave's command, the 10,000 players surrounding Zero Wing's residence began to bombard the residence with attacks. Boom, boom, boom. Against a series of spells and arrows, the buildings inside Zero Wing's residence began to crumble, one after another. It seems that this war will end soon. What a pity. It would be great if Zero Wing had more members present. I know, right? Despite having just 20,000 members, they have lasted this long against Blackwater's army of 200,000 monsters and 100,000 plus elites. They even managed to slaughter over half of Blackwater's armies. If Zero Wing wins this war, it will qualify to be recorded within God's domain's war history. Even if Zero Wing loses, it's still impressive. Have you ever seen any upstart guild without backing stand against the joint forces of major existences like Blackwater, Heaven's Burial, and Pantheon? Although Zero Wing has lost, it was a glorious defeat. Indeed. It is unfortunate that Zero Wing's luck is so poor. If not for Blackwater, it would have only been a matter of time before it united all of Star Moon Kingdom. Players could not help but sigh as they discussed the topic. Jade, let's return to White River City. There's no point in watching the rest of this war. I just received a report stating that Heaven's Burial's vanguard has reached Stone Forest Town. It won't be long before more reinforcements arrive as well. Even if all of the dead Zero Wing members in Stone Forest Town resurrect, they cannot win this, Yuan Tiexin said as he looked at Purple Jade. However, Black Flame is quite surprising. Despite his weakened state, he defeated the Red Jade Legion's vice commander, Red Rain. Pantheon's upper echelons are discussing the matter heatedly. Red Rain lost in a one-on-one? Purple Jade could not help her shock. That can't be right. I recall that Red Rain has already reached the Void Realm. She can also reach the Battle Tower's 4th floor. Her Bloody Mary is even more tyrannical than an epic weapon, having a powerful countering effect against both NPCs and players. Even experts in the Void Realm won't fight her in a one-on-one if they can help it. How did Black Flame win against her? Purple Jade could not imagine how anyone with inferior basic attributes and weakened combat standards could defeat Red Rain. I am not sure how either. Pantheon is keeping a tight lid on the battle videos. Our men can't get their hands on any recordings of that battle, Yuan Tiexin said, shaking his head. He was also very curious about that fight. Moreover, there weren't many battle videos that could elicit such a reaction from Pantheon. Uncle Yuan, look at Zero Wing's residence. Purple Jade suddenly said. A flood of Zero Wing members are emerging. Are they attempting a final stand? Yuan Tiexin could not help but shift his gaze to the live stream. Suddenly, several hundred players surged out of Zero Wing's destroyed residence. These people were all extraordinarily well equipped. Moreover, they were all level 40 and above, and their bodies brimmed with killing intent. The intensity of their auras could even rival the members of Pantheon's Red Jade Legion. Wait. Those are Zero Wing's main force members and Dark God's Legion members. Upon sweeping a glance over the crowd, he immediately recognized many of Zero Wing's experts. The instant these people appeared, they all activated Power of Darkness. Combined with the buff from the magic towers, their attributes could rival Lord-ranked monsters. Without hesitation, these people dove into Blackwater's elite army and began a massacre. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.